Chapter 3946. Elder Zhao Lu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to have such a tumultuous past. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. If he had known that his question would reopen Zhao Lu's scar, he would not have said so much. Due to this reason, apart from feeling embarrassed, he was also apologetic. It's all right. Zhao Lu took a deep breath and returned to his senses. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Everyone in Yun Peak knows about this. Even if you don't hear it from me now, you'll hear it from someone else in the future. Furthermore, I have a clear conscience about switching to the Yun Peak lineage. I don't mind what others say about me." Zhao Lu said nonchalantly. Naturally, although Zhao Lu said it nonchalantly, Duan Lingtian could still sense the fluctuation in his emotions. He was no longer as calm as he was before. It seemed like the impact of this matter on him was not as small as he had made it out to be. For the rest of the journey, as long as Zhao Lu did not speak, Duan Lingtian would not speak either. He was afraid he would say the wrong thing again and that Zhao Lu would hold a grudge against him for what he had said earlier and did not want to hear him speak again. However, he soon realized he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Before they arrived at the place where they had to complete the procedures to enter the sect, Zhao Lu's mood had already returned to normal. He even began to joke with Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Qin has always been called Little Yang Yang by senior granduncle. This might not be a big deal to him, but many people in Yun Peak are talking about this behind his back. Most of them are laughing when they talk about this. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he shook his head and smiled. Although I haven't known Elder Qin for long, based on what I've seen of him, I don't think he cares about this. He might not care about other people talking about it, but what if he knows his disciples and grand-disciples are talking about it as well? As an elder, don't tell me he's shameless? Zhao Lu said with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was momentarily speechless. This seemed to be a little unsolvable. As an elder, it was only natural that he would want to be stern and lofty in front of his juniors. Even if he was not stern and lofty, he should at least be amiable. But now, after being addressed as Little Yang Yang, that Elder Qin seemed to be unable to be lofty or serious even if he wanted to. Amiable? An amiable old man was now being called Little Yang Yang? We're here. At this time, Zhao Lu led Duan Lingtian to an even larger floating island. This floating island is the most central floating island in the Chunyang School's encampment. It's also called the Wanxiang Island. The word Wanxiang has the meaning of all-encompassing. In the sect, the matters that can be handled by the side branches are handled by the side branches. However, the matters that need to be handled by the sect members are handled on the island of versatility. Besides, the cultivation grounds of the ordinary elders and disciples are also located on the island of versatility. In addition, the various halls of the sect, such as the disciplinary hall, the trading hall, the martial arts hall, etc., are all located on the island of versatility. I'll show you around the island of versatility after you're done with the procedures to enter the sect, and show you the way. Zhao Lu said to Duan Lingtian while glancing at the gigantic floating island. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian said. Don't mention it. Zhao Lu said indifferently. As they entered the island, Zhao Lu raised his eyebrows as if he had suddenly recalled something, and said to Duan Lingtian in a straightforward manner, Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, there will be people from the other side branches waiting for you at the sect affair hall. When the time comes, they will surely offer you an olive branch and tempt you with some benefits. I'll tell you what the Yun Peak branch is willing to give you as a welcome gift. As Zhao Lu was about to reveal the conditions of the Yun Peak branch, Duan Lingtian interrupted him with a slight frown. Elder Zhao Lu, you're being a little too rude. Didn't I tell you and Elder Qin yesterday that I'll definitely join the Yun Peak branch? You're underestimating me, Duan Lingtian. Anyone would be displeased seeing this, as Zhao Lu's actions clearly showed that he did not trust Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Zhao Lu did not become angry after seeing Duan Lingtian's displeasure, but said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, brothers should settle their debts clearly. It's better to be clear about some things. Yesterday, we also mentioned what you said in front of me and Elder Qin to Senior Granduncle. Senior Granduncle even scolded Elder Qin, saying that he shouldn't have spoken out of turn and tried to force you to stay. Marshal Granduncle said that if the other branches offer better conditions and you're tempted, you can go there. However, the Yun Peak branch will also give you a welcome gift so that you won't be at a disadvantage. Of course, even if you don't choose the Yun Peak branch in the end, we won't hold a grudge against you. Marshal Granduncle said that even if you join the other branches, it won't affect your friendship. When he mentioned the word friendship, Zhao Lu's gaze clearly changed. His Marshal Granduncle was the strongest of the Pure Sun Sect's Quiet Void Elders, a God Emperor, yet he had taken the initiative to befriend a God Emperor, a lower God Emperor at that. Usually, if a lesser God Emperor wanted to talk about friendship with his Marshal Granduncle, he would think that the other party was not worthy or qualified. But now everything had reversed. His Marshal Granduncle had accepted Duan Lingtian as a friend. Elder Zhao Lu, you don't have to give me anything else. As for Elder Jin, I'll talk to him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I've already accepted the welcome gift before coming here with Elder Jin and Elder Qin. The 1,000,000 taels of divine crystals were still in his spatial ring. He would never forget about it. After leaving the Linghu family, he wanted to return it to Zhen Pingfan, but Zhen Pingfan was unwilling to accept it. He even said that it was given to him by the Linghu family and that he should not accept it without doing anything. This made him feel both helpless and grateful. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go. Duan Lingtian urged when he saw Zhao Lu standing still. It was unknown whether he was thinking about something or reporting something to Zhen Pingfan. Zhao Lu only regained his senses when he heard this. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes before he continued to lead the way. Not long after, Duan Lingtian arrived in the air above a spacious square. On one side of the square was a building that occupied a large area. It looked like it was formed by connecting many palaces. This is the sect hall. Zhao Lu led Duan Lingtian forward and landed in front of the entrance of the palace. A gigantic stone tablet could be seen erected at the side of the entrance. The words Sect Affairs Hall were engraved on it in a flamboyant manner. Duan Lingtian saw this stone tablet from afar. It was so huge that it was almost as tall as the sect hall in front of him. The sect hall is the place where the sect handles its affairs. For example, elders and disciples of all ranks have to come here if they meet the requirements for promotion. Before that, they have to go to the assessment hall to pass the assessment and be recognized by the assessment hall. Ordinary people have to wait until the Chunyang school accepts disciples. They also have to pass many complicated assessments before they can enter the Chunyang school. However, you don't have to do any of that. This is because you're a person specially recruited by the Chunyang school. You have special privileges. Putting aside your combat strength, just the fact that you've become a divine emperor before you're 3,000 years old is enough for you to be exempted from the assessment and enter our Chunyang school. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he continued. However, Duan Lingtian, I have to tell you something in advance. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lu in confusion. Zhao Lu stopped in his tracks. Zhao Lu continued. That is, although you can be exempted from the assessment when you enter our Chunyang school, you'll only be an ordinary disciple of our Chunyang school from the beginning. Marshal Granduncle told me that when he was in the Tianlong clan, he promised you that once you enter the Chunyang school, he'll give you the treatment of a true martial disciple, the highest-ranking disciple in the Chunyang school. However, that was given by him personally and not by the sect. If you want to become a true martial disciple in the sect, you'll have to fight for it yourself. Of course, Marshal Granduncle also told me that, at that time, he'll still give you the treatment of a true martial disciple that he promised you. It'll be equivalent to you enjoying the treatment of 2 true martial disciples after you become a true martial disciple in the Chunyang school. As for the assessment hall, you can take the assessment at any time. Zhao Lu said, I thought you had something to tell me, Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He looked extremely surprised. This is only a small matter, and I think it's only natural. It's good enough that I can be exempted from the tedious assessment to enter the sect. As for the status and treatment, I'll have to rely on myself. I hope I can rely on myself. Duan Lingtian's straightforward words caused Zhao Lu's gaze to soften. I've underestimated you. With your strength and talent, it's only a small matter for you to become a true martial disciple. Zhao Lu said. A true martial disciple. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of someone and asked curiously, Elder Zhao Lu, is Lan Shilin a true martial disciple? Lan Shilin? Zhao Lu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he nodded awkwardly. He's a true martial disciple. He passed the assessment as a lower divine emperor 300 years ago. The reason Zhao Lu was stunned was because before he joined Yunfeng's bloodline, he was in the same bloodline as Lan Shilin. His master, who had been expelled from the sect, was a disciple of Lan Shilin's great-grandfather. He was also Lan Shilin's martial granduncle. Let's go in. After Zhao Lu regained his senses, he brought Duan Lingtian with him and walked slowly into the sect affairs hall. Chapter 39-47. The entrance to the sect hall was a spacious place where a few people were standing. These people all had identity tokens hanging from their waists. They were the identity tokens of the Chunyang School's disciples. On his way to the Chunyang School yesterday, he noticed that although the identity tokens of the Chunyang School's disciples were different because of their different identities and statuses, there were still some similarities. For example, there was a Tai Chi pattern in the four corners of the identity tokens. Even Zhen Pingfan's identity token of the Jingshu Elder was no exception. Elder Zhao Lu. As Zhao Lu came in with Duan Lingtian, many people recognized him and greeted him or saluted him. At the same time, some people's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian at the right time, and their eyes flashed with curiosity. Who is this man? Elder Zhao Lu is leading the way for him in person. He doesn't have the identity token of the Chunyang School's disciple, so he shouldn't be a disciple of the Chunyang School. Yesterday, I heard that Elder Qin Wuyang of Yunfeng brought back Duan Lingtian, who has recently become famous in Tongling province, from the Tianlong clan. If I'm not mistaken, it's him. Duan Lingtian, the one with the cultivation of a lower divine emperor from the Tianlong clan who killed 2 middle-level divine emperors who tried to kill him? It's him. I remember, I saw the floating image pearl of him killing the 2 middle-level divine emperors. Although his appearance was not very clear in the floating image pearl, his figure and clothes are the same. He is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not expect that a newcomer like him would cause a sensation in the sect hall as soon as he followed Zhao Lu into the sect hall. More and more people gathered around, looking at him and pointing at him as if they were watching a monkey show. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything about this, and his expression was as calm as before. However, Zhao Lu's expression did not look too good. I'm here to bring Duan Lingtian to complete the procedures to enter the sect. If there's nothing important, stop nagging here. After all, this was Elder Ling Su. Zhao Lu's words were still useful. After a while, the crowd dispersed one after another, but most of them were still looking at Duan Lingtian from the corner of their eyes. After that, everything went smoothly. Under the leadership of Zhao Lu, after the school affairs hall confirmed the identity of Duan Lingtian, they processed the procedures for him to enter the school. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also received his Chunyang School disciple identity token. Of course, it was just the identity token of an ordinary disciple of Chunyang School. The disciples of Chunyang School and Chunyang School were divided into ordinary disciples and true disciples. Among the ordinary disciples, there were not only gods and god kings, but also god emperors. Their identity tokens showed that they were disciples of the spirit realm, disciples of the king realm, disciples of the emperor realm. As for the descendants of the higher-ups of Chunyang School who had not yet become gods, they were not considered disciples of Chunyang School. Only when they became gods could they officially enter Chunyang School. Until then, they were only considered family members of Chunyang School's disciples. Moreover, Chunyang School was very strict with its management of family members. Only those who were God Emperors and above were qualified to have their family members stay in Chunyang School, and they had to be immediate family members. As for those who were God Emperors and above, they were qualified to have their family members stay in Chunyang School, regardless of whether they were immediate family members or collateral relatives. They could even have their friends stay in Chunyang School for a long time. This was the privilege of God Emperors in Chunyang School. As for the true disciples, they were all divine emperors, and they were all outstanding figures among their peers. Being a true disciple did not only depend on one's cultivation. There were different criteria for becoming a true disciple, such as God Emperors. However, not every disciple of a God Emperor could become a true disciple. Age and strength were also important. Lan Shilin, for example, had just become a lower God Emperor and participated in the true disciple assessment, but he had failed. It was only a few hundred years later that he barely passed. The older one was, the harder the true disciple assessment would be. The difficulty of the true disciple assessment was based on the difficulty level. This was also the reason why Zhao Lu felt Duan Ling Tian would definitely pass the true martial disciples assessment. Duan Ling Tian. Just as Duan Ling Tian received his identity token and completed the procedures to enter the Chunyang School and was about to leave with Zhao Lu, they were stopped by someone. The person who stopped them was a middle-aged man of medium build who was a little fat. He was led by two people with a bright smile on his face and a pair of small eyes that gave him a shifty look. Behind the middle-aged man was another young man who was clearly his junior. "What are you doing, Huang Feng?" Zhao Lu asked as he glanced at the man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the middle-aged man also had the identity token of an elder Ling Su hanging from his waist. He was also a higher God Emperor. "Junior brother Zhao Lu, why do you ask when you already know the answer?" The middle-aged man called Huang Feng grinned. "I'm here on my grandmaster's instructions. Why don't you ask him?" Zhao Lu's expression darkened at Huang Feng's words, but he did not say anything else. This Huang Feng was elder Ling Su of another branch of the pure Yang sect. He was also the grand disciple of the only divine emperor of his branch. Although his strength was not as strong as elder Ling Su, he had a protective elder Ling Su. Elder Ling Su. Elder Ling Su was the strongest person in the Chunyang School below the God Emperor level. What's more, Huang Feng had a grandmaster, Elder Jingshu, who was in charge of the branch. Duan Ling Tian. Huang Feng smiled at Duan Ling Tian when he saw Zhao Lu keeping quiet. He said in a clear voice, "I'm Huang Feng from the Jade Sun branch. I'm here on the orders of my grandmaster, Qi Yuyang, to invite you to join the Jade Sun branch. My grand ancestor said that as long as you, Duan Ling Tian, are willing to join the Jade Sun progeny, he'll take you as his direct disciple. At that time, many spirit void elders in my Jade Sun progeny and other progenies will have to address you as junior uncle." In the pure Sun sect, the division of seniority was very clear. This had nothing to do with age. Duan Ling Tian was young, but if he was accepted as a disciple by a God Emperor of the Chunyang School, he would gain a bunch of disciples and grand disciples. Take the God Emperor of the Jade Sun branch, for example. If Duan Ling Tian really became his disciple, not just Huang Feng, but even Zhao Lu and Qin Wuyang would have to address Duan Ling Tian as junior uncle. As soon as Huang Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lu smiled faintly before Duan Ling Tian could reply. "Huang Feng, is your Jade Sun progeny really going to take advantage of this situation?" It was a good thing to be accepted as a disciple by a God Emperor. However, in Zhao Lu's opinion, most of the God Emperors in the Chunyang School would be happy to accept a genius like Duan Ling Tian as their disciple. That would be good for them as well. The good thing was that once Duan Ling Tian grew and surpassed them, they could proudly say that they had a disciple who had surpassed them. And once that disciple led the Pure Sun sect to the next level, while that disciple's name would go down in history, they would also go down in history. Duan Ling Tian. This time, Huang Feng ignored Zhao Lu. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued, "In addition, as long as Duan Ling Tian joins the Jade Sun branch, we will give you another 2 million divine crystals and..." Huang Feng didn't just promise divine crystals, he also promised a lot of good things, such as Emperor-level divine pellets and all kinds of treasures. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues when they heard Huang Feng's words. The Jade Sun branch is really generous. Is it worth it to pay such a big price for a Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian killed 2 mid-level God Emperors as a low-level God Emperor with the help of the floating image pearl, who knows if those 2 mid-level God Emperors had internal injuries or hidden injuries? Even if the Tianlong clan says no, we can still assume that the Tianlong clan is bragging about Duan Lingtian. They won't say anything negative about Duan Lingtian. I think so too. There's no need to rope in a low-level God Emperor who hasn't grown up yet, right? Many people shook their heads and discussed, be that as it may. However, I'm afraid you don't know the situation of the Jade Sun branch. It's said that Elder Jingsu, the only God Emperor in the Jade Sun branch, was injured in the last heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid she won't last more than 8,000 years. Suddenly, someone whispered to the person next to him. Immediately, the people around him were in an uproar. At the same time, they also lowered their voices. Is this true? Really? If that's the case, then it's understandable. Although the group of people were whispering in low voices, with Huang Feng's cultivation, how could he not hear them? His face immediately darkened, and he glanced at the source of the voice. The group of people immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. However, they could not hold it in any longer and began to communicate through voice transmissions. Look at Elder Huang Feng's expression. It seems like this matter is most likely true. Is the Jade Sun branch planning to recruit Duan Lingtian and cultivate him into the next God Emperor? It should be. After all, Duan Lingtian isn't even 3,000 years old, but he's already a low-level God Emperor. In the past, he didn't have much of a background. Now that he's in the Chunyang school, if the Jade Sun branch spends a lot of effort to cultivate him, it won't be difficult for them to produce another God Emperor within 10,000 years. At that time, even if the current God Emperor of the Jade Sun branch falls under the heavenly tribulation, his branch will have another backer to rely on. They won't have to disband. In fact, Duan Lingtian was shocked when Huang Feng from the Jade Sun progeny offered 2 million divine crystals. Were all the God Emperors of the Chunyang school that rich? Previously, Jin Pingfan had casually given him 10 million divine crystals. Now, the Jade Sun branch wanted to give him 2 million divine crystals. However, based on Huang Feng's words, it was obvious that his grandmaster, the only God Emperor of the Jade Sun branch, was behind this. At this time, even Zhao Lu couldn't help but frown when he heard Huang Feng's words. He never expected the Jade Sun branch to be so determined. Chapter 39-48. The Jade Sun progeny was treating Duan Lingtian as their last straw of hope. For a moment, when Zhao Lu looked at Huang Feng again, the look in his eyes became complicated. In the history of Chunyang School, there were many branches that could only disband due to the lack of successors. The people in the branches all left the floating islands that they regarded as their home. Some stayed together and worked hard. Some of them turned to other branches. Some could not recover from the setback. The branches that were doing well were completely shattered. All because of the loss of their only God Emperor. Of course, Zhao Lu did not feel much pity for them. This was the cruelty of the world. Only the strong could enjoy special treatment and set the rules. In Chunyang School, no branch was an exception. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can consider it. This is my soul orb. Once you've made up your mind and have an answer in mind, contact me at any time. After Huang Feng finished explaining the conditions of the Jade Sun progeny, he gave his soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. Before he left, he paused and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you join the Jade Sun progeny, apart from the things Grand Ancestor promised, I, Huang Feng, am also willing to give you half of my fortune. After saying this, Huang Feng left with the young man behind him. Before the young man left, he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, if you join the Jade Sun branch, we'll help you become a God Emperor. It's the best choice for you to join the Chunyang school. In the end, the young man introduced himself. He was Huang Feng's disciple. After Huang Feng left, Zhao Lu and Duan Lingtian, who were about to leave were stopped again. This time, the person who stopped them was an old man. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a blue robe and had an amiable expression. As soon as he entered, he looked at Zhao Lu and said, "Zhao Lu, I'd like to have a word with Duan Lingtan. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, please." In front of this old man, Zhao Lu's attitude was clearly different. Puzzled, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man's waist and found the answer from his identity token. He's Elder Yushu from Chunyang School. Chunyang School's Elder Jade Void was one of the strongest existences in Chunyang School below the God Emperor level. None of them were weaker than the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. They were definitely the best of the best among the high-level divine emperors. "Duan Lingtian, my name is Lu Yuan. I'm from the tyrannical saber lineage." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile. "My grandfather, the Void-Pierce Stage Elder Lu Jingtao, is the head of the tyrannical saber lineage." As soon as Lu Yuan spoke, Zhao Lu's solemn voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Duan Lingtian, this is Lu Yuan, a Jade Void Elder from the tyrannical saber progeny. He's also the grandson of old ancestor Lu Jingtao, a Void-Pierce Stage Elder and the strongest person in the tyrannical saber progeny." Zhao Lu's voice transmission and Lu Yuan's words resounded in Duan Lingtian's ears almost at the same time. Before Duan Lingtian could recover from his shock, the onlookers in the surroundings had just recovered from the shock of seeing Lu Yuan. "It's Elder Lu Yuan. Oh my God. Even Elder Yushu came personally. Duan Lingtian. What a great honor. The tyrannical saber lineage is actually tempted by Duan Lingtian. Is Duan Lingtian's temptation that great?" Lu Yuan's appearance shocked everyone. In fact, there were also people from other lineages nearby. However, after the leader of the Jade Sun lineage, Elder Su Huangfeng, spoke up, they thought of the conditions that their lineage could offer and asked for the opinions of the higher-ups. However, none of them showed up. It was because the things that they could offer were inferior to the Jade Sun lineage. Instead of showing up and being rejected, it was better not to show up. This way, they could still save some face. However, when they saw that the tyrannical saber lineage had come, and it was even Elder Yushu Lu Yuan, they were all shocked. The tyrannical saber lineage values Duan Lingtian so much? In Chunyang School, there were a total of 19 lineages. Among them, 7 of the great lineages were overseen by Void-Pierce Stage Elders, while the other 12 lineages were overseen by Quiet Void Stage Elders. The tyrannical saber lineage was considered relatively strong among the 7 great lineages because it had 3 God Emperor experts. It was also one of the only 2 lineages that had 3 God Emperor experts among the 7 great lineages. Elder Lu Yuan. Now, while Duan Lingtian greeted Lu Yuan with a smile, he heard the discussions and whispers of the people around him. He had a basic understanding of the tyrannical saber lineage. The tyrannical saber lineage was one of the stronger lineages in Chunyang School. It was also one of the only 2 lineages that had 3 God Emperor experts among the 19 lineages in Chunyang School. As for the other lineage that had 3 God Emperor experts, Duan Lingtian guessed that Qin Pingfan, Qin Wuyang, Zhao Lu, and the Yun Peak lineage that he was in might be one of them. In the Yun Peak lineage, the God Emperor experts that he knew were Quiet Void Stage Elder Qin Pingfan, Void Pierce Stage Elder Qin Yunfeng, and Chunyang School's Sect Master. However, although the Chunyang School's Sect Master is from the Yun Peak lineage, can he still be considered a God Emperor expert of the Yun Peak lineage? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt that he should not count the Chunyang School's Sect Master as one of them. After all, he was the Sect Master of a sect. He controlled all the major lineages and could no longer be considered a member of any lineage. Duan Lingtian. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "It's not that our tyrannical saber lineage can't provide the conditions that the Jade Sun lineage mentioned, but it's very difficult for us to give it to you alone. However, although the material conditions that we can give are inferior to the Jade Sun lineage, our tyrannical saber lineage can promise to let you become a disciple of one of the 2 Quiet Void Stage Elders. In addition, when the Void Pierce Stage Elders are free, they can also guide you." As soon as Lu Yuan said this, the scene immediately went into an uproar. A Void Pierce Stage Elder will personally guide him? At this moment, Some of the people who were originally calm had their eyes bloodshot when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Void-pierced stage elders were the most powerful existences in the Chunyang school. They symbolized the supreme powerlessness of the Chunyang school. Usually they were elusive. It was difficult to even meet them, let alone get them to guide him. However, what made these people even angrier was, Duan Ling Tian in front of them still had a calm expression after hearing Elder Lu Yuan's promise from the tyrannical saber lineage. It was as if he was not surprised at all. Wasn't this a surprise? This Duan Ling Tian is doing this on purpose, right? He's pretending to be calm to seek better conditions, right? Isn't this guy too greedy? Duan Ling Tian, consider it. This is, Elder Lu Yuan said with a smile as he took out a lineage's soul orb from his storage ring. It was obviously his own soul orb. However, before he could pass the soul orb to Duan Ling Tian, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. Elder Lu Yuan, there's no need to give me the soul orb. Today, here, in front of you, I'll make a statement. I, Duan Ling Tian, have already decided which lineage I will join just now. So, I'm sorry. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he smiled apologetically. Although Lu Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this, he still took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian. Everyone has their own aspirations. Our tyrannical saber lineage won't force you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan looked at Zhao Lu. After greeting him, he floated away. In the blink of an eye, his elegant back disappeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as Lu Yuan left, many gazes immediately landed on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has decided again? Now. He rejected Elder Lu Yuan's soul orb. However, he accepted Elder Huang Feng's soul orb just now. Could it be that he's planning to join the righteous Yang lineage? The righteous Yang lineage doesn't have a void-pierced stage elder. So what if there's no void-pierced stage elder? The righteous Yang lineage is in urgent need of nurturing another God Emperor expert. The others in the righteous Yang lineage obviously don't have a chance. If Duan Ling Tian goes to the righteous Yang lineage, he will definitely be heavily nurtured. If I were Duan Ling Tian, I would also choose the righteous Yang lineage. Wouldn't it be better to become the leader of the righteous Yang lineage in the future? Hearing the discussions around him, even though Zhao Lu already had an idea, he still couldn't help but waver. Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, Elder Zhao Lu, you and I will be members of the same lineage in the future. Let's take care of each other in the future. Of course, Duan Ling Tian said these words on purpose. It was because he didn't want everyone, including the members of the righteous Yang lineage, to misunderstand him. Zhao Lu was stunned for a moment after hearing his words. Then, he smiled and said, The Cloud Peak welcomes you to join us. The Cloud Peak lineage. Duan Ling Tian actually decided to join the Cloud Peak lineage? For a moment, everyone who originally thought that Duan Ling Tian wanted to join the righteous Yang lineage was dumbfounded. What benefits did the Cloud Peak lineage give him? They actually made him give up on the righteous Yang lineage. The righteous Yang lineage is prepared to spend all their resources to nurture him. However, he didn't choose the righteous Yang lineage. I'm very curious. What benefits did the Cloud Peak lineage give him? It can't be that he directly chose the Cloud Peak lineage because the elders of the Cloud Peak lineage brought him back, right? I don't think that's the only reason. In this world, the strong are revered, and profit is the most important thing. A single misstep can cause one's strength to not be able to keep up and die under the Millennium Tribulation. Hearing the discussions around him, Duan Ling Tian looked at them and smiled faintly. If any of you know the righteous Yang lineage, please pass on my message. I, Duan Ling Tian, do not aspire to control any lineage in Chunyang School. I have confidence in becoming a great god. However, when that time comes, I won't be in Chunyang School anymore. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have become much taller in the eyes of the Chunyang School students. At the same time, they deeply felt Duan Ling Tian's ambition. Duan Ling Tian's ambition was not limited to Chunyang School. He wanted to go even higher Even further. My apologies, Elder Huang Feng. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Huang Feng through the soul orb he'd left behind. He hadn't actually planned to accept Huang Feng's soul orb earlier. He'd only taken it because he'd been shocked by the righteous Yang lineage's generosity. Chapter 3949. Duan Lingtian knew very well. The reason why the Jade Sun faction had paid such a high price to recruit him was because the leader of the Jade Sun faction, Elder Jingshu, Qi Yuyang, wanted to nurture him into a successor and protect the Jade Sun faction. And this was something that he could never do. If not for this, the Jade Sun branch's offer might have tempted him. However, he had already decided to join the Yun Peak branch. However, because of the Jade Sun branch's goal, even if he did not plan to join the Yun Peak branch, he would not join the Jade Sun branch. If he expressed that he would not stay in the Jade Sun branch in the future, the Jade Sun branch would not have paid such a high price to recruit him. His ambition was not in the Chunyang school. This was the reason why Duan Lingtian had rejected the Jade Sun branch. It was a reason that no one could refute. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Zhao Lu and took the lead to walk out of the door. When Zhao Lu caught up to Duan Lingtian, the others finally regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions as they looked at Duan Lingtian. A young man who's not even 3,000 years old actually has such great ambition. Is this arrogance or confidence? Based on his current achievements, it's more likely that he's confident. If I were him and became a lower divine emperor at this age, I might think the same way. Having a high cultivation base doesn't mean he's strong. Didn't you see the floating image pearl recording of him killing the 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice? So what if I saw it? Who knows if the 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice were already injured and he took advantage of them? In the sect affairs hall, some of the Chunyang school disciples thought Duan Lingtian was confident, while others thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. In any case, the people from the other branches did not show up. After the Jade Sun branch and the Tyrannical Saber branch had shown up to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Jade Sun branch and the Tyrannical Saber branch. First of all, they knew they were not as good as the Tyrannical Saber branch. Secondly, they didn't have the same conditions as the Jade Sun lineage. Furthermore, there were a few branches that had similar thoughts as the Jade Sun branch. They wanted Duan Lingtian to join their branch and nurture him to become a God Emperor, so that he could take over their branch's only God Emperor position in the future and continue to protect their branch. After leaving the sect affair hall, Zhao Lu glanced at Duan Lingtian and smilingly said, Duan Lingtian, shall I show you around the Island of Versatility? The Island of Versatility is very big. Duan Lingtian gently shook his head. Elder Zhao Lu, there's no need to rush. Bring me to the examination hall first. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lu entered the sect hall again. At this moment, the group of people in the sect affairs hall were still talking about what had just happened. They kept talking about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Why is he here again? Didn't he just leave? The pure Yang sect's disciples who were still in a daze finally had an answer when they saw Zhao Lu bringing Duan Lingtian to the registration counter and taking out a piece of paper. Duan Lingtian became a true martial disciple? Oh my God! It's only been less than an hour and Duan Lingtian has already become a true martial disciple? Since when did the true martial disciple test become so simple? In the history of our pure Sun sect, the record of a lower godly emperor becoming a true martial disciple has always been, I think it took him 4 hours and a quarter of an hour to pass the true martial disciple exam, right? That means Duan Lingtian broke the record for a lower god emperor true martial disciple in Chunyang school? It's obvious. Duan Lingtian is too strong, isn't he? Could it be that the 2 middle-level god emperors he killed in the Tianlong clan were not injured middle-level god emperors? Could he really kill a middle-level god emperor? Don't forget, the old ancestor who set the record for the low godly emperor true martial disciple exam was over 8,000 years old. Not only was he a low godly emperor, but he was also over 8,000 years old. As far as I know, the examination of a true martial disciple is not only based on cultivation but also age. The younger the age, the easier the examination. So, Duan Lingtian passed the examination so quickly because the examination was easy? That should be the case. Otherwise, how could it be so exaggerated? He's not even 3,000 years old, but the difficulty of the examination is not even half of that of the ancestor who set the record. In the beginning, when Duan Lingtian was going through the formalities to become a true disciple, many people were shocked by the speed at which he passed the examination. After some people reminded them of Duan Lingtian's age and the rules of the true martial disciples assessment, they finally understood that Duan Lingtian must have passed the true martial disciples assessment so easily that any primitive divine emperor would be able to pass it. Hearing these people's words, Duan Lingtian was calm. He ignored them and went through the formalities to become a true disciple. However, Zhao Lu, who was next to Duan Lingtian, heard these people's words and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Simple? These guys. I'm afraid they don't know that those guys in the examination hall gave Duan Lingtian the most difficult examination of a lower god emperor true martial disciple. Although Duan Lingtian is only a lower god emperor with his strength, except for a few true martial disciples under 10,000 years old in Chunyang school, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. These were the thoughts that appeared in Zhao Lu's mind at this moment. He felt as though he was listening to a group of idiots when he heard the whispers behind him. However, Duan Lingtian's temperament is really amazing. So many people look down on him, but he's still so calm. Zhao Lu could not help but sigh inwardly. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have been arrogant and would not allow others to misunderstand him. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have stepped forward and sneered at these people. Moreover, he would have told them the difficulty of the examination he had passed and asked them to go to the examination hall if they did not believe him. Are all people from the Devata realms so calm? That's not right. I also have some people from the Devata realms around me, but they shouldn't be so calm when they were at Duan Lingtian's age. Zhao Lu was unaware that the people from the Devata realms were all from the Devata realms. Most of the people around him who came from the Devata realms had grown up with silver spoons in their mouths. They had powerful backgrounds in the Devata realms. Naturally, their temperament could not be compared to Duan Lingtian, who came from the mundane realm. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was reincarnated. Although he had only lived for about 20 years in his past life, he had traveled to the ends of the earth and seen all kinds of people in the world. While Duan Lingtian was going through the procedures to become a true martial disciple, a series of messages came from the examination hall on the island of all manifestations. Duan Lingtian, who came from the Tianlong clan, is as strong as an ordinary elder Qing Su. Among the prodigies under 10,000 years old in Chunyang school, I'm afraid no one under 8,000 years old is a match for him. There are still 50 years before the Seven Mansions banquet that is held once every 10,000 years. If he can break through and become a medium divine lord in these 50 years, he'll definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet. Not only did these messages reach the people from the major branches of Chunyang school, but they also reached the ears of the decision-makers in Chunyang school. In Chunyang school, apart from the major branches, there was an independent group of people who were the decision-makers in Chunyang school. These decision-makers were mainly responsible for the management of Chunyang school. The decision-makers were led by the sect leader of Chunyang school. Below him were the vice sect leaders and the other decision-makers. These people were from the major branches of Chunyang school. Almost every branch had someone in the decision-makers in Chunyang school. Decision-makers who are in Chunyang school, please come to the conference hall on the island of all manifestations. The sect master of the Pure Sun sect was a middle-aged man with a stalwart figure, handsome face, and indifferent eyes. After he sent out a message, the people who received his message immediately began to inform the other members of the decision-making team. When Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lu left under the watchful eyes of the people in the sect affairs pavilion, all the decision-makers in the Pure Sun sect gathered together and began a solemn meeting. The meeting centered around Duan Lingtian. Everyone, you should know the significance of the Seven Mansions banquet to Chunyang school. In the conference hall, the Chunyang school sect leader stood at the head of the table with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the people below him and spoke in a low voice. Sect leader, if you have something to say, please say it directly. Below him, an old man said with a smile. At this moment, the Chunyang School sect leader continued. The Seven Mansions banquet will determine whether Chunyang School will have a chance to produce an upper great god emperor. The current upper great god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing was born after the Seven Mansions banquet. At that time, an outstanding prodigy from the state capital of Qing made it to the top 10 of the Seven Mansions banquet. The Chunyang School sect leader said in a low voice, "At first, I did not have high hopes for this Seven Mansions banquet. However, there is now a single person who has brought hope to the Pure Sun sect." The Chunyang School sect leader said. Sect leader. At this moment, another old man below him spoke up. "I know this person you're talking about. He's from the Tianlong clan. Yunfeng brought him back to the sect and has already expressed his willingness to join Yunfeng. If that's the case, allocate more resources to Yunfeng to cultivate him. As long as he can become a middle-level great god emperor within 50 years, based on the strength he's shown so far, he'll definitely make it to the top 10 of the Seven Mansions banquet." As the old man finished speaking, he looked at the people present with a smile. "Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion?" When the others heard the old man's words, they all smiled bitterly. Who didn't know that this old man was from Yunfeng, just like the sect leader? If it were any other time, they would naturally object to the idea of allocating more resources to Yunfeng since they were from other branches. But now, how could they object? Chapter 3950. Duan Lingtian followed Zhao Lu around the island of versatility after completing the procedures for becoming a true martial disciple in the sect hall. Zhao Lu also introduced him to everything on the island of versatility. For example, where was the Law Enforcement Hall, the Artifact Hall, the Divine Pill Hall, the Free Trade Square, and the cultivation grounds of the non-branch disciples of the Chunyang School. Along the way, Duan Lingtian also saw the vastness of the island of versatility. It was like a large city with mountains and rivers mixed in it. In addition, some places on the island of versatility were heavily guarded. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. Some elders of the Spirit Void Realm were even dispatched. Duan Lingtian even saw a Jade Void Realm elder, who was known as the strongest person below the Emperor Immortal in the Chunyang School. Even Zhao Lu had to respectfully address him as Martial Uncle. However, he was not from the branch of Yun Peak. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lu were about to leave the island of versatility and return to Yun Peak Island, Zhao Lu suddenly stopped and smiled at Duan Lingtian, who also stopped with a puzzled look on his face. "I have good news." Zhao Lu smiled brightly. "I just received a message. After you passed the most difficult Lower Divine Emperor True Martial Disciple assessment, the sect master led the decision-makers of the sect to gather for a meeting. This meeting mainly revolves around you." Duan Lingtian was stunned by Zhao Lu's words. "Me? Even if he had passed the most difficult Lower Divine Emperor True Disciple assessment set by the examination hall, it should not have caused such a big commotion. Even the sect master of the Chunyang School held a meeting for him? As for who the decision-makers of the Chunyang School were, Zhao Lu had mentioned it to him before, so he knew that it was an independent group that did not belong to the major branches. It was mainly responsible for managing the sect and managing the affairs of the sect. In the decision-makers group, there were people from all the major branches. There were also many people from the Chunyang School who did not have any branches to rely on. In the Chunyang School, those who did not have any branches to rely on were also known as the Chunyang School's disciples. The meeting ended not long ago. Seeing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhao Lu's smile remained. During the meeting, the sect master mentioned something. The elders of Yun Peak were the first to agree, and then the rest of the higher-ups unanimously agreed on something. "Do you know what it is?" asked Zhao Lu smiled. Duan Lingtian shook his head. How could he possibly know? He didn't participate in that meeting. The meeting has decided that the sect will hand over a batch of resources to the Yun Peak lineage and use them on you. Zhao Lu grinned. "I'm afraid you'll be able to get the resources in a few days at most." Zhao was sect's disciple. The sect master of Chunyang School had called a meeting of the decision-makers just to give him benefits? Although his performance in the examination hall was not bad, and he had even broken the Chunyang School's record for passing the true disciple assessment. Even so, it was not that bad, right? The Chunyang School's sect master was an emperor god, and there should also be emperor gods in the decision-makers group. Even if they were not emperor gods, they must be the best among the god emperors. Did this group of people gather for a meeting just to discuss benefits for him, a low-level god emperor? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian subconsciously had a thought. Could it be that this was also the work of that elder Jin Pingfan of the Jingshu sect? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lu and said with a wry smile, "Elder Zhao Lu, did Elder Jin ask the sect master to do this? That's not very good, is it?" Duan Lingtian was really flattered to receive such treatment when he had just arrived. He could imagine that once this news spread, the eyes of all the true martial disciples in the pure Yang sect would turn red with jealousy. Martial granduncle? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu was stunned at first. After a while, he regained his senses and realized what Duan Lingtian meant. For a moment, Zhao Lu could not help but shake his head and say, "Duan Lingtian, you think too highly of martial granduncle." Martial granduncle's status in the sect is needless to say. However, let alone him, even if he and the sect master's teacher, the leader of our Cloud Peak, could make the sect master make such a suggestion, the other members of the decision-makers would definitely reject it. Don't forget, in the sect other than our Cloud Peak there are many other branches. Excluding our Cloud Peak, there are still 6 other branches that have Void Pierce stage elders overseeing them. In terms of strength, if the sect master is not included, our Cloud Peak won't be ranked in the top 2 among all the branches. If the sect master is included, we can be compared with the other 2 branches. When Zhao Lu said this, the confusion that had arisen in Duan Lingtian's heart was resolved. From the looks of it, apart from the Ba Dao lineage, the other lineage that had 3 emperor gods wasn't from the Yun Peak lineage. Instead, there were other branches. Under such circumstances, if old ancestor dares to make the sect master make such a request, the decision-makers of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan will definitely not agree. If the sect master insists on doing it, the old ancestors of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan might stand out and stop him. By then, it would be useless even if the old ancestors come out because the other party has 2 old ancestors. Moreover, not only the old ancestors of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan, but also the old ancestors of the other 4 branches that have Void Pierce stage elders. If the 6 old ancestors don't agree, do you think the old ancestors of our Cloud Peak can make the decision? In the end, Zhao Lu asked rhetorically. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. So, it wasn't Elder Jin who asked the sect master to do that? Moreover, even the sect master himself could not make the group of decision-makers agree to give such high treatment to a disciple who had just entered the sect and had even entered the Yun Peak lineage. Elder Zhao Lu, you mean, I, Duan Lingtian, am the one who asked them to unanimously make this decision? Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. As the saying goes, one would not wake up early if there was no benefit. The higher-ups of Chunyang School were actually willing to spend so many resources on him. He would not believe that they did not want anything from him. Are these people trying to dig a hole for me? Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed. In the end, he could not help but look around vigilantly and ask Zhao Lu. Elder Zhao Lu, do you know why they are willing to spend so many resources on me? I don't believe that they are doing this because they think I'm a genius. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu shook his head and said with a smile, "Naturally, it's impossible that they're doing this because you're a genius. I'm afraid only the people from our Cloud Peak would agree to this. The people from the other progenies would never agree to this. They are doing this because you can affect the future of the Cloud Peak," Zhao Lu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Me? Affect the future of the Cloud Peak? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Elder Zhao Lu, is the Cloud Peak so optimistic that I can break through and become an upper divine emperor? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, The Chunyang school did not lack intermediate divine emperors now. Perhaps only an upper divine emperor could make the Chunyang school treat him so politely when he had just joined the Cloud Peak. Elder Zhao Lu, although I know that I will be able to step into the upper divine emperor realm sooner or later, when that time comes, I will definitely not stay in the Pure Sun sect because I have my own matters to attend to. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with helplessness. Elder Zhao Lu, why don't you talk to the Cloud Peak and ask him to withdraw these resources? I really don't plan to stay in the Chunyang school for long. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu could not help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overestimating yourself? I also admit that you might be able to break through and become an upper divine emperor in the future. But the problem is, you are only a lower divine emperor now. Even for you, a lower divine emperor, to break through and become an upper divine emperor, I'm afraid you will need a long time to accumulate. Moreover, you can't let anything happen to you halfway through. In the Chunyang school, it's not that there are no geniuses who have the potential to become upper divine emperors, but most of them died halfway and failed to become upper divine emperors. Do you think the Cloud Peak would give you so many resources when you are only a lower divine emperor just because they think that you will become an upper divine emperor? After saying this, Zhao Lu could not help but laugh. Then why? Duan Lingtian felt that Zhao Lu's words made sense, but he was even more confused now. Because of the 7 prefectures banquet. Zhao Lu's smile suddenly disappeared, and he said solemnly, "The 7 prefectures banquet?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard these words. This was not the first time he had heard these words. Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, had mentioned these words before. At the same time, Long Qingchong had told him that the 7 prefectures feast was only open to young prodigies under the age of 10,000. It was a feast that was held every 10,000 years by the 7 prefectures around Tongling province. Because of this, Long Qingchong felt that the 5 top god emperor forces in Tongling province would definitely extend an olive branch to him after he killed the 2 medium divine emperors. They might even try to snatch him away. Later on, Long Qingchong also told him that the other 4 god emperor forces in Tongling province had sent people who were as strong as the Tianlong clan's golden dragon elder to the Tianlong clan to look for him. However, while these people were waiting for him to come out of the emperor battle realm at the Tianlong clan, Elder Jingsu of the Chunyang school, a god emperor expert Zhen Pingfan, had arrived and forcefully persuaded them to leave. It was Long Qingchong who had persuaded them to leave. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was not as simple as persuasion. There had to be some coercion involved. What is the 7 prefectures feast? Duan Lingtian asked again. Although I heard the clan leader of the Tianlong clan mention it, he doesn't seem to know much about it. He only knows that it is a feast of great significance to the 5 top forces in Tongling province, including the Chunyang school. Chapter 3951. The 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Zhao Lu took a deep breath when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes lit up instantly. On the surface, it's a stage for the most outstanding young prodigies of the 7 prefectures to show off their strength. However, there's an opportunity behind the scenes. An opportunity for the forces behind the top 10 in the 7 prefectures Grand Banquet. In that opportunity, one of the intermediate god emperors from those forces has a chance to advance to the next level and become an upper god emperor in a short period of time. Of course, it's not 100%, but it's very likely. Throughout history, at least 2 intermediate god emperors have been promoted to upper god emperors in every 7 prefectures Grand Banquet. In the last 7 prefectures Grand Banquet, the prodigy from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state of Qing made it to the top 10. Not long after, an intermediate god emperor from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully advanced to upper god emperor. Since then, the Heaven's Roar sect has been recognized as the strongest force in the state of Qing. State of Qing. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of it. It was not the first time he had heard of the Heaven's Roar sect either. Previously, when he was still in the Heavenly Dragon sect in the Peace City of the Sovereign Battle Realm, a Celestial Emperor-level force of the Qing State Prefecture had sent a Celestial Emperor expert Elder Silver Puppet to recruit him. At that time, Elder Silver Puppet had quarreled with an Emperor God expert from the Seven Kills Valley in Tungleng Province. The Seven Kills Valley expert had also mentioned that Puppet Villa was inferior to the Heaven's Roar sect. What kind of opportunity can allow an intermediate God Emperor to advance to Upper God Emperor? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I'm afraid only the Emperor God experts in the sects know about this. I don't have access to that level of knowledge yet, Zhao Lu said. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding when he heard this. If you really want to know, you can ask Senior Granduncle, Zhao Lu said. The senior granduncle he was referring to was Zhen Pingfan. It doesn't seem to be too long until the next 7 prefectures feast? Duan Lingtian asked Zhao Lu. Previously, he had heard the clan master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, mention that the next 7 Manors feast wouldn't be too far away. Yes. Zhao Lu nodded. About 50 years. As for the reason why the sect is pouring resources into you now, it's because we hope that you can break through to the mid-level divine sovereign realm in these 50 years. That way, you will be able to obtain one of the top 10 rankings in the 7 prefectures grand banquet and fight for a chance to become a void pierce stage elder of the sect. Zhao Lu said. 50 years. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he heard the Pure Sun sect wanted him to become an intermediate divine emperor within 50 years. A faint smile appeared on his face. Without the help of the Chunyang school, he was not very confident that he could break through to the mid-level divine emperor realm in 50 years. Now that the Chunyang school was preparing to pour a large amount of resources into him, he couldn't help but look forward to it. With the foundation of the Chunyang school, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to become a medium divine emperor in 50 years, right? Elder Zhao Lu, do you know what kind of resources the sect has given me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Although he was confident in the Chunyang school, he didn't know what kind of resources the Chunyang school was going to give him. Therefore, he was a little uncertain. Based on what I know, as Zhao Lu mentioned the resources the Chunyang school was going to give to Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately lit up. Among the resources, there were some rare divine fruits that were priceless. There were also other treasures that could be consumed directly or refined into divine pills. Duan Lingtian was confident that he could refine some of the treasures into supreme divine pills with better effects. Apart from that, the Chunyang school had also given him some imperial-grade divine pills. These were the treasures that the Chunyang school had collected over the years. Normally, even true martial disciples wouldn't have the opportunity to obtain these treasures. Now, they were giving them to Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Duan Lingtian, it can be said that the sect is going all out to nurture you. If you don't break through to the intermediate divine emperor stage in 50 years, you must rank in the top 10 in the 7 Mansions banquet. Even if that's not very likely. Otherwise, if these resources go to waste, Yunfeng won't blame you, but the other branches will definitely have other ideas. At that time, it won't be easy for you to leave the Chunyang school. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he continued. Of course, when I said it won't be easy for you to leave the Chunyang school, I didn't mean that the Chunyang school wants to imprison you. It's that the other branches want you to stay in the Chunyang school for a longer period of time and contribute to the Chunyang school. It's the same as asking you to repay your debt. Now that you're wasting resources on you, you're being forced to repay the debt. Zhao Lu said. At first, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Zhao Lu's words. However, when he heard Zhao Lu's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and smiled faintly. What? Aren't you worried? Zhao Lu asked. It's not that I'm not worried. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I can only say that I can completely understand what they're doing. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, if he were to waste his resources on a stranger and the stranger failed to live up to his expectations and did not accomplish what he wanted him to do, under such circumstances, he would not be happy if the stranger simply patted his butt and left. Elder Zhao Lu, how much do you know about the 7 prefectures feast? Before Zhao Lu left, Duan Lingtian asked him many questions about the 7 Mansion banquet. Soon after, Duan Lingtian managed to find out everything Zhao Lu knew. It was also at this time that Duan Lingtian had a more comprehensive understanding of the Seven Prefectures Feast. The Seven Prefectures Feast was jointly organized by the Seven Prefectures. It was a feast for the most outstanding young prodigies in the Seven Prefectures. However, only the top forces in the Seven Prefectures Feast would participate. For example, only the top 5 forces in Tungling Province were qualified to participate in the Seven Prefectures Feast. Forces like the Tianlong clan and the Heaven Illumination sect, even if they were Emperor God forces, were not qualified to participate. However, is the Seven Prefectures Feast really only organized by the top forces in the Seven Prefectures? Then why do the young prodigies in the top 10 forces in the Seven Prefectures Feast have a middle Emperor God expert who has a chance of being promoted to an upper Emperor God? What's the secret behind this? Duan Lingtian was very curious about this and could not help but send a message to Jin Pingfan. However, there was no response from Jin Pingfan. His message was like a stone sinking into the sea. It seems like Elder Jun is cultivating or is unable to receive a message. Usually, this would mean that Jin Pingfan had not received a message. After all, it would not take much time for him to reply to a message if he received one, unless he needed to plan the content of the message. If he did not receive a message, it must mean that Jin Pingfan was in a state where he could not be disturbed and there was a disk array around him to block messages. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry because he would have a chance to ask sooner or later. I'm really looking forward to the things that the Chunyang school gave me. Also, I can enter the Chunyang school's secret room freely? Does that mean that I can further comprehend the many laws I have mastered in there to a higher level? I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait until I break through to become a middle god emperor first. If I don't become a middle god emperor and stay in the secret room for so long, the decision-makers in the Chunyang school might not be willing. If I become a middle god emperor and stay in there until the Seven Prefectures Feast begins, I don't think they will say anything. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he thought of this. Also, it's not convenient to refine Ultimate Emperor Divine Pills in the Chunyang school, so I'll go out and do it. However, before that, I must guarantee that when I leave, my whereabouts will be absolutely secret. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that since he hadn't offended anyone in the Tianlong clan, he wasn't worried about being ambushed when he went out. However, after chatting with Zhao Lu for a while, he learned that Zhao Lu didn't have much of a choice. Lan Shilin of the Righteous Faction, who was also the disciple of the Chunyang school who had captured the disciple of Senior Yi Beiyuan of the Heaven Illumination sect and brought him back to the Chunyang school, was a vengeful person. At first, Duan Lingtian was puzzled as to why Zhao Lu understood Lan Shilin so well. Later on, Zhao Lu told him that he had been in the Righteous Light faction before. It was only then that he came to a realization. At the same time, he became more wary of Lan Shilin. Thinking back to yesterday, when he had faced Lan Shilin, although Lan Shilin had been smiling all the time, he still felt very uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate Lan Shilin. Although Lan Shilin only became a middle-level god emperor 100 years ago, his strength is almost on par with the best middle-level god emperors in the Chunyang school. I'm afraid he might not be weaker than you. He's also one of the young prodigies from the Chunyang school who participated in the Seven Prefectures Feast. Among the young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, the highest cultivation base is currently a middle-level god emperor. If we don't count you, among the young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, Lan Shilin's strength can be ranked in the top 5. This was also Zhao Lu's warning to him. Moreover, if Lan Shilin wants to deal with you, he might not do it himself. He's the only direct descendant of the Righteous Light faction's patriarch, Lan Zhengming. You can imagine how much his great-grandfather values him. Let's not talk about others, just Lu Hui by his side. The dignified elder Lingshu is like his shadow, inseparable from him. The most important thing is, Lu Hui is different from ordinary elder Lingshu. In his eyes, the Righteous Light faction's patriarch is greater than the sky. If, and I'm saying if, one day he has to choose between the Righteous Light faction's patriarch and the Chunyang school, he will choose the Righteous Light faction's patriarch without hesitation. If the righteous light faction's patriarch dies, he might not even frown. Even though Zhao Lu did not mention anything else, he only spoke up to this point. However, Duan Lingtian understood the meaning behind his words. If Lan Shilin really wanted to deal with him, he did not even need to find someone else. He only needed to send Elder Lingshu, Lu Hui, who was by his side. Chapter 3952. Although he had not known Zhao Lu for long, Zhao Lu's character made him feel comfortable. In addition, Jinping Fan had asked Zhao Lu to take care of him when he first met him, which showed his trust in Zhao Lu. Therefore, Duan Lingtian approved of Zhao Lu from the bottom of his heart. Because of this, Zhao Lu's reminder and his own feelings made him believe that Lan Shilin was not a broad-minded person. Senior Yi. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian thought of someone and immediately sent a message. Although he felt that it was unlikely that Lan Shilin would attack Yi Beiyuan and his disciple before dealing with him, he still decided to remind Yi Beiyuan. No matter what, Yi Beiyuan was his savior. He could not imagine what kind of danger he would have encountered if he had not met Yi Beiyuan when he first arrived at the plain battlefield where the Mystic Handle land was adjacent to another plane of gods. Before he met Yi Beiyuan, he was fine. Although luck played a part, the more important reason was that he did not meet many people at that time. In the plain battlefield, the closer one was to the military camp, the more people there were. There was no telling when he would meet a bloodthirsty person who would kill him with a wave of his hand. At that time, he had not even become a god. In the plain battlefield, no matter how weak they were basically existences at the godly king stage. One finger was enough to crush him to death. Little brother Duan? Yi Beiyuan quickly sent a message. Have you settled down in Chunyang School? Yi Beiyuan knew that Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Chunyang School, which was why he asked this. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Yes. I've settled down. You joined Yun Peak? After Yi Beiyuan asked with a smile, he added, I saw that you have a good relationship with Elder Zhen and Elder Qin. Elder Zhen even helped me because of you, so I thought it was impossible for you to join Yun Peak. In fact, Yi Beiyuan did not know much about the major branches in Chunyang School. Until this time, when his disciple was abducted by Lan Shilin, he asked many people and gained a certain understanding of the major branches of Chunyang School. At the same time, he also knew that Lan Shilin, who had kidnapped his disciple, Zuozhongtong, was the crown prince of the righteous faction of Chunyang School. The only emperor god expert of the righteous light lineage, who was also the ancestor of the righteous light lineage, was his great-grandfather. At the same time, he was the only surviving descendant of the righteous light sect's grand ancestor. At that time, after finding out about Lan Shilin's background, Yi Beiyuan was almost in despair. However, for the sake of his disciples, he braced himself in the end and risked his life to go to Chunyang School. Then he was rejected and chased away by Lan Shilin. On the way out of Chunyang School, he met Duan Lingtian. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the young man he had casually saved in the planar battlefield would actually be of such great help to him at such a time. He knew very well that if not for Duan Lingtian, his disciples Zhongtong would have died without a doubt. That's right. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, It seems like Senior Yi is quite familiar with Chunyang School. You even know about the Yun Peak faction. Previously, in order to save my disciple, I specifically asked around. Yi Beiyuan sighed. Is he all right now? Duan Lingtian asked. He's all right, Yi Beiyuan replied. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, little brother Duan. The two of us, master and disciple, are truly unable to repay this great kindness. Senior Yi, you're too kind. If not for you back then, I might not have been able to walk out of the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian said repeatedly. At the same time, without waiting for Yi Beiyuan to speak, he went straight to the point. Senior Yi, I've come to look for you this time mainly to remind you, if it's possible, it's best for you and your disciples to stay in the Heaven Illumination sect during this period of time. Don't go out easily. This time, Yi Beiyuan was silent for a while before he spoke again. Are you worried that Lan Shilin of the Righteous Light sect from Chunyang School will cause trouble for us? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. That Lan Shilin, I've only just heard that he's a vengeful person. I'm worried that if he lets you guys go in front of Elder Jin, he'll feel indignant and cause trouble for you guys afterward. All right, I'll be careful. Hearing this, Yi Beiyuan's expression became slightly solemn. In fact, when his disciple was in trouble earlier, he had already heard that the crown prince of the righteous light sect, Lan Shilin, of the Chunyang school was a vengeful person. Originally, after Chunyang school's elder Jing Su stepped forward to help him, he felt that Lan Shilin would not dare to take the risk of offending elder Jing Su and make a move on him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had reminded him, he felt that if Lan Shilin really wanted to deal with him and his disciples, he could have done so without alerting elder Jing Su. Little brother Duan, thank you for the reminder, Yi Beiyuan said solemnly. If it were not for Duan Lingtian's reminder, he would not have cared too much about this. You're too kind, Senior Yi, Duan Lingtian said. Little brother Duan. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the communication between him and Yi Beiyuan was about to end, Yi Beiyuan suddenly called out to him. After I returned to the Heaven Illumination sect, I heard that there's a genius divine emperor in the Tianlong clan. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he's already a lesser divine emperor. Moreover, he has the same name as you. In fact, Yi Beiyuan had just returned from the realm battlefield not long ago, so he was not very clear about what had happened recently. Moreover, as soon as he came out, he found out that his disciple had gotten into big trouble. Naturally, he was not in the mood to care about other things. Later on, when he heard from his disciple that the genius of the Tianlong clan was Duan Lingtian, he wondered if it was the same person. It's me. Duan Lingtian heard Yi Beiyuan's question and answered directly. It's really you. Yi Beiyuan was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The last time he met Duan Lingtian at the Chunyang school, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor. At that time, he was shocked for a long time. After all, when he met Duan Lingtian in the realm battlefield, Duan Lingtian was just a demigod. However, although he knew that Duan Lingtian was a lesser divine emperor, he did not expect him to be such a terrifying lesser divine emperor. He had killed 2 medium divine emperors in the Tianlong clan. Yi Beiyuan was stunned for a long time. He did not even remember how he ended the communication with Duan Lingtian. He was in a daze. From a demigod to a lesser divine emperor in less than 100 years? Has there ever been such a person in the history of the various realms of gods? Yi Beiyuan's heart trembled. He could not calm down for a long time. A lesser divine emperor less than 3,000 years old? Is he really 3,000 years old? Thinking of Duan Lingtian's cultivation progress in the past few decades, Yi Beiyuan could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian's age might not be real. He might be even younger. After all, there is a divine pill that can hide one's bone age. Outside the Chunyang school's encampment, in a spacious area, in the void, 2 beautiful figures stood there, one in front and one behind. If one looked carefully, one would see that not far behind them in the sky, there was a tall and sturdy figure standing there, looking left and right from time to time. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He even looked a little honest. However, he gave off the feeling of an iron tower, as if he was unshakable. In front of him, there were 2 beautiful figures, one in front and one behind. The person in front was a young girl. The person behind her was a beautiful woman. At this time, the young girl was looking in the direction of the Chunyang school reluctantly. Young miss, we should go, the beautiful woman said softly to the young girl. Aunt Xian, I want to see where my brother is now. As the young girl spoke, she approached the encampment of the Chunyang school. Young miss, we can't go any further. The people of the Chunyang school will find out. Seeing this, the beautiful woman frowned slightly, but she still followed her. Almost as soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, a powerful aura swept out from the encampment of the Chunyang school. A moment later, a figure seemed to appear from the void in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the young girl and the beautiful woman. Who are you? Why are you spying on the Chunyang school? The person who came was an old man with an identity token of Elder Lingshu hanging from his waist. He was frowning and staring at the two girls in front of him. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and directly scanned the two girls. However, just as his divine sense was about to touch the two girls, before it could touch them, it directly collapsed, as if it was crushed by an invisible force. "How dare you?" A booming voice could be heard all of a sudden, like a clap of thunder. The next moment, the burly middle-aged man standing in the void behind them flashed and appeared in front of the young girl like a ghost, protecting her behind him. An emperor god. The face of Elder Lingshu of the Chunyang school, whose divine sense had been shattered, instantly turned pale. When he looked at the middle-aged man again, his face was full of fear. There was a sincere fear in his eyes. He was just a high-level divine emperor. An emperor god could kill him like a dog. Without any hesitation, Elder Lingshu immediately sent a message back to the Chunyang school, directly to the person in charge of patrolling the sect among the decision-makers of the Chunyang school, an Elder Jingshu of the Chunyang school. An emperor god is spying on the Chunyang school outside? And this Elder Jingshu, after receiving the message, immediately flew out of the encampment of the Chunyang school. In just 2 breaths, he had already appeared outside the encampment of the Chunyang school. "Greetings, Uncle Master." As soon as this Elder Jingshu appeared, Elder Lingshu hurriedly bowed to salute. Elder Jingshu nodded slightly, then looked directly at the burly middle-aged man standing in the void not far away. He frowned slightly and said, "Your Excellency, what do you want to do by spying on the Chunyang school?" He also heard what had happened just now from Elder Lingshu. In general, Elder Lingshu's divine sense exploration was a little presumptuous. The other 3 people just appeared outside the encampment of the Chunyang school, looking in the direction of the encampment of the Chunyang school, and in fact, they could not see anything. Their divine senses did not extend over there. Because of this, he was more polite now. "What? You Chunyang school people are so overbearing that you don't allow others to breathe here?" The beautiful woman stepped forward and said indifferently. Chapter 39:53. Breathe. When Elder Jing Su heard the beautiful woman's words, he was stunned at first and then shook his head. "Miss, if you were me and stood in my position, would you believe what you said?" The beautiful woman heard this and said lightly, "In short, we don't intend to enter the Chunyang school's encampment area, nor do we intend to do anything to the Chunyang school. Moreover, is your Chunyang school afraid of us 3? As she spoke, there was a hint of sarcasm in the beautiful woman's tone. Elder Jing Su glanced deeply at the beautiful woman when he heard this, and then he glanced fearfully at the robust middle-aged man who was staring at him with an indifferent expression. He felt threatened by the robust middle-aged man. The other party stared at him, giving him a feeling of being stared at by a beast. It seemed that as long as he dared to make the first move, this beast would rush up and tear him apart without hesitation. "Elder." At this time, the girl who had been silent spoke. When she moved out, the burly middle-aged man also flashed behind her, guarding her like a guard. The beautiful woman also came behind the girl at this time and stood side by side with the burly middle-aged man. Of course, instead of standing side by side, it was better to say that her head and the burly middle-aged man's shoulder were standing side by side. At this time, the 2 elders of the Chunyang school naturally saw that the girl was the leader of the 3 people in front of them. "We have no malice toward the Chunyang school." The girl's voice was soft, like a spring breeze. "If we have disturbed you before, I would like to apologize to you. We'll leave now." As her voice fell, the girl glanced reluctantly in the direction of the Chunyang school's encampment behind the 2 elders of the Chunyang school, sighed softly, and immediately turned to leave. The burly middle-aged man and the beautiful woman also left. The burly middle-aged man was the last to follow. Before he followed, he glanced at Elder Jing Su of the Chunyang school. Although his eyes were calm, they made Elder Jing Su feel a certain amount of pressure. This person is definitely not an ordinary inferior divine emperor. His heart trembled. He might not even be a lower god emperor. In the entire Chunyang school, he had only felt this kind of feeling from a few god emperors and a lower god emperor from Chunyang school. The lower god emperor of their Chunyang school was the publicly acknowledged number 1 person below the middle god emperor, the son of the Yunfeng bloodline's ancestor, Zhen Pingfan. After watching the 3 people leave, Elder Lingshu couldn't help but look at Elder Jingshu and ask, "Granduncle, who do you think they are?" "That girl seems to be staring in the direction of our Chunyang school. I noticed her a long time ago. If she hadn't approached our Chunyang school, I wouldn't have shown up to intercept and warn her." When Elder Ling Su reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing with a bitter smile. "I originally intended to use my divine consciousness to investigate the young lady and the beautiful lady behind her. I never expected that divine emperor expert to make a move and directly destroy my divine consciousness." Hearing Elder Lingshu's words, Elder Jingshu shook her head gently. "I don't know either. However, at least I can be sure that they don't have any malicious intentions." "Well, you continue patrolling. I'll go back first." As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Jingshu left. On the other side, not long after the young lady left Chunyang school with the beautiful lady and the burly middle-aged man, the young lady looked at the beautiful lady and said, "Aunt Xian, I don't want to fly anymore. Take out the spaceship." Yes, Mississippi. Hearing this, the beautiful lady looked at the young lady with a doting smile and then took out a spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, the young lady and the beautiful lady sat cross-legged on the side, while the burly middle-aged man stood near the bow of the spaceship and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. "Miss, you don't have to worry." The beautiful lady smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Ling Tian will be fine." "I know." The young lady nodded gently. "I just miss my brother. However, my brother has gone to Chunyang school now. It won't be long before I can see him again. Now, he doesn't know me. The next time we meet, he will definitely know me." As the young lady spoke, a smile finally appeared on her face. "That's natural." The beautiful lady nodded. "I'm really looking forward to it." The young lady's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. "At that time, my brother will no longer look at me like I'm a stranger." Chunyang School, Zhengming Island. The news about Duan Lingtian successfully passing the True Martial Disciple assessment and becoming a new True Martial Disciple, as well as receiving preferential treatment from the sect and being given a lot of resources, spread throughout Chunyang School and also to Zhengming Island. That Duan Lingtian has just entered the sect and received so many resources that I've been dreaming of? After Lan Shilin heard the news, his face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with intense jealousy. "I'm going to find my great-grandfather." Taking a deep breath, Lan Shilin suppressed the flames of jealousy in his heart with great difficulty. Then, he flew out and headed toward his great-grandfather, who was also the patriarch of the righteous lineage, where he cultivated. Behind him, Elder Lingshu Lu Hui shook his head somewhat helplessly. However, he did not say much and silently followed behind Lan Shilin. If he had followed Lan Shilin in the beginning, he would have said a few words to Lan Shilin and analyzed this matter for him. However, now that he had followed Lan Shilin for many years, he knew what kind of temper Lan Shilin had. Apart from the Grandmaster, he would not listen to anyone else. Not long after, Lu Hui followed Lan Shilin to meet the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Zhengming. Lan Zhengming did not look like an old man. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had a medium build and wore a light blue robe. He was handsome and had a long beard on his chin. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man. "Grandmaster." Lu Hui took the lead and bowed respectfully to Lan Zhengming. Lan Zhengming nodded and smiled at Lu Hui. "Lu Hui, has your cultivation been going well recently?" "It's been going well." Lu Hui responded respectfully. Lan Zhengming nodded. "This kid Shilin has troubled you." "Grandmaster, it's what I should do," Lu Hui hurriedly said. Lan Zhengming nodded again. At the same time, he looked at Lan Shilin with a smile on his face. "Shilin, you came to see your great-grandfather in such a hurry. Did something happen?" "Great-grandfather." Lan Shilin was still suppressing his emotions at first. Now that he heard Lan Zhengming's words, he immediately exploded. "Why? That Duan Lingtian has just entered the sect. What right does he have to receive the sect's resources? If those resources were given to me, I would have the confidence to raise my strength to the next level before the 7 prefectures banquet. Lan Shilin said in a low voice, I heard that this decision was unanimously passed by the decision-makers in a meeting. Even our righteous lineage's grandmaster and grandmaster in the decision-makers have agreed to this decision. Why? The current Lan Shilin was completely consumed by his jealousy. His expression was gloomy and ugly. However, in the face of Lan Shilin's loss of composure, Lan Zhengming remained indifferent. He maintained a faint smile on his face until Lan Shilin stopped talking. Then he slowly asked, Are you done? Great-grandfather, don't you think it's unfair? Lan Shilin asked with a frown. Now, he could see that his great-grandfather obviously knew about this matter. However, he did not seem to find it inappropriate at all. What about his great-grandfather who doted on him the most? Unfair? How is it unfair? Lan Zhengming still had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Lan Shilin with interest and asked. Lan Shilin was already in a bad mood when he saw that his great-grandfather did not stand up for him. Now that he heard this, he was instantly furious. He's just a newcomer. What right does he have to receive such treatment? He's a lower divine emperor. I'm also a lower divine emperor. He's a true martial disciple. I'm also a true martial disciple. Why? Lan Shilin asked in a deep voice. Lan Zhengming, on the other hand, was not angered by Lan Shilin's overbearing attitude. Instead, he calmly said, Duan Ling Tian, less than 3,000 years old, from a Devata realm. The first time he appeared was in the mountains east of the East Ridge Prefecture. After that, he went to Heavenly Wind City several times and entered the Hidden Fog Academy under the Hidden Fog sect, a divine emperor-level sect under the Tianlong clan. At that time, he was not even a god king. Now, it's less than 100 years since he became a god king. In less than 100 years, from a god to a lower divine emperor. Do you think you can do it? Lan Zhengming looked at Lan Shilin and asked with a smile. Less than 100 years? Lan Shilin's expression changed when he heard Lan Zhengming's words. How's that possible? Even the prodigies of those powerful godly venerable level sects wouldn't have such a cultivation speed. Duan Lingtian is just a nobody from a Devata realm. How could he do that? Moreover, he's almost 3,000 years old now. In other words, he was just an ordinary god 100 years ago. Even if he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible for him to improve so much in such a short time, right? Lan Zhengming nodded in relief when he heard Lan Shilin's words. At least his great-grandson was not blinded by jealousy. He was still rational. Of course, it's impossible for him to obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. Even the prodigies of those godly venerable level sects can improve so much because their parents are godly venerable level powerhouses. Their bloodline is powerful and their innate talent is great. As for Duan Lingtian, he's from a Devata realm. Moreover, he doesn't have the bloodline of a native of a realm of gods. Even if he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible for him to improve so much. Unless it's an ultimate powerhouse who's good at alchemy, and whose alchemy skills have reached a certain level and left him with a large number of ultimate divine pills, it's impossible for him to improve so quickly. Of course, the prerequisite is that his talent is not weak. Chapter 3954. The inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse who specializes in pill refinement? Upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words, Lan Shilin's eyes widened. Greed gleamed in his eyes as he asked, Great-grandfather, do you mean Duan Lingtian obtained the inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse who specializes in pill refinement? It's just a possibility. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. Apart from that, there are other possibilities. It's just that I can't think of any. The world is so big. There are many things that I don't know about. Duan Lingtian was able to achieve such a shocking feat in just 100 years. This means he's a person with great luck. At the same time, his innate talent and comprehension are not weak. Putting everything else aside, just the energy of the law that he has mastered is stronger than yours. When Lan Zhengming reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Lan Shilin and said, "Not only is his cultivation base comparable to yours, but the energy of the law that he has mastered is also stronger than yours. Although you're already a medium divine emperor, if you really fight him, you might not be able to defeat him." Upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words, Lan Shilin was displeased. "Great-grandfather, you're underestimating me. Although I've just become a medium divine emperor not long ago, I think my strength is much stronger than ordinary medium divine emperors. It's easy for me to kill 1 or 2 ordinary medium divine emperors. I've seen the scryer recordings of Duan Lingtian killing 2 medium divine emperors in the Tianlong clan. If it were me, I could also kill those 2 people." Based on Lan Shilin's words, it was clear he was confident in his strength. "I believe you." Lan Zhengming nodded. "However, ask yourself, if it were you, would you be able to do it as cleanly as him? Although Duan Lingtian is young, I can see the shadow of an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years from his attacks. He must have been a veteran when he was in the Devata realm." Lan Zhengming's words seemed to confirm this. "Great-grandfather, it seems like we're going off topic." Lan Shilin frowned. How could he not see through his great-grandfather's words? It was just that he was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Duan Lingtian, who was not even 3,000 years old. Otherwise, wouldn't he have lived a few thousand years longer than others? Not really. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. "You came to me because you feel that Duan Lingtian took the sect's resources and felt that it was unfair. I'm saying this mainly because I want you to see Duan Lingtian clearly, and at the same time, recognize yourself clearly. But now, it seems that you still haven't seen it clearly, or perhaps you're unwilling to see it clearly. Celine, sometimes, being able to see through others and recognize yourself is a good thing, not a bad thing. Don't ruin yourself because of that laughable bit of pride." This time, Lan Zhengming's gaze sharpened as he spoke, and his tone became more solemn in an instant. When Lan Shilin heard this, he was no longer as overbearing as before. His entire being seemed to have become much more obedient in an instant. "Yes, great-grandfather." Seeing Lan Shilin's reaction, Lan Zhengming sighed and said, "This time, your few martial granduncles and martial granduncles who are in the decision-making level have sent me a message to discuss the matter of the sect spending a huge amount of resources on Duan Lingtian. My opinion is to agree." "Why?" Lan Shilin had just found out about this matter and asked instinctively. However, he still suppressed his voice and did not overreact. It's an irresistible trend. In an instant, Lan Zhengming's eyes became deep and profound. It's because the 7 branches that have void-pierced age-old ancestors, including the Cloud Peak, will support this decision. Under such circumstances, the other branches can only go with the flow. If anyone rejects this decision, they might be seen as not thinking for the sect. That person's intentions are punishable. When Lan Shilin spoke up to this point, he saw Lan Zhengming opening his mouth as though he wanted to say something. However, Lan Zhengming did not allow him to speak as he continued. The innate talent and comprehension ability that Duan Lingtian displayed was too shocking. Therefore, they've completely placed their hopes on Duan Lingtian in the 7 Mansions banquet 50 years later. You should also know that, including you, even the few true martial disciples who are stronger than you have a slim chance of getting into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. However, Duan Lingtian has a slim chance, and this slim chance depends on whether he can reach the middle divine emperor realm within 50 years. Judging from his combat power as a low divine emperor, if he reaches the middle divine emperor realm, he will definitely get into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Lan Zhengming's gaze towards Lan Shilin was filled with affection. Lan Shilin, ask yourself, when you were a low divine emperor, could you withstand a full-powered attack from him? As soon as Lan Zhengming said this, Lan Shilin became silent. After a while, he said, "Great-grandfather, Lan Shilin understands." Lan Shilin didn't consider this matter thoroughly and was blinded by jealousy. The current Lan Shilin looked like he was admitting his mistake. "You Lan Jingming shook his head and sighed. It's also because I spoiled you too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel wronged because of this matter. When Lan Shilin lowered his head after hearing this, Lan Jingming continued. I also heard that Duan Lingtian went to look for you with my junior brother Zhan when he just arrived at Chunyang School. I hope that this matter will end here. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or the two from the Heaven Illumination sect, you shouldn't act rashly. At this point, Lan Zhangming looked at Lu Hui, who was standing at the side, and said, Lu Hui, if he asks you to deal with Duan Lingtian and the two from the Heaven Illumination sect, reject him directly and inform me through a message. Yes, Grandmaster. Lu Hui hurriedly responded. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that from today onwards, he could no longer blindly listen to Lan Shilin on some matters. Great-grandfather, are you afraid of Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Lan Shilin's arrogance seemed to have returned. He had accepted that Duan Lingtian had obtained those resources. But now, his great-grandfather actually asked him not to take revenge on Duan Lingtian and the two from the Heaven Illumination sect. I'm not afraid. Lan Zhengming shook his head. It's a question of whether it's worth it or not. Now that Duan Lingtian has high hopes placed on him by the sect will definitely not allow anything to happen to him before the Seven-Mansion banquet. If you make a move on him at this time, no matter if you succeed or fail, as long as there are traces left behind and you didn't do a clean job, the sect won't let you go. By that time, the few Void Pierce Stage Elders might want you dead. Do you think that your great-grandfather, a clear Void Stage Elder, can save you at that time? As soon as Lan Zhengming said that, Lan Shilin immediately fell silent. Also, Lan Zhengming continued. For people like Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether he obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert or had other heaven-shaking fortuitous encounters, all in all, he is a person with great luck. This kind of person, unless you can be sure that you will destroy him. Otherwise, as long as he has the slightest chance of survival and escapes from your hands, what awaits you will be his revenge after he rises to power. Lan Shilin, listen to your great-grandfather's advice. There is actually no conflict between you and him. There is no need to ruin yourself just because of a moment of anger. As Lan Zhengming spoke, his expression became more and more serious. Yes, great-grandfather. Although Lan Shilin was still a little unconvinced in his heart, he hurriedly agreed because he could see that this great-grandfather of his was serious now. This great-grandfather of his usually spoke to him softly. It was rare for him to be so serious. If you can let it go, having one more friend like him is better than having one more enemy like him. When Lan Zhengming said that, the gaze he used to look at Lan Shilin became much sharper, as if he could see through Lan Shilin's heart. Don't try to seize his fortune and luck. Some things are suitable for him but not necessarily for you. Even if he has treasures in his hands, you won't be able to get anything even if you kill him after he destroys his own storage ring. Besides, you can't be sure if he has the confidence to do so. Don't think about taking such a risk. For Duan Lingtian, his days at Chunyang School were definitely the most relaxed and comfortable since he came to the Mystic Handle Land in the Plains of Gods. Other than the large amount of resources that Chunyang School gave him, the son of the Yun Peak's ancestor, Jingshu Elder Jin Pingfan, also told him that he could tell him if he needed anything. He said that if his father received him, the Yun Peak would do their best to satisfy his needs. Under such circumstances, no matter what Duan Lingtian wanted, the Yun Peak would cooperate and give it to him, unless it was something that the Yun Peak's bloodline could not obtain. In addition, if Duan Lingtian wanted to go out to refine pills, Jin Pingfan would personally accompany him. Jin Pingfan did not barge in to refine pills. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian had tampered with the pill tribulation caused by refining 2 Pinnacle King-level divine pills at the same time to cover up the pill tribulation caused by refining 1 Pinnacle King-level divine pill, he would not discover anything. Just like that, the days passed. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base continued to improve. Duan Lingtian. One day, Duan Lingtian received a message from Qin Wuyang. The divine artifact master from Yun Peak that I mentioned to you earlier has returned. The materials required to refine the space-piercing divine shuttle have been prepared. I'll ask him to refine the space-piercing divine shuttle for you now. I've asked him, and he'll give you 3 space-piercing divine shuttles within a month. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qin Wuyang's message. He could finally return to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Naturally, it was his clone that returned. Although his clone could return to the Mystic Handle Land through the space-piercing divine shuttle, it might not necessarily return to the Mystic Handle Land. There were more than a dozen realms of gods. The probability of him returning to the Mystic Handle Land was not high. Moreover, he did not want to take the risk. Most importantly, it was enough for his clone to return. Chapter 3955. With the godly space-piercing shuttle at hand, Duan Lingtian thought of his master, Feng Qingyang. I wonder if master has managed to free himself from Mi Xian. If he has, he should have returned to solitary destructive heaven by now. If he hasn't, I'm sure he hasn't returned. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. At this moment, the soul pearl in his hand that belonged to his master, Feng Qingyang, had completely dissipated. Due to this reason, he could not confirm whether his master was still alive or not. Master will definitely be fine. However, if master still hasn't returned and his soul is still suppressed by Mi Xian and his body is still occupied, I'll have to make a trip to the netherworld. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he frowned. However, even if I enter the netherworld and look for master, it won't be easy for me to force Mi Xian's soul out. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with worry. However, he soon thought of something and his eyes narrowed. How could I have forgotten about Elder Jin? He's the quiet void elder of Chunyang School and an emperor god expert. He must be more knowledgeable than I am. He might have a way. When he thought of Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart. He left his residence and went to Zhen Pingfan's residence. He had found out about Zhen Pingfan's cultivation place some time ago and had been there several times. Elder Jin. However, when he arrived outside Zhen Pingfan's cultivation place, Duan Lingtian still sent him a message to greet him. Otherwise, the formation that enveloped Zhen Pingfan's cultivation place would prevent him from entering. Duan Lingtian? When he received Duan Lingtian's message and heard the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice, Zhen Pingfan could not help but ask, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Elder Zhen, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. I'm outside your cultivation area right now, Duan Lingtian said. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air above the mansion located in a valley in front of him. Then, the scene inside changed quite a bit. Then, a figure shot out like a ghost and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. What? Did someone bully you in Chunyang School? Don't worry. As long as you're in the right, I, Zhen Pingfan, will let him know the consequences of bullying me. Zhen Pingfan. As Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. His aura also underwent a great change in an instant. The originally peaceful aura became incomparably violent in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian knew Zhen Pingfan had misunderstood him. He smiled wryly and said, Elder Zhen, no one bullied me. I'm looking for you because I have some private matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Zhen Pingfan's violent aura disappeared, and he became as gentle as before. I see. What is it? Zhen Pingfan asked curiously. Something happened to my master in a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He directly told Zhen Pingfan about his master, Feng Qingyang, and the origin of Mi Xian, who had taken over his master's body. Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian mentioned that Mi Xian was from the Dead Spirit clan. At the same time, he was hesitant to speak. However, he did not interrupt Duan Lingtian in the end. Only after Duan Lingtian had finished speaking did he ask in an urgent tone, Are you sure the spirit life form you mentioned is a member of the Spectre clan from the Netherworld? Moreover, he's a divine emperor from the Dead Spirit clan? Zhen Pingfan's eyes shone brightly when he spoke. However, this caused Duan Lingtian to be puzzled. He did not know why Elder Zhen would suddenly become so agitated. However, he still nodded affirmatively. I can confirm this. That person from the Dead Soul race once attacked me when he was still a God King. I heard him say with my own ears that he destroyed the Dead Spirit clan and devoured all of them. That's how he could reach the godly Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian said. You said he tried to possess someone else's body, but you destroyed his body and his soul escaped? Zhen Pingfan asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was very sure of this. It seems that because of this, he used up the one and only chance of perfect possession in the Dead Spirit clan. As a result, although he possessed someone else's body, he was unable to use his full strength and was greatly restricted. My master was only a higher God King, and he was unable to kill him. Duan Lingtian, you've given Chunyang School a great gift this time, Zhen Pingfan said with a grin. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Zhen Pingfan meant. Elder Zhen, I don't understand what you mean. You'll understand soon. As long as you can find that person from the Dead Spirit clan, Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian was even more confused now. Little Fan. Just as Duan Lingtian was at a loss, an old but powerful voice rang in his ears. At the same time, it also reached Zhen Pingfan's ears. I've already informed your martial uncle Yi. Now, bring Duan Lingtian with you. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, Zhen Pingfan looked at him and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, my father asked me to bring you over. It just so happens that you haven't met my father yet. Let's meet him together this time. Today, I'll bring you to meet 2 Void Pierce stage elders. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said that, Duan Lingtian was unsurprisingly shocked. Just now, when he heard how that voice addressed Zhen Pingfan, he had already vaguely guessed that the other party should be the Void Pierce stage old ancestor of Yunfeng's lineage whom he had yet to meet. And according to what the other party said, he would be able to meet him later. And now, according to what Zhen Pingfan said, he would actually be able to meet another Void Pierce stage elder later? Is it the martial uncle Yi of Elder Zhen Pingfan, whom Elder Zhan Yunfeng mentioned just now? Just as he thought of that, Duan Lingtian sensed an invisible force assaulting his body. In the blink of an eye, it brought him along with the wind. It was none other than Zhen Pingfan who personally brought him to meet the old ancestor of Yunfeng's lineage after seeing him in a daze. Elder Zhen, the person whom Elder Zhen Yunfeng mentioned just now, could it be the one from the hidden sword lineage? On the way, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and asked curiously at the same time. Among all the Void Pierce stage elders in our Chunyang school, he's the only one with the surname Yi. Zhen Pingfan nodded in response. After receiving confirmation, even though Duan Lingtian thought that he was a calm person, his heart could not help but palpitate a little at this moment. Void Pierce stage elders were the existences with the highest status in Chunyang school. In the entire Chunyang school, there were only 7 of them on the surface. As for whether there were more in secret, Duan Lingtian did not know. However, even if there were more in secret, Duan Lingtian felt that there would not be many of them. Later, he would meet the 2 Void Pierce stage elders of Chunyang school in one go. We're here. As Zhen Pingfan brought him to a stop, Duan Lingtian discovered that they had arrived at the depths of Yunfeng Island, where Yunfeng's lineage was located. It was inside a huge canyon. The canyon was very big. It was filled with greenery everywhere. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers were everywhere. There was also smoke rising in spirals from kitchen chimneys. It was like a paradise. Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan and went deep into the canyon, startling a flock of birds. After a while, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan and landed on a spacious stone platform in the canyon. On top of the stone platform, there was a spacious mansion. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the air above the mansion. One was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. The other was a handsome young man with straight eyebrows. The old man was wearing a grayish-white long robe. There were several complicated patterns embroidered on the robe. At least, Duan Lingtian could not tell what those patterns were and what they symbolized. As for the young man, he was wearing a light golden long robe. Every corner of the long robe was embroidered with silver edges. There were also swords embroidered on the silver edges. At first glance, the two of them looked like two extremes. Father! After Jin Pingfan brought Duan Lingtian closer, he first bowed respectfully to the old man. Then, he looked at the young man beside the old man and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Martial Uncle Yi. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian had already guessed who the two of them were. The old man was undoubtedly the old ancestor of the Yun Peak clan, the Void Pierce Stage Elder, Zhen Yunfeng. The young man was the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword clan, the Void Pierce Stage Elder, Yi Chenfeng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the two Void Pierce Stage Elders in front of him did not pay much attention to Jin Pingfan when he bowed. Instead, their gazes fell on him. Greetings, Elder Zhen and Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian followed behind Jin Pingfan and bowed slightly to the two elders. Duan Lingtian. As Yi Chenfeng spoke, Duan Lingtian felt as if there were 10,000 swords in front of him. They were incomparably sharp. However, just as his expression changed and he was about to raise his hand to defend himself, that awe-inspiring sword intent vanished in an instant. However, Yi Chenfeng had already arrived in front of him at this moment. A pair of glittering eyes looked straight into his eyes. Duan Lingtian, are you sure that this is a Divine Emperor Realm Ghost clan member of the Dead Spirit clan who used his one and only chance of perfect possession in his life? Duan Lingtian did not expect Yi Chenfeng to suddenly come close to him. He also did not expect that he would ask such a question. However, now he finally understood why the old ancestor of the Yun Peak clan, Zhen Yunfeng, suddenly wanted to see him and why the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword clan, Yi Chenfeng, would appear here. It turned out that it was all because of the words he said to Jin Pingfan before. Elder Yi, I can be sure of this. Duan Lingtian nodded with great certainty. It's not the first time I've dealt with him. However, Elder Yi, he is just a Divine Emperor Realm Ghost clan member of the Dead Spirit clan. Is he worthy of your attention? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, that Dead Spirit clan member was just a spiritual life form. In terms of combat power, he was not a match for ordinary mid-level Divine Emperors. Yet, it was this spiritual life form that alarmed two Void Pierce Stage Elders and two God Emperors of the Chunyang school. Moreover, they were two mid-level God Emperors. Chapter 3956. Duan Lingtian asked Jin Pingfan, the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword progeny and the Void Pierce Stage Elder, in disbelief. Duan Lingtian, you've given Chunyang school a great gift. From the looks of it, Zhen Yunfeng's request to see him and Yi Chenfeng's appearance were most likely related to Zhen Pingfan's words. Mi Xian is a great gift to Chunyang school? Duan Lingtian was even more confused now. Mi Xian was just the soul of a medium Divine Emperor. What was the use of Mi Xian to Chunyang school? If he were in the Devata realms, he could understand. After all, many souls in the netherworld could be enslaved and injected into prominent celestial weapons to turn them into weapon spirits. However, things like artifact spirits could not be attached to divine artifacts. The pressure of divine artifacts was enough to easily crush them. Divine artifacts usually had their own artifact souls. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed Mi Xian's words. A hint of excitement could be seen in Yi Chenfeng's eyes. At the same time, his voice became gentler as he said, Duan Lingtian, to ordinary people, a Divine Emperor from the Dead Spirit clan is nothing special. However, it's very important to the Hidden Sword progeny. The Hidden Sword progeny has a unique Divine Sword Soul nourishing technique. The Divine Sword in my hand can only be considered as a half-complete Sword Soul. A Divine Emperor from the Dead Spirit clan is a great nourishment for it. However, it's basically impossible for a Divine Emperor from the Dead Spirit clan to appear. Moreover, even if it appears, as long as it doesn't use its once-in-a-lifetime perfect possession opportunity, it's useless to me. But if it were to use up that opportunity, I am extremely confident that it would become the best nourishment for the sword soul of my divine sword, allowing it to completely take form. A hint of excitement could be heard in Yi Qinfeng's voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan were still calm. Obviously, they had known about this for a long time. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Yi Qinfeng's words, his pupils shrank as his heart surged. Of course, he knew what Yi Qinfeng was implying. In other words, even though the sword soul in Yi Qinfeng's divine sword had been born, it wasn't complete yet. However, once Yi Qinfeng used the unique divine sword soul nurturing art of the hidden sword lineage and injected Mixian, a god emperor of the dead spirit race, into his sword soul would be complete. Once the sword spirit in Yi Qinfeng's godly sword was fully formed, it would become a top-grade godly sword on the same level as his 7 orifices exquisite sword. That was because it was a high-grade divine sword that had given birth to a complete sword soul. Moreover, the power that Yi Qinfeng could unleash was not something that his 7 orifices exquisite sword could compare with. I can't believe that the Zhongjiao lineage of Chunyang school has such a magical sword soul-nourishing method. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He couldn't calm down for a long time. This had already overturned some of his previous understandings. Nothing is too strange in this vast world. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian, if you help me find the dead spirit clansmen at the Divine Emperor stage, I, Yi Qinfeng, the hidden sword progeny, and the pure sun sect will owe you a favor. Yi Qinfeng added, in total, I'll owe you 3 favors. To be honest, Duan Lingtian didn't care about favors because it was his duty to get rid of Mixian. If Mixian could be of some use to Yi Qinfeng before he died, he would be more than happy to do him a favor. However, there was one thing Duan Lingtian wanted to confirm. It was a rather important thing. Elder Yi, if that dead soul clansman becomes nourishment for the sword soul of your divine sword, will his memory and consciousness still exist? Hearing this, Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. Of course not. To put it bluntly, he's just nourishment for the sword soul of my divine sword. The sword soul of my divine sword hasn't fully developed, but it already has a basic consciousness. You don't have to worry about that. In the future, you won't have a sword soul as an enemy for no reason. Moreover, even if his consciousness is still there, as the sword soul of my divine sword, I'll still be the master. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and smiled as though he knew what Duan Lingtian was worried about. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly when Yi Qinfeng saw through his thoughts. Then, he asked curiously, Elder Yi, do you plan to return to the Devata realm with me? Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Although the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms has been sealed, I can still return with you through the void-piercing divine shuttle. Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and said, originally, I didn't have to worry about anything with you making a trip. However, as far as I know, the natives of the realms of gods will have their strength suppressed as soon as they leave the realms of gods, right? Duan Lingtian still remembered what his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him. Back then, the Yun clan's vile slave who chased after his master, Feng Qingyang, and forced his master, Feng Qingyang, to enter the Azura Hell was unable to kill his master, Feng Qingyang, because his strength was suppressed. Otherwise, with his identity as a member of a godly venerable clan in the divine offering land, even if he was just a slave, his strength would not be weak. It was said that the realms of gods were formed from the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. The natives of the realms of gods who carried the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse would have their strength suppressed by the law set by the supreme powerhouse when they left the realms of gods for the lower realms of gods. The law was set by the supreme powerhouses to control their little worlds at will. It was similar to the heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods. Could also be understood as a kind of seal. Those who carried the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse would be able to travel to different planes of gods. In other words, they would be able to travel to different minor worlds within the bodies of supreme powerhouses. However, if they wanted to go to the lower realms of gods, their strength would be sealed. This was a rule set by the supreme powerhouses to prevent the natives of the realms of gods from going to the lower realms of gods to cause trouble. Most of the supreme powerhouses, including the earliest group of supreme powerhouses, came from the lower realms of gods. They regarded the lower realms of gods as their hometowns. Naturally, they did not want their hometowns to be destroyed. Haha! Before Jinping Fan could say anything, Jinping Fan burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian was confused by Jinping Fan's laughter. He looked at Jinping Fan in confusion. Could he be wrong? However, he remembered that the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed when they went to the lower realms of gods. There should be no mistake. Duan Lingtian. Jinping Fan smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him in confusion. Don't tell me you think you're the only one who came from the Devata realm? Upon hearing Jinping Fan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Jinping Fan in surprise. Elder Yi, why you're from the Devata realm as well? Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. To be precise, I'm from the mundane realm. Mundane realm. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Duan Lingtian was filled with respect. As someone who came from the mundane realm, it was not easy for him to reach where he was today. And this person in front of him, who had walked out from the mundane plane, was already an emperor god expert. Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the mundane realm as well, right? Yi Chenfeng asked with a smile. Why do you think so, Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, I've seen the scryer recording of you killing the 2 intermediate god emperors in the Tianlong clan. Although you didn't attack much at that time, your calmness shows that even if you're not a veteran, you're very experienced in battle. You're so experienced that even ordinary god emperors can't compare to you. That's why I'm guessing you're from the mundane realm as well. Yi Chenfeng said, Yes, I'm from the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Saint Realm and the Yanhuang realm are both considered my hometowns. The reason why he mentioned his hometowns was that Duan Lingtian thought that if Elder Yi was also from one of the 2 mundane realms, he might be able to take care of him in the future. I didn't expect you to be from the Yanhuang realm, Yi Chenfeng said in surprise. It's said that our Chunyang school's ancestor came from the Yanhuang realm. At this time, even Zhen Yunfeng and Jinping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian and their Chunyang school's ancestor came from the same mundane realm. Our Chunyang school's ancestor is surnamed Lu? Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly, and then he asked subconsciously. Yes, his surname is Lu. Yi Chenfeng nodded, and then said in surprise, Could it be that you've heard of our Chunyang school's ancestor? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, In one of my hometowns, the Yanhuang realm, there's a legendary figure there. His Taoist title is Pure Sun, and his name is Lu Dongbin. That's our ancestor. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and then he sighed with emotion. I really didn't expect that the genius that our Chunyang school recently accepted is from our ancestors' homeworld. Moreover, it might affect the upcoming 7 prefectures banquet. Could it be that our ancestors are protecting our Pure Sun sect from the unseen world? When Zhen Yunfeng said this, even Jinping Fan and Yi Chenfeng's eyes lit up. During this process, the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the 2 Void Peer Stage elders of the Chunyang school became closer. After receiving confirmation, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. He did not expect his speculation to come true. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like many of the figures in the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life were real. He had heard and seen many of them since he was in the Devata realms. After a long while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Yi Chenfeng and asked, Elder Yi, do you plan to send a clone with me, or do you plan to go with me? Chapter 3957. Should he send his avatar or his true self? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Yi Chenfeng had his reasons. If his avatar went, he would either bring his high-grade divine sword with him and use Mi Xian to nourish the sword soul in the lower realm or find a way to bring Mi Xian back to the Chunyang school. Regardless, his avatar would have to return to the Chunyang school. If his true self went, it would be the same. Moreover, it would be safer on the way back to the Chunyang school. As for the Chunyang school, he could leave his avatar behind. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about the difficulty of Yi Chunfeng returning to the Mystic Gangland using the space-piercing divine shuttle. With Yi Chunfeng's strength, even if he went to another realm of gods using the space-piercing divine shuttle, he would still be able to return to the Mystic Gangland and the Chunyang school. Previously, when he was in the Linghu family, he learned from Linghu Renjie that Linghu Renfeng, the god emperor, had returned to the Mystic Gangland from the Divine Offering Land through a realm battlefield. The realm battlefield in the Mystic Gangland was not formed by a collision with the Divine Offering Land, so it was impossible to go from the Divine Offering Land to the Mystic Gangland through the realm battlefield. However, there was a spatial connection between the realm battlefields. Space was a very mysterious thing. The various planar battlefields were actually separated by a very long distance, but there was a connection between them that was similar to teleportation. One could go through one planar battlefield and enter another planar battlefield. It was not difficult to enter the realm of gods. Any god emperor could do it. However, if one wanted to go to the other realm of gods through the realm battlefield, one would have to rely on luck. If one was unlucky, it would take a lot of effort. This was because one would only know which realm of gods it was connected to after arriving at the other realm battlefield. One would have to ask someone in the other realm battlefield to find out. Duan Lingtian only knew this from Linghu Renjie. Of course, my true self will go. Facing Duan Lingtian's question, Yi Chunfeng smiled and said, "Sending a clone is not very safe. I am also worried. Even if I were to go under extremely bad luck, I would be able to make it back before the Feast of the Seven Prefectures." Yi Chunfeng said, "You can't be careless." At this time, Zhen Yunfeng looked at Yi Chunfeng and said, "There is no lack of upper god emperors and hierarch realm existences in the various battlefields. If you encounter them, be humble and tell them where you come from. Killing you won't give you any military merits. I'm sure they won't hold it against you." Hearing this, Yi Chunfeng could not help but smile bitterly. "Senior brother Zhen, you don't need to remind me of this. I am not a child. I haven't lived long enough. Don't forget, the last tribulation thunder of my last 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was still destroyed by my sword finger. I didn't even use my divine sword." Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Yunfeng's face froze. Then he cursed, "Get lost. Stop showing off your age and strength in front of me." Zhen Pingfan, who was at the side, saw Duan Lingtian looking at his father, Zhen Yunfeng, and his martial uncle Yi Chunfeng in astonishment. He could not help but explain through telepathy with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, this martial uncle Yi of mine is actually younger than me. He is also recognized as the #1 genius of the Chunyang school in the past 100,000 years. During the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, if you can fight your way into the top 10, the Chunyang school will be able to get 2 spots that have the potential to advance to the upper god emperor realm. One of the spots will be reserved for martial uncle Yi. As for the other spot, it will require the other Void Pierce stage elders to discuss and even compete for it." As soon as Jin Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was naturally shocked again. This elder Yi, who came from the mundane world just like him, was actually such a genius? Since one of the 2 spots was reserved for him, it meant that the other Void Pierce stage elders did not have any objections. It was obvious that his level of genius had definitely been recognized by the other Void Pierce stage elders. "Elder Yi, when do you plan to depart?" Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chunfeng and asked. "I need to find 2 void-piercing divine shuttles first," Yi Chunfeng said while shaking his head. "Previously, I rarely returned to the lower planes when the planar battlefield is open. Besides, I can get void-piercing divine shuttles everywhere. Therefore, I didn't store them. Otherwise, if I store more of them, I might not even need to go through the planar battlefield to come back." Duan Lingtian naturally understood the meaning of Yi Chunfeng's words. What he meant was that if he had enough void-piercing divine shuttles, he could use one to return to the lower planes and the other to return to the planes of gods. The former and latter were both indiscriminate teleportation. Under such circumstances, if he had enough void-piercing divine shuttles, he could use the void-piercing divine shuttles to return to the lower planes after teleporting to the other planes of gods. Then, he could use the void-piercing divine shuttles to return to the lower planes and teleport to the planes of gods again. This cycle would repeat endlessly. It would continue until he was lucky enough to return to the profound Handle land. After all, there were only a dozen or so planes of gods. There would always be a time when he was lucky. Of course, he needed enough void-piercing divine shuttles to do this. Elder Yi, if you don't have any void-piercing divine shuttles, I have a few for you. I'll give you one when the time comes. Duan Lingtian said to Yi Qinfeng with a smile. Although Yi Qinfeng was planning to follow him back to the lower planes to nurture the soul of his divine sword, he had to deal with Mi Xian first before he could do that. Previously, when he sent his clone back, he could not do anything to Mi Xian. However, with Yi Qinfeng, a medium god emperor, following him back, dealing with Mi Xian would be a piece of cake. I'm really curious. I wonder what Mi Xian's expression will be if he sees me bringing a god emperor to him. It will definitely be interesting. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile. All right, Yi Qinfeng replied. At the same time, he took out a soul orb and exchanged it with Duan Ling Tian. When you depart, just send me a message. Also, if you encounter any problems in the Chunyang school in the future, as long as you're not in the wrong, just let me know and I'll solve them for you. Yi Qinfeng said, if the matter has nothing to do with those old fellows, even if you're in the wrong, I can still solve it for you. Although Yi Qinfeng's words were irresponsible and did not seem to be able to distinguish right from wrong, he dared to say this mainly because he knew Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would make things difficult for him. Moreover, the Chunyang school had investigated Duan Lingtian, and he knew the results of the investigation. Because of this, he knew Duan Lingtian's character in the profound Handle land very well. If it were a reckless and brainless troublemaker, even if the other party could nurture his divine sword soul, he would definitely not make such a promise. Thank you, Elder Yi. Upon hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Duan Lingtian knew he would have another backer in the Chunyang school from today onward. If you're free, you can also visit the Hidden Sword Progeny. Most of the people in the Hidden Sword Progeny are from the Devata realms. Yi Qinfeng continued to say, you're also a non-native who came to the realms of gods from a lower secondary realm. I'm sure you'll have many things to talk about. I'll definitely visit you in the future. Duan Lingtian hurriedly replied. He would definitely visit the Hidden Sword Progeny in the future. Who knew, if he went to the Hidden Sword lineage, he might be able to gain a few more backers. According to what he knew, the Hidden Sword lineage also had two other God Emperor powerhouses, and they were both the Pure Sun Sect's elders Jingshu. A month later, Duan Lingtian's clone that had comprehended the law of space and Yi Qinfeng set off at almost the same time. However, due to the fact that only one person could enter the space-piercing divine shuttle at a time, the space-piercing divine shuttle would collapse if two people entered the space-piercing divine shuttle at once. Their next destination was also completely different. Elder Yi, let's meet at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since Duan Lingtian knew they would meet at different places, he had informed Yi Qinfeng beforehand that they would meet at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There were only 81 Devata realms in the world. It was not difficult to find the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was not difficult to find the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as well. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded before he activated the space-piercing divine shuttle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened a space-piercing divine shuttle and entered the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the duo disappeared from the Chunyang school's estate. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's clone that had left was only his clone. His main body remained in the Chunyang school. As for Yi Qinfeng, it was the exact opposite. His true body had left while his clone remained in the Pure Sun sect. In the undead world, among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, the undead world had the most souls. Due to the fact that it was not particularly dangerous, many powerhouses from the Devata realms would come here to capture souls and turn them into weapon spirits for their prominent celestial weapons. For this reason, powerhouses from the Devata realms were often attracted to the undead world. Naturally, many powerhouses from the Devata realms were unlucky enough to encounter the powerhouses from the undead world and were trapped in the undead world forever. After all, the undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Although the undead world was not as dangerous as the Azura Hell, it was still filled with unknown dangers. At this moment, in the depths of the undead world, where powerhouses from the Devata realms did not dare to enter, there was a series of bloody mountains that were connected in a complicated manner. When looked at from afar in the sky, this expanse of Blood Mountain was like a mountain range that had been casually created by the creator. There was no pattern to it, and it was randomly distributed everywhere. However, there was a large group of people gathered in this place. They were the rare beings in the undead world who possessed fleshly bodies. Most of these beings were similar to humans. However, their skin color, body shape, and some of their features were slightly different. Some of them even resembled the aliens in the Earthlings' fantasies. In the belly of a relatively large blood mountain, in a huge cave, a magnificent palace was crouching there like a giant beast. At this moment, in a quiet room in the palace, a handsome young man was sitting cross-legged. He was muttering to himself in a strange tone. He muttered to himself, "Feng Qingyang, you should know that if this continues, it won't do you any good to me." Chapter 39:58. Humph! As soon as the handsome young man finished muttering to himself, his expression changed. It was no longer sinister. Instead, his expression became more natural. However, as his expression returned to normal, the handsome young man suddenly let out a cold snort. "Then let's continue to waste time." As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, a sinister expression appeared on his face. "Feng Qingyang, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I didn't notice your soul is still growing stronger? You're thinking of breaking free from me after you've broken through to the Divine Emperor stage, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he chuckled. "If that's what you think, then you're really too naive. Do you think you'll be able to break through and become a Divine Emperor? I'm sure you've sensed it in the past 2 months. Your soul that's close to breaking through to the Divine Emperor stage can no longer grow stronger, right? Perhaps you think your soul has reached a bottleneck. But is that really the case?" The handsome young man's originally evil face now had a sinister smile. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't match his handsome face at all. It gave people a feeling that it was a waste for such a soul to stay in such a good body. "You're the one who did this?" the handsome young man asked in a low voice after his expression returned to normal. At this moment, the two people talking to each other were none other than Feng Qingyang and Mi Xian, the dead spirit clansman who had taken over Feng Qingyang's body but did not fully control it. Previously, Mi Xian had entered Feng Qingyang's body in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although he could have killed Feng Qingyang by paying a certain price, he did not do so. This was because he was interested in the fortuitous encounter Feng Qingyang had in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian was certain there was something good in the Azura Hell. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was able to come out of the Azura Hell unscathed every time. This meant he had a way to survive in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian was very curious about Feng Qingyang's secret. Of course, he wanted to know if Feng Qingyang's secret would be of any help to him. In other words, he wanted to see if he could seize this fortune of Feng Qingyang's. A low divine king had become a high divine king in just a few decades. Moreover, he was very close to becoming a divine emperor. Naturally, he wouldn't believe that there wasn't a huge secret behind this. "Not bad," Mi Xian indifferently said. 2 months ago, I had someone set up a soul-sealing array to envelop the area we are currently in. You should know that this is the netherworld. What exists here are mainly spiritual life forms. Looking at the entire world, I'm afraid there's no place that understands the soul better than the life forms here. You, Feng Qingyang, want to play with souls in front of me, Mi Xian? You're still too young. Don't forget that I'm not just a member of the dead spirit race, but also the former patriarch of the dead spirit race. Mi Xian's face was filled with disdain and mockery as he spoke. This time, Feng Qingyang didn't respond to Mi Xian. However, Mi Xian clearly didn't intend to give up so easily. "Feng Qingyang, I'll give you 1 more year. If you still don't cooperate after a year, don't blame me for being merciless. After I kill you, I'll take control of your body disguise myself as you, and kill all of your subordinates. Even your disciple, Duan Lingtian, may not be able to see through my disguise. Who knows, I might even be able to kill him. Don't doubt it. I've become very familiar with your soul in this period of time. I can imitate the aura of your soul. Almost as soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, his originally eerie face suddenly became calm and gentle. His eyes also became incomparably calm. In the blink of an eye, his aura underwent an earth-shattering change. How is it? Does it look like me? With a faint smile on his face, Mi Xian's voice was sharp at the beginning, but the latter half of his words completely transformed into Feng Qingyang's voice. Mi Xian, if I fight you to the death now, even if you don't die, you'll definitely be crippled. Inside his body, Feng Qingyang's soul emitted waves of cold aura. If this was when I had just returned to the netherworld, perhaps. But now, if you really want to die, I'll only be lightly injured at most. Half a year ago, my subordinates gave me this thing in the spatial ring. Mi Xian's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, a faint halo appeared around his soul. At first glance, it looked like a shield. The shield was light gold and surrounded by a halo of light. There were talismans, characters, and many complicated diagrams mixed together and constantly rotating. A soul defensive divine artifact. Feng Qingyang's voice sounding somewhat unwilling and cold. Not bad. At least you have some knowledge. Mi Xian sneered. Feng Qingyang, remember, I'll only give you 1 year. Think about it carefully for the next year. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, you won't just be making a mistake for yourself, your subordinates, and even your disciple Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of everything that had happened in the netherworld. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still cultivating in the Chunyang school in Tungleng province in the Shengang land. Of course, this was his true body. As for his spatial law clone, he had once again used the space-piercing divine shuttle to cross the void and space and arrive at a lower plane. This time, he appeared in a mundane plane. In this world, the number of mundane planes exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. They could be described as endless. This time, Duan Lingtian arrived in a mundane plane that was completely unfamiliar to him. However, it was very similar to a mundane plane he had come into contact with before. Yan Huang Plane. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the boundless starry sky, Duan Lingtian stepped out of a spatial rift that appeared out of thin air. At the same time, cannonballs whistled in the air as they crossed the starry sky and arrived at the other end. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and saw a huge body that resembled an astral behemoth hovering in the starry sky not far away. This body was somewhat similar to some of the unpopular warships that Duan Lingtian had encountered in Yanhuang Plain, but it was more terrifying. Boom! Rumble! When the cannonballs landed on the planet in front of him, the entire planet shook violently. Smoke and dust rose into the air. At first, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. In the next instant, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that there was almost no life on the planet. The reason he said almost no life was because there was only one person on the planet. That person was constantly dodging the cannonballs that were locked onto him. One person attracted a warship? Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. He did not intend to meddle in this matter. He narrowed his eyes and extended his divine consciousness to search for the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. As long as he could find the weak point, he would be able to break through the barrier and enter the mundane realm. Just as Duan Lingtian was scanning the area with his divine consciousness, a signal that resembled an ultrasonic wave swept across the starry sky and landed on Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, a commotion broke out in the warship. Reporting. There's an unidentified human in front. Reporting. The other party traveled through the starry sky with his physical body. It's obvious he's a super powerhouse as well. Could he be a helper of that person? Reporting. Should we attack him? Soon after, a tall figure appeared in the cockpit of the warship. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. His short, dark red hair was spiky, and he looked extremely resolute. "Turn on the loudspeaker. I want to talk to him." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned on the warship's loudspeaker. Then he said, "The purple-clad man in front, if you're not a helper of our target, please retreat 10 miles away. Otherwise, we'll treat you as a helper of that person and kill you as well." Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words. However, he was not bothered by it. He had no intention of leaving since he was still searching for the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. Soon after, the commander of the battleship saw Duan Lingtian's indifference and finally fired a few cannonballs at him. The cannonballs were like meteors as they locked onto Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! However, when the cannonballs exploded and the dust settled, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The purple-clad young man stood there unscathed. Not even a crease could be seen on his robe. As for the explosive force of the cannonballs, they were blocked by the spatial storm in front of him. It was like a spatial wall that blocked all the attacks from the warship. For a moment, silence filled the cockpit of the warship. More than a dozen people looked at the monster-like figure outside the cabin's mirror. Some of them sucked in a breath of cold air, and some of them swallowed hard. "Sir Commander, should we launch another attack?" one of the people controlling the warship asked in a low voice. Smack! In the next moment, the middle-aged man slapped him on the head. "I'll kill anyone who dares to act rashly." At the same time, the middle-aged man said through the loudspeaker, "Sir, we've misunderstood you. We're willing to compensate you. Please." However, before he could finish speaking, he saw the purple-clad figure had vanished into thin air like a ghost. The people in the cockpit were stunned. Where did he go? Is he a human or a ghost? Duan Lingtian naturally would not bother with the people from the mundane realms. Even if the attacks landed on him, they would not be able to harm him at all. However, his robe would be affected since it was a real robe and not one formed from divine energy. Compared to a robe formed from divine energy, Duan Lingtian preferred to wear a real robe. It was made of cotton and was very comfortable. Chapter 3959. Naturally, the Duan Lingtian who had come to the mundane realm was only a law clone. However, before the law clone left, Duan Lingtian had dressed it in a real robe with just a thought. Naturally, the robe could not be connected to the body of his law clone. However, since his law clone was destined to stay in the lower realms, there was no need for him to worry about that. "I finally found it." Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness for a while before he finally found the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. Then, he broke through the barrier and traveled to the nearby Devata realm. Duan Lingtian had been to this Devata realm in the past. Back then, he had traveled to almost all the Devata realms in search of his family. He had only missed a few Devata realms. Another small place? Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he discovered his law clone had returned to a remote place in the Devata realm. There was no transportation formation in this remote place at all. "It seems like it'll take some time before I can reach the transportation formation in the Devata realm." Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly as he made his way to a more prosperous place with a transportation formation in the Devata realm. While Duan Lingtian was searching for a Devata realm transportation formation to head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a voice suddenly rang out. However, someone had arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven ahead of him. Compared to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven that had been reduced to rubble, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been refurbished. Whether it was the landmark buildings or the entrance, everything had been restored. This was done under the supervision of the elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Swoosh! Outside the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, two elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven who were guarding the entrance suddenly saw a figure in front of them. It was a young man dressed in a long golden robe. The young man had sharp eyebrows and was as handsome as jade. He had a graceful bearing. He looked in the direction of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After a while, he muttered to himself, "It seems like Duan Lingtian hasn't arrived yet. In that case, I'll wait for him here." The young man sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. Upon seeing this, the two elders who were guarding the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven frowned. "Who's that? Why is he meditating outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? What's he doing here? Is he looking for someone? Is he waiting for someone? I don't know, let's wait and see." The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven did not to interfere with the young man Lingtian's. Perhaps, he was looking for someone. However, as time passed, more than an hour had passed, and they saw that no one had come out to meet the golden-robed young man. They immediately felt even more strange. He is not looking to look for someone to search heavenly to meto Lingtian to meto the heavens to be heavens two's heavenly heavens is the heave. He heaven be to waits. A moment later, one of the elders on duty flew out and was about to approach the golden-robed young man to warn him to leave. However, the moment he moved, the golden-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes. With just an indifferent glance, he caused the elder on duty to instantly stop. At the same time, he felt his entire body being pressured by an invisible force, causing him to almost suffocate. At the same time, he discovered that the celestial origin energy in his body had been completely suppressed. He could not use it at all. It was even to the extent that the reason he was able to remain in midair was all thanks to the invisible energy that had been extended by his opponent. Otherwise, he who couldn't utilize his celestial origin energy would have fallen from the sky a long time ago. "Lord Meng Luo, I've been attacked outside the mountain gate. Help!" The elder who was on duty immediately sent a message to the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He was one of Meng Luo's admirers. Previously, he had rushed to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after hearing that Meng Luo was personally taking charge of the recruitment. At this moment, the other elder on duty in front of the mountain gate also discovered that something was amiss. What's going on? This guy, why is he frozen in the void? In just a blink of an eye, a figure with a majestic aura shot out of the mountain gate like a cannonball and appeared outside the mountain gate in just a blink of an eye. When the elder on duty saw this person, his eyes lit up immediately. Then, he hurriedly bowed respectfully at the newcomer. "Greetings, Lord Meng Luo." The newcomer was none other than Meng Luo. Meng Luo stood outside the mountain gate and looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged in the distance. In the beginning, he only frowned slightly. However, his expression soon turned solemn. The young man's surroundings seemed to have turned into a forbidden zone. His divine consciousness could not get close to the young man at all. "Sir, who are you? Why have you come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Meng Luo asked politely. Although he did not know if the young man was using the formation disc or if the young man was using the formation, he still asked politely. At the same time, the young man raised his hand and tossed the elder on duty in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to Meng Luo like a piece of trash. When the elder on duty discovered he could control his celestial origin energy, he hastily bowed at Meng Luo and said, "Lord Meng Luo, I'm sorry for troubling you." Meng Luo nodded slightly at the elder. "You may leave for now." After the person in front of him left, Meng Luo once again looked at the golden figure not far away. He felt slightly uneasy. At the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of bitterness in his heart. Initially, he thought he was quite strong and that there were not many people who were stronger than him in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not expect a powerhouse whom even the heavenly emperor whom he respected the most could not do anything to would appear. Then, the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven showed up and displayed strength that was even stronger than the heavenly emperor. After all, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was not as strong as him in the past. In less than 100 years, The young master of the solitary destructive heaven had grown so strong that he could kill him with just a sneeze. Now that the golden-clad young man had appeared out of nowhere, not only was he unable to see through the young man, but he also felt an inexplicable pressure. He was certain the young man was not pressuring him. However, he still felt an inexplicable pressure when facing the young man. He did not know if it was just his mind playing tricks on him. I mean you no harm. The golden-clad young man remained seated with his legs crossed. His expression remained unchanged as he looked at Meng Luo indifferently and said lazily, "I'm here to wait for someone. That person will leave when he arrives." The young man replied, "Are you waiting for someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Meng Luo asked. He thought the young man was here to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was already wondering how he should answer if the young man asked about the heavenly emperor's whereabouts. "I don't know." The golden-clad young man shook his head. A slight frown appeared on Meng Luo's face when the young man spoke again. "His name is Duan Lingtian. Do you know him?" Duan Lingtian. Meng Luo was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then he sighed in relief. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "So you're a friend of the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. Did you arrange to meet the young master of the solitary destructive heaven here?" It was as though Meng Luo had changed into a different person. He was much friendlier now. Upon seeing this, the elder from the heavenly palace who worshipped Meng Luo was shocked. He did not expect the usually cold, heavenly savage celestial emperor to have such a side to him. Duan Lingtian is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven? The golden-clad young man was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He rose to his feet and shook his head as he said, "That brat didn't tell me this. If I knew he's the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, I would have gone in and asked for a cup of tea instead of waiting here. However, no matter how slow he is, he should have arrived by now." As soon as the golden-clad young man finished speaking, swoosh, a figure appeared in the distance with just a few teleportations. "He's here." The golden-clad young man smiled faintly as he looked in the direction of the figure. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as well. "Greetings, young master of the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Luo bowed respectfully when he saw Duan Lingtian. Even the two elders from the heavenly palace who were on duty at the entrance of the solitary destructive heaven quickly followed suit and bowed as well. "Greetings, young master of the solitary destructive heaven." "Senior Meng Luo, you're here as well." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised to see Meng Luo. "I heard there's a guest, so I came out to welcome him," Meng Luo said awkwardly as he looked at the golden-clad young man. Earlier he had come in a hurry. If he did not know the golden-clad young man was not to be trifled with, he would have attacked him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-clad young man and smiled apologetically. "Elder Yi, I appeared in a mundane realm. After I arrived in the Devata realm, I arrived at a small place that's quite far from the transportation formation. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Meng Luo was confused by Duan Lingtian's polite words. It seemed like the golden-clad young man was even more extraordinary than the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was a divine emperor. Who was this golden-clad young man whom he addressed as Elder Yi? "It's all right. I've only waited for a short while." The golden-clad young man was none other than Yi Chenfeng, a void-peer stage elder from the Pure Sun sect who had returned with Duan Lingtian from the mystic star land. He smiled indifferently as he said, "However, you didn't tell me you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As the host, shouldn't you brew a pot of tea for a guest who has come from afar?" Yi Chenfeng said with a smile. Chapter 3960. Meng Luo was stunned when he entered the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with the two figures in front of him. His heart was filled with shock and awe. Earlier, his young hall master had introduced him to the golden-robed young man, and he had also introduced the golden-robed young man to him. The golden-clad young man was a void-pierced stage elder from the Chunyang school. He had no idea who the golden-clad young man was. However, he instinctively assumed the golden-clad young man was from a hidden force in a Devata realm. Moreover, he was certain the golden-clad young man had a high status. However, when his young palace master, Duanling Tian, told him through voice transmission what kind of force the Pure Sun sect was and what the other party's cultivation base was, he was shocked. The Chunyang school was a god-emperor force in a realm of gods with many god-emperors. Moreover, the golden-clad young man was a god-emperor? Although Meng Luo had never been to a realm of gods, he had heard about the god-emperors from his heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. Even in a realm of gods, god-emperors were considered top-notch powerhouses. Naturally, celestial emperors from the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength restricted in the lower realms of the realms of gods. For example, the person who had hunted his heavenly emperor down in the realm of gods had said that he could kill his heavenly emperor with just a breath if his strength was not restricted. However, even if his strength was restricted, his heavenly emperor was still no match for him. In the end, his heavenly emperor was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in a Devata realm. Initially, Meng Luo had thought his heavenly emperor was doomed. He did not expect his heavenly emperor would return in the end. However, it did not affect his understanding of how terrifying the experts in the realm of gods were. If their strength was restricted, how terrifying would they be if their strength was not restricted? According to the young palace master, this elder Yi isn't a native of the realms of gods. In other words, his strength as a god-emperor won't be restricted when he leaves the realms of gods. Duanling Tian said, "This is an existence much stronger than the young palace master." Right now, Meng Luo was completely frightened by Yi Qinfeng's strength and was somewhat distracted. Duanling Tian brought Yi Qinfeng to the place where he used to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in ruins and had to be rebuilt, Hualao had personally overseen the restoration of the place. Young palace master. Duanling Tian and Hualao chatted in the courtyard while Meng Luo stood guard outside. Not long after, Hualao appeared, wearing a fiery red robe. Hualao, of course, it was Meng Luo who greeted him. As for the others, he didn't call them over. Even if the higher-ups of the Heavenly Emperor Palace noticed Duanling Tian's return, they were dismissed by him. He didn't want them to disturb the young palace master and the divine emperor. Hualao. Duanling Tian rose to his feet when he saw Hualao. With a smile on his face, he introduced Hualao to Yi Qinfeng. Duanling Tian had always treated Hualao as a senior. Even if Yi Qinfeng addressed himself as a servant, Duanling Tian had never treated him as such. Back in the mundane realm, Hualao and the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda had saved his life countless times. Duanling Tian had survived countless dangers with the help of the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda and Hualao. Hualao, Senior Meng Luo, please carry on with your work. Elder Yi and I will stay here for a while before we leave. Duanling Tian said to Elder Hua and Meng Luo. Also, the reason Elder Yi followed me here is to enter the netherworld and rescue Master. I'm sure it won't be long before you can see Master again. Upon seeing Meng Luo, Duanling Tian was relieved to know that his master, Feng Qingyang, was still alive. It was fine as long as he was alive. His mere clone might not be able to do anything to Mi Xian. However, Yi Qinfeng, who had followed him back from the profound Handle land, was his original body and a god emperor. How strong was a god emperor's soul power? At least, Duanling Tian knew that his original body's soul power was not even 1/100th of Yi Qinfeng's soul power. The safety of Feng Qingyang, the Lord Heavenly Emperor, was undoubtedly a worry for Meng Luo and Hualao. When they found out that Yi Qinfeng was a god emperor, they wondered if he was a helper that their young palace master had found to go to the netherworld to rescue their Lord Heavenly Emperor. Now that their young palace master had confirmed it, they were overjoyed. Before leaving, they all bowed and expressed their gratitude to Yi Qinfeng. After the two left, Yi Qinfeng looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "The two of them are loyal to your master." Duanling Tian nodded. Senior Meng Luo has been with Master since a long time ago. He's a loyal follower. As for Elder Hua, although he hasn't been with Master for a long time, it was Master who gave him a new life. Therefore, he also sees Master as his savior. He feels that serving Master is the same as repaying the favor. Duan Lingtian said. Both are rare. Yi Chenfeng nodded. When do we leave? Any time, Duan Lingtian said. However, I'm not familiar with the netherworld and don't know how to get there. I have to do some homework first. You don't have to do any homework. Yi Chenfeng smiled. I've been to the netherworld once before I became a god. I know how to get there. Now, what you have to do is to see if you can find out where your master is in the netherworld, or rather, how to find that dead spirit clansman in the netherworld. The netherworld is not small. Going there to find someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yi Chenfeng shook his head as he spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Then we can only try and see if we can find any clues about where he is in the netherworld. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly regretted killing Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall of the title temple. Since Wu Hongqing was able to ask Mi Xian to deal with his master after his master, Feng Qingyang, returned, it meant that Wu Hongqing might know where Mi Xian was in the netherworld. Of course, it was also possible that Wu Hongqing didn't know and was only communicating through soul orbs. Elder Yi, please stay here for a while. I'll go and ask around. After bidding farewell to Yi Chenfeng, Duan Lingtian left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Then, he teleported to the title temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven through a nearby transportation formation. The current hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch was a new hall master. Moreover, he was a close confidant of Zhuang Tianheng, the current hall master of the title temple. Zhuang Tianheng had appointed Duan Lingtian as the hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch because he was worried that someone would offend Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Zhuang Tianheng could order his close confidants to treat Duan Lingtian with respect. After all, Zhuang Tianheng had the support of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had killed Wu Hongqing and made Zhuang Tianheng the hall master of the main temple. Young master. At this time, Duan Lingtian was led by the hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch of the title temple to the title temple's main temple through a transportation formation. Zhuang Tianheng had long since familiarized himself with his new identity. His attitude was much more dignified than before. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, he bowed humbly and asked, "My lord, is there anything I can help you with?" Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he asked, "Is there anyone in the title temple who was close to Wu Hongqing in the past?" Although Zhuang Tianheng did not know why Duan Lingtian asked such a question, he smiled wryly and said, "That's all. Those who were close to Wu Hongqing were all killed by you, Lord. I've also killed the rest." "My lord, do you need them for something?" Zhuang Tianheng asked. "I don't really need them." Although Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed, he did not show it on his face. After obtaining a large number of cultivation resources from Zhuang Tianheng, he decided to leave. Previously, before he parted ways with Zhuang Tianheng, he had instructed Zhuang Tianheng to continue collecting cultivation resources that were useful to his family. After so many years, he had accumulated quite a number of cultivation resources. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to contact Elder Hua of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I've already exchanged soul pearls with both of you. If there's anything I can do for you, I can help you," Duan Lingtian said to Zhuang Tianheng before he left. Although Duan Lingtian knew Zhuang Tianheng would not dare to disobey him, he felt it was better to give Zhuang Tianheng some benefits if he wanted Zhuang Tianheng to work for him. "Yes, my lord." As expected, when Zhuang Tianheng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded respectfully with a smile on his face. Then he watched as Duan Lingtian left. "Safe journey, my lord." After leaving the title temple, Duan Lingtian returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After meeting up with Yi Chenfeng, he said, "Elder Yi, I'm afraid we've run out of leads. However, I have an idea that might work." Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chenfeng, What is it? Yi Chenfeng asked curiously, luring the snake out of its hole. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he said bluntly, "Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Yi to bring me to the netherworld. I want to send a message there." All right. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng knew he could only rely on Duan Ling Tian to capture the Nether Spirit clansman. If he relied on himself, he would be able to find the Nether Spirit clansman after spending some time. However, the process of finding the Nether Spirit clansman was like searching for a needle in a haystack to him. If he had a choice, he would not want to search for the dead Spirit clansman in the Netherworld. Moreover, who knew if the Nether Spirit clansman would kill Duan Ling Tian's master, while he was searching for Duan Ling Tian's master? Then, he would switch to another body and continue to live on. If the dead Spirit clansman concealed his identity, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 3961. The Netherworld also existed in an independent dimension. The way to go there was similar to going to the Azura Hell. Back then, it was Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, who had brought him to the Azura Hell. Today, it was Yi Chenfeng who had brought him to the Netherworld. After entering the Netherworld, Duan Lingtian finally understood why it was said that the Netherworld was not that dangerous. The moment they entered the Netherworld, it was peaceful, no different from the outside world. Although they could occasionally see some spiritual life forms, these spiritual life forms were obviously very timid. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng from afar, they all avoided them. "I didn't expect the Netherworld to be so peaceful." Duan Lingtian sighed. "The periphery is like this." Yi Chenfeng smiled. "When you enter the Netherworld, you will be in the periphery. Moreover, at different times after entering the Netherworld, you will appear in different places in the periphery. Unless you enter at the same time like you and me." Back then, before Yi Chenfeng had become a god, he had entered the Netherworld to capture spiritual life forms that could serve as the weapon spirits of high-grade divine weapons for his family. After so many years, coming here again, he was rather emotional. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he finished what he had to do next in a short time. After that, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chenfeng, "Senior, I'm not sure if my plan will work. I feel that we can wander around the Netherworld for a while and gather some information." Yes. Yi Chenfeng had no objections. Although he was looking forward to this trip, he knew there was no such thing as absolute certainty. Even if Duan Lingtian could bring him to the Nether Spirit Clan's clansman, who knew if the Nether Spirit Clan's clansman would be killed first? Nothing was absolute. Therefore, although he was looking forward to it, he still maintained a calm heart. For the rest of the trip, Duan Lingtian began to ask around for the old site of the Dead Spirit Clan. After a few days, he successfully found the old site of the Dead Spirit Clan. The former encampment of the Dead Spirit Clan had long been reduced to ruins. Not even a blade of grass grew. Furthermore, as a race of spiritual life forms, there were no exquisite buildings to begin with. Even if they were standing on top of the ruins, they could imagine that even if they weren't in ruins, they wouldn't be much better. "Duan Lingtian, I have an idea," Yi Chenfeng suddenly said. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chenfeng in confusion. "I feel that instead of searching for clues here, why don't we find the powerful races nearby and ask them if they have any clues about the Dead Spirit Race clansman? The birth of a godly Emperor Realm Dead Spirit clansman. As long as he doesn't intend to hide from the world, the other clans will have some news about him." Yi Chenfeng expressed his thoughts. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately lit up at Yi Chenfeng's thought. At the same time, he smiled bitterly. "I forgot. With Elder Yi, a god emperor powerhouse, there's no need to worry about those clans in the Netherworld not giving you face. A god emperor expert and a medium god emperor at that. Most importantly, he had come in person. Even if such an existence was not considered the strongest in the Netherworld, it would definitely be considered as one of the more top-notch powerhouses. Not to mention others, just the Dead Spirit Race. In the past, if Yi Chenfeng had come to the Dead Spirit Race, he could have easily wiped them out by himself. Even those clans whose strongest experts were only godly emperors would find it difficult to stop Yi Chenfeng. You've been thinking of your own methods. It's normal that you've neglected me. Yi Chenfeng smiled slightly. Mi Xian of the Dead Spirit Clan. Yi Chenfeng said. Mi Xian. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Qi Lu's pupils shrank. Then, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of his eyes. Master, you're looking for Mi Xian? You and Mi Xian. Qi Lu looked at Yi Chenfeng with a somewhat doubtful gaze. Seems like you know him. Yi Chenfeng looked deeply at Qi Lu. Do you know where he is? Chapter 3962. I don't know him. Qi Lu shook his head and said, but I've heard of him. This person is very ruthless. He used to be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan. Like the previous patriarchs of the Dead Spirit Clan, he kept a low profile until he left the Netherworld. He became a completely different person. After he was chased out of the Dead Spirit race, he returned to the clan a few times and devoured all the clansmen of the Dead Spirit race. During this period, the elders of the Dead Spirit race once went to invite the God Emperors who were on good terms with the ancestor of the Dead Spirit race. But when the God Emperors arrived, he ran away. Later, he entered the God Emperor realm and killed the God Emperors that the Dead Spirit Clan had invited to deal with him. He even wiped out that clan. In our region, he has become a celebrity. It is said that he has now become a middle God Emperor. When Qi Lu mentioned Mi Xian, there was a hint of fear in his tone. Even though he was also a middle God Emperor, he was still wary of the ruthless who rose quickly. If possible, he really did not want to provoke such an existence. Do you know where he is now? Yi Chenfeng asked bluntly. I do. While Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were staring at Qi Lu nodded. After Mi Xian entered the Middle God Emperor realm, he occupied a piece of land and became the king of it. He gathered many non-soul lifeforms like us from the Netherworld and created a force called the Xianling Alliance. He even recruited a group of subordinates. His subordinates are also people who have committed all kinds of crimes in our area. They all go to him to seek his protection, medium-level divine emperors. In our area, high-level divine emperors and above don't come out. They can be considered as overlords. Qi Lu said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qi Lu's words. He did not expect to find Mi Xian's whereabouts so easily. To think that he had come up with a plan to lure the snake out of its hole out of worry. Now, it seemed that it would not be necessary. Yi Chenfeng's eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Lu and asked again, where's the Xianling Alliance? Do you know? I'm not too sure. However, my disciple, the current clan chief of the Silverhorn clan, should know about it. As soon as Qi Lu finished speaking, he added, I just sent a message to ask him. He knows. My lord, why are you looking for Mi Xian? Qi Lu asked. He didn't know if the person in front of him was Mi Xian's friend or foe. Even though it seemed more likely that the person in front of him was an enemy, Qi Lu still felt some fear in his heart. What? Are you afraid that he'll take revenge on you? This time, Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Lu as if he could see through Qi Lu's thoughts at a glance. Qi Lu smiled awkwardly. Although I'm not afraid of him, I'm inferior to someone who doesn't have a bottom line in all aspects. Who knows if he'll break through and become a higher God Emperor if given some more time. Duan Lingtian smiled. If you're worried that he'll take revenge on you, there's no need for that. As long as he's targeted by us, he'll definitely die. This time, as long as the Silverhorn clan helps us find him, I'll give the Silverhorn clan 10 Ultimate Spiritualism Divine Pills. The Ultimate Spiritualism Divine Pill was an Ultimate King-grade Divine Pill. It was also a Divine Pill that assisted God Emperors in their cultivation. Although in terms of value, it was inferior to the Extreme Purple Electricity Divine Pill, which was an Extreme Emperor-grade Divine Pill, the 10 of them added together were still more valuable than the Extreme Purple Electricity Divine Pill. Moreover, the Ultimate Spiritualism Divine Pill's medicinal properties were relatively mild. Basically, one would only develop resistance after taking 5 pills. In this aspect, it was still stronger than the Ultimate Purple Electricity Divine Pill. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chunfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian. He had long heard that Duan Lingtian could refine ultimate king-grade divine pills. Now, it seemed that the rumor was true. A lower god emperor who can kill ordinary god emperors, less than 3,000 years old, and can refine ultimate king-grade divine pills. Even those powerful hierarch forces might not have such a monstrous genius, right? If someone as young as Duan Lingtian had such a force, Yi Chunfeng would believe that some hierarch forces would have such a force. However, on this basis, coupled with the fact that he could refine ultimate king-grade divine pills, Yi Chunfeng felt that it was unlikely that any hierarch forces in the current era would have such an existence. Many thanks, my lord. Qi Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Don't worry, my lord. I've already asked my disciple to come over. Once he's here, he and I will personally bring both of you to Mi Xian. As the saying went, money makes the world go round. In front of 10 ultimate king-grade divine pills and 1 ultimate emperor-grade divine pill, Qi Lu completely dispelled any thoughts of hesitation and fear. Moreover, this lord who was traveling with a god emperor expert had said that as long as they found Mi Xian would undoubtedly die. If it was just a god emperor or even a high-level god emperor, Qi Lu wouldn't dare to be 100% certain that they could kill Mi Xian. Mi Xian was too cunning. Even if a high-level god emperor was stronger than him, they might not be able to kill him. However, the person in front of him was different. A god emperor expert wanted to kill Mi Xian. So what if Mi Xian was cunning? With a single thought, Mi Xian would be suppressed. He had once been to the main clan of the Silverhorn clan and witnessed the methods of the god emperors of the Silverhorn clan. That was only a lower god emperor, but he could kill a few high god emperors like killing dogs. The other party didn't even have a chance to escape. Teacher. Soon, the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan arrived. He was a sturdy single-horned ape-man. The single horn on his head seemed to be retracting, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit. This is Lord God Emperor. With Qi Lu's introduction, the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan immediately bowed humbly at Yi Chunfeng. He did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian as he bowed respectfully and called out, Lord, now bring us to profound spirit alliance and find that Mi Xian. Qi Lu looked at his disciple and said indifferently, Yes, teacher. Sirs, please come with me, Li Mu said. As the patriarch's voice fell, he led the way. Duan Lingtian and the other two immediately followed. With his disciple leading the way, Qi Lu naturally didn't dare to walk in front. He respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. During this process, he was also observing Duan Lingtian. No matter how many I give you, it's useless. This ultimate purple electricity divine pill is also for you. The disciple shook his head hurriedly. Master, I can't take this ultimate purple electricity divine pill. With it, you'll definitely be able to pass the next heavenly tribulation smoothly. Take it as you're told. I know my situation best. Even if I take this ultimate purple electricity divine pill, I'll only live for 1,000 or 2,000 years at most. In the end, Duan Lingtian's message became solemn and serious. Elder Yi, that God Emperor expert. Feng Qingyang's heart trembled. He'd never imagined that his disciple, Duan Lingtian, would come to him with that God Emperor and lock onto Mi Xian. Be careful of Mi Xian's counterattack. Feng Qingyang became vigilant. He didn't dare to relax because he didn't know when his disciple, Duan Lingtian, and Yi Chunfeng would arrive. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang thought this, a thunderous voice came from outside. It seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, causing the sand and dust in a large area of the Blood Mountain to move rhythmically. In some places, there was even a small sandstorm. Mi Xian, get out here. Feng Qingyang recognized the voice as belonging to his disciple, Duan Lingtian. If he could recognize it, so could Mi Xian. Mi Xian opened his eyes, his gaze cold. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Feng Qingyang, It seems that you and your disciple are truly master and disciple. He actually found the netherworld for you, and even came to find me. Does he really think that I and my Xianling alliance can't do anything to him? Before Feng Qingyang could respond, Mi Xian's figure flashed, leaving the belly of a blood mountain and soaring into the sky. Lord Alliance Lord! Lord Alliance Lord! When Mi Xian's subordinates heard Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, they flew toward Duan Lingtian angrily. When Mi Xian arrived, he saw a familiar purple figure in the distance surrounded by a group of his subordinates, who were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian walked to the front of the crowd and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as he said, "You couldn't do anything to me when we were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Could it be that you, a low-level godly emperor, can do anything to me?" As he said this, the mocking smile on Mi Xian's face instantly turned into a mocking smile. "Mi Xian, you can try and see if I can do anything to you." Duan Lingtian had a brilliant smile on his face. "Alliance Lord, leave him to me." An old man appeared behind Mi Xian in the blink of an eye. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, "Today, I'll take his head as the Alliance Lord." The old man was dressed in long gray robes. He was thin and had a cold expression on his face. He looked no different from a human. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power radiated from his body. Then, different formation discs were suspended in the void around him by divine power. This old man was none other than the only Vice Alliance Lord of the Profound Spirit Alliance. He was also Mi Xian's right-hand man, a formation grandmaster with the cultivation base of a lower divine emperor. "Don't underestimate him, Tai Yuan." Mi Xian's eyes flashed. "He's not simple. Let's work together and kill him. Use your formation to help me kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's divine energy surged out of his body. Even if he did, he wouldn't regret his thunderous attack. After all, only a dead man's mouth was sealed. Back when Duan Lingtian killed the Tidal Temple's main hall master and took control of the Tidal Temple, he had deliberately asked around. Wu Hongqing didn't reveal that he had the 5 divine elements. Clearly, Wu Hongqing wanted to keep them to himself. Mi Xian was probably the same. No one would be willing to casually tell others that they knew who had the 5 divine elements because they wanted to steal the other party's 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were rumored to be the key to becoming a supreme expert. Moreover, those who possessed the 5 divine elements were usually stronger. If they used them well, they would be unrivaled in the same realm. In fact, they might even be able to fight those of a higher realm. "Elder Yi, I should be the one thanking you," Duan Lingtian said sincerely. "Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master." At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses and thanked Feng Qingyang. "Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master." As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move without any warning. Swoosh! A sword ray streaked across the sky. At the same time, everyone from the Mystic Spirit Alliance, including the Vice Alliance leader of the Mystic Spirit Alliance and the Lesser God Emperor Tai Yuan, suddenly froze. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 the sword ray whistled past. Apart from Tai Yuan, who reacted in time and broke through the force that imprisoned him, Feng Qingyang only managed to sever one of his arms. Everyone else was killed by Feng Qingyang. The law of time? Sword Dao. Feng Qingyang casually pointed his finger, and a sword ray whistled past, killing Tai Yuan, who was trying to escape after his arm was severed. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang in surprise. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was also looking at Yi Qinfeng. This was because he realized that this Emperor God expert had also mastered the Sword Dao. It was not the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao, but the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. Of course, compared to his Sword Dao, it was obviously much weaker. "I didn't expect you to have such a high level of mastery of the Sword Dao in the Devata realm." Yi Qinfeng looked at Feng Qingyang and sighed emotionally. "I, Yi Qinfeng, have walked for nearly 20,000 years. but I've never seen anyone who can surpass me in the Sword Dao. You're the first person to do so. A genius in the Sword Dao. This was Yi Qinfeng's first impression of Feng Qingyang. It was an unforgettable impression. Yi Qinfeng had once thought he might meet someone who had extraordinary attainments in the Sword Dao one day. However, he did not expect he would meet such a person outside the realms of gods. Moreover, this person was younger than him and had a lower cultivation base than him. At the Divine Emperor stage, it was easy for him to detect a person's bone age with his divine consciousness. Back then, he had entered the Azura Hell because he was hunted down by a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. Although the powerhouse's strength was restricted, he was still able to force his way into the Azura Hell. In the end, he had no choice but to flee to the Azura Hell. Although it was a blessing in disguise, he did not feel grateful to the powerhouse at all. All he felt was killing intent. Moreover, the powerhouse had attacked him because of his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Whether it was to avenge himself or to eliminate the threat to his disciple, Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of letting the powerhouse who had attacked him go. It would be difficult for him to catch up to the powerhouse in the Devata realms, unless he could go to the realms of gods. However, since the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed, he could not go to the realms of gods even if he wanted to. Now that he knew there was a divine artifact like the divine void-piercing shuttles, he was eager to seize the opportunity to go to the realms of gods. Little Tian, send your Law of Space clone to reunite with your family. Send another Law of Space clone to bring a divine void-piercing shuttles as soon as possible. Over the years, I've made some new discoveries in the place where the Supreme Powerhouse left his legacy behind. After the place was destroyed, there were many scryer recordings of the Law of Time. I've been immersed in them for decades. Not only has my cultivation base improved rapidly, but my comprehension of the Law of Time has also surpassed the Law of Destruction that I was most proficient in. Send another Law of Space clone here. I'll share my insights with you. I'm sure it'll be beneficial to your Law of Time as well. Although Feng Qingyang was in a hurry to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, he still wanted to help Duan Lingtian improve his Law of Time. All right. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He chatted with Feng Qingyang for a while longer before he left. When Duan Lingtian left, Feng Qingyang also returned to his place of cultivation. After returning to the mundane realm where his family had settled down, Duan Lingtian, who had decided to reunite with his family, could not help but feel a sense of homesickness. He had felt the same way before. However, after he decided not to show himself that time, the feeling of homesickness disappeared. This time, however, he was prepared to show himself and reunite with his family. Father, mother. The first people Duan Lingtian went to see were Duan Ruffing and Li Ro. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were naturally overjoyed and asked about his well-being. Li Ro kept asking Duan Lingtian about his experiences in the realms of gods. With his past experience, Duan Lingtian did not mention anything dangerous. He did not want his mother, Li Ro, to worry. Mother, my journey was very smooth. First, I met a powerhouse from a god-emperor sect. When he saw my cultivation base at such a young age, he took me to a sect called the Heaven Illumination Sect. After that, I performed outstandingly in the Heaven Illumination Sect and was lucky enough to join a powerful sect called the Chunyang School. Now I, your son, am a godly emperor. With my current cultivation base, I can rule over some of the more remote places in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian only revealed the good news and left out the bad news. Duan Ruffing sat at the side and listened to Duan Lingtian's story. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. He knew his son's journey in the realms of gods would not be so smooth. Moreover, How could he become a god emperor in such a short time? Duan Lingtian would not believe his son did not encounter any dangers in such a short time. He would not believe his son did not become a god king, and a god emperor. When one's strength rose rapidly, it was always accompanied by great risks. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced this before, knew this very well. Let's not talk about anything else. Back when he was in the mundane plane, it was precisely because the powerful soul that possessed his body had controlled his body for many years that he was able to regain control of his body after many years and possess extraordinary strength. Otherwise, even if he was considered a genius in a small place, he would not have been able to achieve so much in such a short time. Duan Lingtian knew his son was only saying this to comfort his wife. He could only sigh at his son's thoughtfulness. At the same time, he made up his mind to ask his son what he had been through all these years when they were alone. He wanted to know the truth. After spending some time with his parents, Duan Lingtian was urged to meet his wife, Li Fei, and his children. Duan Lingtian went to see Li Fei first. When the couple saw each other again, they hugged for a long time. Li Fei was so emotional that tears streamed down her cheeks. However, since it was only a clone, Duan Lingtian did not do anything that crossed the line. He did not intend to do anything because he found it strange and uncomfortable. He decided to wait for his main body to return before he did anything that could not be explained. Li Fei was not the only one who felt the same way. Huaner felt the same way as well. After spending some time with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian went to see Huaner. Huaner had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful and alluring as before. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she laid quietly in his arms and told him how much she had missed him over the years. Duan Lingtian listened to her quietly. Huaner's cultivation base was already high to begin with. After years of hard work, she was now a demigod. She was only a step away from becoming a god. After spending some time with Huaner, Duan Lingtian went to see Feng Tianwu, his children Han Xuanai, Feng Wudao, and the others. They were overjoyed when they learned that Duan Lingtian would stay by their side with his clones from now on. My clones can stay here and guide them in their cultivation. Apart from that, I can also obtain cultivation resources from the Devata realms through the Tidal Temple. As for the cultivation resources in the realms of gods, I can use my clones to deliver them to them. With this thought in mind, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It's a good thing I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to form a law clone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that it was indeed a good thing to have a law clone. After some time passed, Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the 2 space-piercing divine shuttles, did not hesitate. He quickly formed a Law of Time clone and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in one of the Devata realms. Not only can a law clone be used to assist in battle, but it can also be used to comprehend the laws independently. In fact, those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse have an innate advantage over the natives of the realms of gods. Naturally, people like you can't compare to us in terms of cultivation environment and cultivation resources. After all, most of us were born in the realms of gods. From the moment we were born, we've enjoyed cultivation resources that you can't even imagine. On the other hand, very few people like you are able to make it to the realms of gods. Even if you have great potential, very few of you are able to reach the pinnacle. Naturally, once you reach the pinnacle, you'll be at the pinnacle. For example, the stronger ones among the ultimate powerhouses are basically people like you. They don't have the bloodlines of other ultimate powerhouses in their bodies. It's also because of this that they have law avatars that can help them comprehend the corresponding law. Of course, it doesn't mean that people like us are weaker than all of you at the same cultivation base. There are many people with extremely powerful bloodlines. Some people's bloodlines can not only assist in battle, but they can also help improve their comprehension of the laws and speed up their cultivation. Jinping Fan explained a lot to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian learned a lot from him. In the end, Duan Lingtian's conclusion was similar to Zhen Pingfan's. The world was fair after all. In the end, people like them had an advantage over people like Zhen Pingfan. After all, those who could reach the realms of gods had more heaven-defying bloodlines than those like Zhen Pingfan. There's still more than 30 years until the 7 prefectures feast. I know you've been urging little Yang Yang to help you collect more divine space-piercing shuttles, and the Hidden Sword sect often sends you divine space-piercing shuttles. I believe you have your own thoughts and plans. However, if it affects your cultivation, I hope you can stop for the time being. Your top priority is to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. There's nothing more important before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. If you can't break through by then, the sect might not be able to make you cough up all the resources we've spent on you. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave Chunyang School in the future. If you were the sect leader of Chunyang School, I'm sure you know what you'd do if you were in his shoes. Zhen Pingfan's tone was solemn when he said the last sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he realized Zhen Pingfan had been paying attention to him. It was as though Zhen Pingfan was worried Duan Lingtian would take a wrong turn. Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor, I'll definitely break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. When Zhen Pingfan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he sighed in relief. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "If you can really break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years, you'll be able to make it before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. It'll be held by the 5 top Celestial Emperors in Tongling Province. At that time, you can go with Yun Peak to the Grand Banquet. Of course, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, Yun Peak won't give you a place." As he finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan's indifferent tone once again became serious. The Grand Banquet? Duan Lingtian sounded confused. Is the Grand Banquet a place where the 5 top forces trade with each other? It's not just about trading. Zhen Pingfan said, "Every Grand Banquet is held 10 days before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. This time, it'll be held in the 7 Kills Valley. The Grand Banquet is not only about trading, but also about learning from each other and gambling. Of course, it's mostly about learning from each other and gambling for the younger generation. In addition, there'll be an auction where the 5 top forces will gather all the rare treasures they've collected." Zhen Pingfan paused and said, "In short, if you can go to the Grand Banquet, you'd better go. Maybe you'll get something unexpected. However, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, even if I'm willing to let you go, my father won't allow it. I can help to decide who will go to the Grand Banquet, but my father will have to look at it and confirm it a second time." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look forward to it when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm, he was more than 90% sure that he could break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. That was if there were no accidents during this period. Righteous Island was the place where the people of the righteous lineage cultivated. The righteous lineage was just a relatively ordinary lineage among the 19 lineages of the Chunyang School. There was only one immortal Emperor realm expert in the lineage. Moreover, he was just a quiet void elder. Lan Zhengming, the old ancestor of the righteous lineage, was only ranked in the upper middle among the group of quiet void elders in the Chunyang School. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't as strong as the strongest ones. However, when it came to stability, there were very few quiet void elders who could compare with him. Even when those void pierce stage elders in the sect mentioned Lan Jingming as a junior, there was no lack of praises in their words. They didn't praise him for his great talent and high comprehension ability. Instead, they praised him for his shrewdness and intelligence. Lan Zhengming actually came from a very ordinary background. The reason why he could get to where he was today was not only because of his own diligence and hard work, but also because he knew how to take advantage of others. He even relied on his intelligence many times to avoid calamities one after another. There was once when he brought his son and grandson along with him during a calamity. It was supposed to be a trap to kill him, but he still managed to escape. However, at that time, his son and grandson had both died. Among the 3 generations of the righteous lineage, only his great-grandson Lan Shilin was left. Recently, someone from the Hidden Sword lineage frequently went to the Cloud Peak to contact Duan Lingtian. It seems like they are delivering something to him. Lan Zhengming, who had just received the news, had a glint in his eyes. Chapter 3968. Moreover, the people from the Hidden Sword progeny, who went to Yun Peak to look for Duan Lingtian, aren't ordinary people. Lan Zhengming could not figure it out. Even if the sect thought highly of a brat who had just entered the sect, it did not make sense for the Hidden Sword progeny to be so friendly with him, right? Could it be that Junior Uncle Yi from the Hidden Sword progeny thinks that if Duan Lingtian can enter the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet, he'll definitely get a spot? Is that why he asked his people to send some help to Duan Lingtian? When Lan Zhengming thought of this, he felt relieved. If that's the case, it makes sense. It seems like they think highly of Duan Lingtian. Lan Zhengming muttered to himself before he sent a message to Lu Hui, the righteous progeny's elder Ling Su. Has the little fellow been behaving recently? At this moment, Lan Zhengming was worried that his great-grandson, Lan Shilin, would look for trouble with Duan Lingtian for no reason. Even if he did not look for Duan Lingtian directly, he was worried that Lan Shilin would look for trouble with the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect. Grandmaster, Shilin hasn't gone out during this period. Lu Hui replied through the voice transmission. Okay. Lan Zhengming sighed in relief when he heard that. Then he added, if he goes out, you can't let him go alone. Also, if he wants to make a move on Duan Lingtian or the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect, you must stop him. If he doesn't listen, send me a message. I'll tell him personally. Lan Zhengming's tone became much more solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Before Lu Hui could reply, he added, right now, it's not only the sect that sees him as their hope, but the Hidden Sword progeny also sees him as their hope. Junior Uncle Yi must have instructed his people to send him a few resources. You should know what this means, Li Tianlan said. Before the 7 prefectures banquet begins, not only will the sect not allow anyone to go against him, but the Hidden Sword progeny will not allow it as well. The sect might care about my reputation, but the Hidden Sword lineage might not. You also know that person from the Hidden Sword faction. He wants to do things his own way. Of course, he has the qualifications to do so. After all, he is the most promising person in the sect to enter the Upper Divine Emperor realm, or even the Supreme God realm. Originally, Lu Hui was surprised by Lan Zhengming's words. He didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian of Yun Peak's lineage would make his grandmaster so apprehensive. Now, when he heard the last part of his grandmaster's words, his expression turned serious. At the same time, he vowed solemnly, don't worry, Grandmaster. I definitely won't let Celine mess around. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Lan Zhengming said again before cutting off the communication with Lu Hui. Pingshang's branch was also one of the branches that had Void Pierce Stage Elders in Chunyang School. Although this branch had a mid-divine emperor like a Void Pierce Stage Elder, there was no other divine emperor under him. It was also the only branch that didn't have a quiet Void Elder among the 7 branches that had Void Pierce Stage Elders in Chunyang School. However, even though there was no lower divine emperor or quiet Void Elder in Pingshang's branch, there was a Jade Void Elder. His strength was very close to the God Emperor realm, and he could become a lower divine emperor at any time. He was also recognized as the most promising person in Chunyang School to become a God Emperor. His name was Yuan Hanjin. He was the adopted son of the old ancestor of Pingshang's branch, the Void Pierce Stage Elder Yuan Pingsheng. Even though he was adopted, Yuan Pingsheng, who had never married or had children, treated him like his own son. He taught him everything without holding back anything. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, although your senior brothers and sisters died outside, they still sent me a message in time, According to 4 of the 6 of them, they discovered that their potential had increased. Their cultivation speed has increased, and their comprehension of the law has also increased. However, they didn't make it and died inside. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. Chapter 3969. Master, what kind of place is that? Although Yang Chenya's eyes lit up, his face was filled with confusion. He could not imagine such a place existed. It was fine if it could improve one's cultivation and laws, but it could also improve one's talent and comprehension. Do you find it unbelievable? Yuan Hanjin asked as he looked at Yang Chenya. Yes. Yang Chenya nodded. He did find it unbelievable that such a place existed in this world. Even a godly venerable expert might not have the means to create such a place, let alone an emperor god. No. In other words, even a godly venerate expert might not have the ability to create such a place, unless there was some kind of treasure that could provide certain conditions and the godly venerate expert used his own strength and methods to create such a place. At first, I found it unbelievable too. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, but in the end, your senior brothers and sisters died one after another. The experiments they did as pioneers told me. It's just that unbelievable. Over the years, I've been studying various ancient books. Not only did I study the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago, but I also studied the history of millions of years ago and even earlier. A few years ago, I came across an incomplete record in one of the ancient books. It was the thing in that record that made me think that the place I discovered might be that thing. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin's breathing became a little hurried. What thing? Yang Chenya asked. At the same time, his eyes lit up because he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. Yuan Hanjin stared at Yang Chenya, then raised his hand and threw out a few formation plates. A few soundproof formations enveloped the two of them. Seeing this, Yang Chenya's face became more solemn. He knew that if it was not a secret, his master would not act like this. One had to know that this was Ping Shang's lineage, the territory of his master's biological father. The disciples who cultivated here were all his master's martial brothers and their disciples' juniors. His master was being so careful in such a place. It showed how cautious he was. After carefully setting up a few soundproof formations, Yuan Hanjin said word by word, the most powerful spiritual abode, the most powerful divine abode. Yang Chenya was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He knew about the supreme experts. He had heard of omnipotent god weapons before. He knew that they were high-grade god weapons that had been nurtured by omnipotent experts for many years. Moreover, it was said that only high-grade god weapons with weapon souls could be promoted to omnipotent god weapons. However, this was the first time he had heard of the divine abode of a supreme expert. However, since it was related to the word strongest, it seemed that the strongest divine dwellings were most likely related to the strongest. Master, could this omnipotent divine abode be related to the omnipotent? Yang Chenya took a deep breath and asked, if it was related to the strongest, then it would naturally not be an ordinary item. Even if it could increase a person's talent and comprehension, it would be normal. Utmost powerful beings were the strongest existences in this world. This was especially true for the supreme experts who controlled the realms of gods. Each realm of gods was just a minor world in their bodies. For this reason, the rules in the realms of gods were set by the supreme experts. Whether it was the heart demon blood oath or the natives of the realms of gods leaving their realms of gods, if their destination was a lower realm of gods, their strength would be suppressed. This was the rule set by the supreme experts. In response to Yang Chenya's question, Yuan Hanjin said unhurriedly, it's related to the supreme experts. If I'm not wrong, the place I discovered back then might be the supreme divine abode that the supreme expert of the profound handle land that we're in now casually abandoned. The reason he threw such a supreme divine abode into the small world in his body, which is the profound handle land, is because he wants to give the people in his small world a good fortune. This good fortune may cause some people to die, but they are not his direct descendants, so he doesn't care. Yuan Hanjin said, "The danger is great, but the opportunity is also great. It's a pity that your senior brothers and sisters didn't make it in the end." Yuan Hanjin sighed. A supreme divine abode is created by a supreme expert at a great cost. Its value is actually higher than that of a high-quality divine artifact with an artifact soul. Of course, the supreme divine abode that I discovered should belong to the kind that has been dilapidated for many years. Now, it can only accommodate existences below the level of a lower-level divine emperor. As far as I know, a supreme divine abode can normally accommodate existences below the level of a god emperor. From a higher-level divine emperor to an ordinary divine spirit, anyone can enter. Yuan Hanjin's words gave Yang Qinya a deeper understanding of the supreme divine abode. A supreme divine abode was very dangerous. However, if one could survive it, he could be reborn, and defy the heavens to change his fate. Now, I've told you everything that I should tell you. As for what you think, it's up to you. However, even if you don't plan to go in, I hope that you will keep your mouth shut and not leak this information. When Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, his gaze became sharper as he looked at Yang Qinya. Also, even if you want to go in and take the risk, you have to ask yourself, is your will strong enough? Are you really not afraid of death? Are you really forced into a desperate situation? After asking, Yuan Hanjin's tone became stern again. Yang Qinya fell silent again when he heard this. Let's go back. Yuan Hanjin raised his hand and sighed. Actually, I don't want my disciples to go to that place anymore. That lousy place. After a few more years, perhaps even a lower divine emperor won't be able to enter. At that time, it will be completely destroyed. Although Yuan Hanjin was just mumbling the last two sentences, Yang Qinya heard it clearly. Master, I'll take my leave. Yang Qinya took his leave, but he could not calm down for a long time. The supreme divine abode. It was a divine object that the supreme experts prepared for their juniors. It could defy the heavens and change their fate. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to go in. However, when he thought about the dangers hidden within and how his senior brothers and senior sisters whom he had never met had died in there, he shrank back in his heart. He wanted to avenge his two childhood friends and a few elders. That's right. However, he had not thought about risking his life for this. Even if I have to die together with the Duan Lingtian to avenge them, I don't think I'll be willing to do that, right? Yang Qinya thought to himself as he left his master's place of cultivation. After Yang Qinya left, a cold light flashed in Yuan Hanjin's eyes. Perhaps I can try again. One last time, just one last time. Although this disciple's talent and comprehension are not as good as the others, his tenacity is far greater than theirs. However, the hatred in his heart is not strong enough. Although he was not afraid of gossip, he did not want Shen Pingfan to be put in a difficult position. He hadn't spent much time with Zhen Yunfeng, but he was quite familiar with Zhen Yunfeng's son, Zhen Pingfan. Not putting Zhen Yunfeng in a difficult position was the same as not putting Zhen Pingfan in a difficult position. Time flew by as he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Chunyang School was calm and peaceful. Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate day after day. He rarely went out because he no longer needed to refine other supreme divine pills to aid his cultivation. The divine pills in his possession were enough for him to reach the intermediate divine emperor realm. All he lacked now was time. Ping Sheng's branch. It was also the branch of Yang Qinya, the son of the myriad demon sect master. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man of medium build, dressed in an unremarkable blue robe. His features were ordinary and resolute, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Greetings, martial uncle. When the middle-aged man appeared above Ping Sheng's branch, an old figure flashed out of the void and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Little Yu Nian. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to the old man. Then, he left under the old man's respectful gaze. The old man was the elder of Pingshang's branch who was in charge of patrolling this area. From the way he addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious that he was a generation younger than the middle-aged man. In terms of appearance, he was good enough to be the middle-aged man's father. Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors was still ongoing. The atmosphere in the sect was somber. Duan Lingtian's departure did not have much impact on the Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors. Of course, as a genius from the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's departure to Chunyang School had caused quite a stir in the Tianlong clan. After all, he was personally invited to go to Chunyang School by an Emperor God expert from Chunyang School. In the history of the Tianlong clan, there had never been such a person. Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man, who had been with Ping Shang's branch in Chunyang School not long ago, appeared near the Tianlong clan at this moment, looking in the direction of the Tianlong clan from afar. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. In the next instant, he had already left the Tianlong clan, and no one in the Tianlong clan noticed his appearance. From the middle-aged man's following itinerary, he did not intend to go to the Tianlong clan. He was just passing by. From Chunyang School to the Million Demon sect, a God-Emperor level sect under the Tianlong clan, he had to pass by the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! A divine artifact spaceship was moving at a moderate speed toward the Million Demon sect. The departure point was near the Tianlong clan. Perhaps our Chunyang School has seen another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. The last time it appeared was 100,000 years ago, said Li Yundong. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any enemies in the Devata realms, he decided to be careful. After all, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was too big of a target. Who knew if Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering land, would suddenly send someone who was not a native of the Devata realms to cause trouble for him and his family through the divine void-piercing shuttle. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already prepared a place to stay in the Devata realms. In the heavenly palace of another Devata realm. The heavenly emperor of the Devata realm was overjoyed when Duan Lingtian concealed his identity and announced his intention to bring his disciples to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. The heavenly emperor was, naturally, overjoyed when he saw Duan Lingtian, a godly powerhouse, was willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. Moreover, he even prepared a beautiful valley for Duan Lingtian to stay in. It would be a place where Duan Lingtian's disciples could stay in. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had recently set up many formations in the valley. Even the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm would not be able to break the formations, let alone others. Duan Lingtian did not plan to let his family meet the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. He had chosen the heavenly palace of the Devata realm because of the good cultivation environment. After all, the divine stones in the Devata realm were much better than the cultivation environment he had created. It was also because he was not there in person. Otherwise, he could have let his family stay in his small world because the cultivation environment in his small world was better. Moreover, he did not think there was anyone in the Devata realms who could threaten him. Even if someone could threaten him, he could at least escape, right? 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 years and a month since Duan Lingtian became a medium divine lord. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine artifact flying ship was flying west of Chunyang School at an extremely fast speed. The speed of this divine artifact flying ship was not slow, comparable to that of a lower divine lord, and this was under the condition that Jinping Fan was saving divine crystals. If he did not care about the cost and used divine crystals, the speed of this divine artifact flying ship would be able to reach the speed of an ordinary upper divine lord. However, there was no need for him to speed up. The reason for that was because the people from the Pure Sun sect had all set off for the trade meet ahead of time. This flying god artifact belonged to Jinping Fan. Currently, the people in the flying god artifact were not only from the Yun Peak progeny, but there were also people from the Hidden Sword progeny, the Righteous progeny, and the other two progenies that Duan Ling Tian had never met before. In fact, these people were also quite interested in Duan Lingtian's strength because they had already heard that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle-level Divine Emperor stage on the way here. They were all curious about how strong this young man who had been entrusted with high hopes by the sect was. As for Lan Shilin's claim that Duan Lingtian was the #1 Heaven's Pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school, no one refuted it because there was no need to do so at this time. Moreover, this group of true Force disciples from the Chunyang school this time was not the strongest group. They all admitted that they were not as good as Duan Lingtian. Elder Yu. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's eyes were unusually bright. He stared at the elder of the Seven Kills Valley and said with a smile, "So, the person behind you is your outstanding disciple, Dao Wei. I've heard a lot about Dao Wei in the Chunyang school. Just now, from what you said, you don't object to the young Heaven's Pride from your sect fighting with Duan Lingtian. Why don't we let Dao Wei fight with Duan Lingtian?" Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. "I have no objections. It depends on the parties involved." The elder of the Seven Kills Valley, a lesser god emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley, said with a smile as he stroked the goatee on his chin, "Master, I'd like to see the strength of the #1 Heaven's Pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school." Dao Wei took a step forward and stared at Duan Lingtian with a fighting spirit in his eyes. The #1 Heaven's Pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school? What arrogance! If he could defeat Duan Lingtian, then his reputation would be even greater than before. He had heard that the Chunyang school had spent a lot of resources on Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian could become a medium god emperor. Of course, he did not think that Duan Lingtian deserved the title of the #1 Heaven's Pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school. However, at this time, even if Duan Lingtian did not deserve it, he felt that it was good to give Duan Lingtian such a title. With this title, if he defeated Duan Lingtian, it would only make his Dao Wei more outstanding. "I don't have any objections." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, "However, I heard that there are prizes for the battles at the trade fair. If there's no prize, I'm not interested in fighting. I'm lazy." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stretched lazily and said with a lazy expression on his face, "You're right." Yu Chanlian smiled when he heard this. "Of course there will be a prize. I wonder what kind of prize Chunyang School is willing to give. Or do you want the Seven Kills Valley to give you a prize?" He was quite confident in the strength of his disciple Dao Wei. As for Duan Lingtian, if he had not become a medium god emperor, it was unlikely that he would be a match for Dao Wei. Even if he had become a medium god emperor, his cultivation would not have stabilized. At most, he would be able to fight Dao Wei to a draw. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian grinned innocently in front of everyone. "Let's bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? A half-soul high-grade divine weapon." When Duan Lingtian said this, not only Yu Chanlian's pupil shrank, but also Dao Wei's face changed greatly. Even Jin Pingfan had a stunned look on his face. The other people of Chunyang School, including Elder Jingshu of Sword Hidden Villa, were also shocked. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds. Would Chunyang School be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? In other words, would they be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? Could it be that Duanling Tian obtained the instructions of that person from Yun Peak? This was the thought in their minds at the moment. Chapter 3976. Jinping Fan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His father didn't know about this? Then, where did the half-soul high-grade divine weapon that this kid mentioned come from? Duanling Tian, don't speak recklessly. For a moment, Jinping Fan couldn't help but remind Duanling Tian through telepathy. It's fine if the Seven Kills Valley doesn't agree, but once they agree and Dao Wei wins against you, you must take out the half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Otherwise, even I and the school won't be able to protect you. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary God Emperor level force. However, this was the Seven Kills Valley, a God Emperor level force that was on par with the Chunyang School in Tongling Province. Although the overall strength of the Seven Kills Valley might not be comparable to the Chunyang School, the Chunyang School wouldn't want to make an enemy that was not much weaker than them. Elder Jin. Duanling Tian didn't seem surprised when he heard Jin Pingfan's telepathy. Of course, I know. Since you know, why are you still betting? Where are you going to find a half-soul high-grade divine weapon to give to the Seven Kills Valley? Jin Pingfan said impatiently. Elder Jin. Duanling Tian said with a smile. If I tell you that I'm going to win a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for you, can't you go and borrow the half-soul high-grade divine weapon in Elder Yunfeng's hand? Of course, maybe I don't even need to borrow it. Unless they want to see it with their own eyes. Zhun Pingfan was stunned by Duanling Tian's words at first. Then, rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the Chunyang School, only a few Void Peer Stage Elders had a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Even he didn't have one. In the past, he didn't think much of it. However, ever since he learned that Hong Yunxiao of the Seven Kills Valley obtained a half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he began to feel unbalanced. On what basis? In terms of strength, I, Jin Pingfan, am much stronger than you, Hong Yunxiao. In terms of background, I, Jin Pingfan, was in Chunyang School, but I'm not any weaker than you, Hong Yunxiao, was in Seven Kills Valley. Of course, even though he felt it was unfair, he also knew that it was because Hong Yunxiao was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Are you sure? Although Jin Pingfan was confident in Duanling Tian, he had to be cautious when it came to a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. After all, in the entire Tongling province, there were only 20 or so high-grade half-soul divine artifacts. Most of them were in the hands of the Middle God Emperor experts from the top 5 powers in Tongling province. As long as he's not a high-grade God Emperor, I'm 100% sure. When Duanling Tian transmitted to Zhun Pingfan again, even Zhun Pingfan could hear the absolute confidence in Duanling Tian's voice. Good. I'll immediately inform my father. After receiving Duanling Tian's confirmation, Zhun Pingfan's eyes seemed to be shining. At the same time, he sent another message to his father, Duanling Tian, and also mentioned Duanling Tian's promise. Father, in the past 100,000 years of Tongling province's history, there are only a few high-grade god emperors under 10,000 years old. Moreover, Chunyang School is also paying attention to Dao Wei's cultivation. No matter how many resources we throw at him, it's impossible for him to break through and become a high-grade god emperor. I think it's worth a bet, Jin Pingfan transmitted. Jin Yunfeng quickly replied, Of course I know what you're talking about. I also believe in Duanling Tian's confidence. He can use my high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager. However, I think you're being too optimistic. Do you all think the people of Seven Kills Valley are so stupid? Do you think they'll be willing to play along with you? It's not like they don't know Duanling Tian's background, Jin Yunfeng said. Jin Yunfeng said. When Jin Pingfan heard this, he immediately calmed down. However, when he looked at Yu Chanlian, the elder of Seven Kills Valley, his eyes still flashed with a faint light. Agree. Hurry up and agree. But, I don't think Yu Chanlian is qualified to agree to such a thing, right? He doesn't even have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Jin Yunfeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that this wager might not succeed. Humph! Dao Wei snapped out of his daze and glared at Duan Lingtian. He suddenly snorted. Duan Lingtian, are you joking? You think you can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? The way I see it, you're just too scared to accept my challenge. That's why you're using this as an excuse, right? Dao Wei sneered. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon? What a joke! Even if Duan Lingtian could take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he was confident in himself. The Seven Kills Valley would not let him take the risk. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was much more important in the Seven Kills Valley than he was. Yu Chanlian did not say anything. However, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He felt that Duan Lingtian was making ridiculous demands. The only reason he did this was to make Seven Kills Valley back off. He doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Is he trying to hide his strength? Or is he not confident in himself? Yu Chanlian did not think that Duan Lingtian was afraid of his disciple, Dao Wei. After all, this was a monster that Jin Pingfan personally went to the Tianlong clan to invite back to the Chunyang school. Moreover, Dao Wei was indeed very outstanding. This was an undeniable fact. Dao Wei's improvement in the past few decades was especially shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the fastest person in the history of Tongling province to cultivate the divine emperor scripture. As for the high-grade half-soul divine weapon bet, Yu Chanlian only treated it as a joke. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian did have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he would not take it out unless he had a death wish. It was definitely not a good thing for a divine emperor to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was enough to tempt a divine emperor. Who said that Duan Lingtian can't take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Jin Pingfan spoke first. He said calmly, "My old man can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager for the battle between you and Duan Lingtian. I've just contacted my old man about this matter, and he has agreed. If you don't feel reassured, I, Jin Pingfan, can also make a heart demon blood oath on your behalf. If Duan Lingtian loses to you, Dao Wei, I'll give you a high-grade half-soul divine weapon." Although he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below a middle-level god emperor in Chunyang School, there was still a large gap between him and a middle-level god emperor. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the gap between them. Once one reached the god emperor realm, even if one's comprehension of the profound laws was inferior by an entire level, the difference of one's cultivation level was enough to make up for this gap and overtake it in one fell swoop. When Jin Pingfan heard Yu Kalian's words, the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He then looked at Yu Kalian with a fake smile and said, "Elder Yu, I admit that I am not your match for a middle-level god emperor. Why don't you and Hong Yunxiao fight me alone? If I win, the Seven Kills Valley will lose a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. If I lose, my old man's half-soul high-grade divine artifact will be lost to the Seven Kills Valley." When Jin Pingfan said this, the smug smile on Yu Kalian's face froze slightly. Behind him, Dao Wei and the other two also had ugly expressions. They felt that Jin Pingfan was looking down on them too much. On the other hand, other than the leaders of the various factions, everyone else in the Chunyang school looked shocked. Elder Jin, does he think that he can defeat the two lower-level god emperors of the Seven Kills Valley by himself? Elder Jin is only a lower-level god emperor, right? It won't be easy for a lower-level god emperor to fight two lower-level god emperors alone, right? Although they were shocked, they also felt that since Elder Jin dared to say this and even used his father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, he must be confident. Otherwise, wouldn't Ancestor Yun Feng break his legs? Elder Jin, Now that he had seen Zheng Pingfan's confidence and saw the frozen smile on Yu Kilian's face, Duan Lingtian was also shocked. In the past, although he knew that Zheng Pingfan was very strong and was recognized as invincible under the middle-level God-Emperor realm in the Chunyang school, after all, rumors were only rumors. Moreover, who could guarantee that someone was not deliberately bragging about Zheng Pingfan's strength and flattering Zheng Pingfan? Until now, when he saw the expression on the face of the Seven Kills Valley's elder, the God-Emperor expert Yu Kilian, he finally realized that Zheng Pingfan's strength was not just in name but also in reality. Elder Zhen. After the smile on his face froze for a while, Yu Kilian finally spoke with a self-deprecating expression. You must be joking. Who in the Tongling province doesn't know that you are invincible under the lower-level God-Emperor realm? You killed a lower-level God-Emperor and severely injured a lower-level God-Emperor as soon as you became one. This is a real battle record. Even now, I still have the soul orb you recorded at that time. Not to mention Hong Yunxiao and I, even if there were another lower-level God-Emperor, they would not be able to beat you. Chapter 3979. He was also a middle-level divine emperor, but he had defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley in 10 moves. As soon as Zheng Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at him mockingly. Elder Zhen, is this what you meant by, it's actually nothing? A middle-level divine emperor who had such strength 200 years ago and broke through to become a high-level divine emperor 100 years ago. Do you think I can defeat him? You have a lot of confidence in me. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and laugh. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that there was no lack of outstanding young geniuses in Tongling province who were under the age of 10,000 years old. Now, the person Zheng Pingfan was talking about, in his opinion, among the young geniuses in Tongling province who were under the age of 10,000 years old, there was almost no one who could defeat him. Are you confident? Zheng Pingfan took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head. After all, I don't know how well he has consolidated his cultivation since he just became a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended. Moreover, he defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley 200 years ago. I don't know how strong that person is. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and looked deeply at Zheng Pingfan. Elder Zhen, who's the person you're talking about? Zheng Pingfan's eyes flickered when he heard this. He did not hide anything and said bluntly, Machi Hong from the Machi family. The Machi family. Duan Lingtian naturally knew about this family. The Machi family was one of the top forces in Tongling province who had gone to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. The Machi family was an emperor god-level family in Tongling province that was as famous as the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley. They were very powerful and had many emperor gods in their sect. However, compared to the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley, the Machi family was more mysterious to a certain extent. After all, as a family, they would not casually recruit disciples. Even if they recruited disciples, they would only recruit disciples from the branch family. Even if they were talented disciples from the branch family, they would not be willing to join the Machi family. In this sort of situation, the experts in the Machi clan were basically all members of the Machi clan. They were all people with the surname Machi. Of course, this did not mean that the Machi family did not have any geniuses with other surnames. The Machi family also welcomed geniuses and would make all kinds of promises. Sometimes, in order to recruit and retain a genius, the Machi family would often introduce outstanding disciples from the family to the genius and use marriage as a method to make the genius stay in the Machi family. At the same time, through marriage, the Machi family had bound many Emperor God-level and Emperor God-level clans in Tongling province. Almost all of the geniuses from these clans eventually joined the Machi family. Because of this, as a family with limitations, the Machi family grew stronger in Tungling province and had been passed down to this day. After all, in terms of inheritance, a family could not be compared to a sect in many aspects. A sect did not care about blood ties, but a family could not avoid this. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when the people from the Machi family had come to recruit him, they had not only offered a generous price, but they had also promised to marry the most outstanding female disciple of the Machi family's younger generation who was equally outstanding in terms of appearance and temperament. Apart from recruiting Duan Lingtian into the Machi family, it was obvious that they also wanted to bind Duan Lingtian to the Machi family. Machi Hong. In fact, Duan Lingtian had heard of Machi Hong before. Machi Hong was the strongest person in the Machi family's younger generation under 10,000 years old. It was said that even the second strongest person in the Machi family could not last more than 10 moves against him. This rumor had started several hundred years ago. Machi Hong was the most monstrous existence under 10,000 years old in the history of the Machi family. Many people even said that he had a chance of becoming a god emperor before the age of 12,000. It should be known that even the former monstrous genius of the Chunyang school, Yi Chunfeng, who was the current old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, had only become a god emperor when he was 13,000 years old. Before that, Yi Chunfeng had created history in Tungling province by breaking the record for the fastest time to become a god emperor in Tungling province. Duan Lingtian had only heard about this from Jinping Fan after meeting Yi Chunfeng. Many people thought that Machi Hong of the Machi family would be able to break Yi Chunfeng's record. He actually became a high-level god emperor 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian remembered that Machi Hong was only a little over 8,000 years old. Originally, he had thought that the Machi family had deliberately spread the rumor and exaggerated it. However, it seemed like it was not impossible for Machi Hong to become a god emperor before the age of 12,000. Elder Zhen, you want me to defeat Machi Hong? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan and asked with a smile, "Are you worried that I will be defeated by him in the 7 prefectures banquet? However, if you are really worried about this, I don't think it's necessary. If Machi Hong has really become a high-level god emperor, he will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Based on his strength as a middle-level god emperor, he might even be able to make it into the top 3. Duan Lingtian shook his head at this point. Chunyang School only expects me to be in the top 10. If I enter the top 10, I won't have to worry about defeating him, Duan Lingtian said. I'm not worried about the 7 prefectures banquet. Zhen Pingfan rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. If it's the 7 prefectures banquet, what do I have to worry about? As you said, if you only enter the top 10, he won't be able to affect you much no matter how strong he is. You brat. Isn't it because you mentioned the half-soul high-grade divine artifact that I'm interested? The 7 Kills Valley will definitely not take out a half-soul high-grade divine artifact to bet with you. However, the Machi family has a chance. Zhen Pingfan rubbed his temple with his right middle finger and sighed softly. However, if you don't have the confidence to defeat Machi Hong, you are destined to miss this opportunity. Half-soul high-grade divine artifact? Duan Lingtian understood when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. Chapter 3980. In the face of Zhen Pingfan's urgent inquiry, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "If he's not hiding anything, I'm confident. Even if he's hiding something, as long as it's not too exaggerated to the extent that we can't imagine, we'll still be able to fight to a draw. Elder Zhen, please inform Elder Yunfeng." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's last sentence, Zhen Pingfan, who was in the nearby mansion, suddenly brightened. Then, he replied excitedly, "All right." Originally, he did not have much hope after learning about Machi Hong's strength. However, he did not expect that after he told Duan Lingtian in detail about the increase in his battle prowess after becoming a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, as well as Machi Hong's current strength, Duan Lingtian still replied in such a manner. Duan Lingtian was only one step away from telling him that he was confident. At this moment, he muttered in his heart, Duan Lingtian, I hope you didn't trick me. I'll believe you this time. If I lose, even if my old man doesn't kill me, he'll skin me alive. Forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll take you with me when the time comes. That's loyal enough, right? Otherwise, if I run away, my old man will have nowhere to vent his anger. Maybe he'll vent his anger on you. After taking a deep breath, Zhen Pingfan sent a message to Yunfeng in Chunyang School. After receiving Zhen Pingfan's message, the first thing he said was, Are you crazy? You want Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong to fight? You want to wager a half-soul high-quality divine weapon? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? Do you believe that I won't break your legs if you say one more word? Zhen Yunfeng was really angry. If Duan Lingtian and the three brats from the Seven Kills Valley were to bet on half a soul high-grade divine artifact, the chances of winning would be 100%. But now, his son seemed to be in the mood for gambling. He actually wanted Duan Lingtian to bet with Ma Qihong of the Machi family for half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Are you my son or Ma Qiju's son? Why are you in such a hurry to give my half-soul high-grade divine artifact to that old bastard Ma Qiju? Father, let me finish. Zhen Pingfan felt a little helpless. He felt that his father's reaction was normal. The people from the Seven Kills Valley aren't idiots. The people from the Machi family aren't idiots either. You should be clear about this. Seven Kills Valley isn't willing to gamble because they aren't confident. But the Machi family, do you think they don't have the confidence? Moreover, given Ma Qiju's temper, do you think he would refuse this bet if I intentionally provoked him? Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Of course he wouldn't refuse. If I were him, why would I refuse when someone is so eager to give me a half-soul high-grade divine artifact? Zhen Yunfeng suddenly felt that he had spoiled his son too much in the past. If he hadn't confirmed that this son was his own, he would have suspected that this son of his was an illegitimate son of the Machi family. How could this be? I, your father, only have half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Father. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The situation you're talking about is the situation where Duan Lingtian loses. But haven't you thought about what would happen if Duan Lingtian wins? When Zhen Pingfan said this, Zhen Yunfeng was silent for a while. Then he unhurriedly said, Impossible! He knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate divine emperor realm. If Duan Lingtian consolidated his cultivation base as an intermediate divine emperor, he believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat an ordinary advanced divine emperor. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the intermediate divine emperor realm for 2 years. In these 2 years, he had only just begun to consolidate his cultivation base. On this day, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, Yu Kulian, once again arrived at the valley where Duan Lingtian and the other disciples of the Chunyang school were at. He was preparing to lead the group of disciples of the Chunyang school to the site of the trade meet. The trade meet would last for 3 days. 3 days was not a long time, but it was enough for the people of the 5 top god-level forces in Tungling province to complete some transactions. This time, the people of the various forces brought a lot of things to sell or exchange for other things they needed. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, let's go. After Zhen Pingfan led the people of the Chunyang school, including Duan Lingtian, into the air, Yu Kulian greeted them with a smile. This time, Yu Kulian came alone. He did not bring his disciple, Dao Wei. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that Yu Kulian's gaze suddenly shifted to the sky above another valley in the distance. There, an elder of the Seven Kills Valley was also preparing to set off with a group of people. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, the people of the Machi family are also preparing to go. Let's go over and greet them, and then we'll go together. What do you think? Yu Kulian smiled and asked for the opinions of Zhen Pingfan and Elder Jing Su of the Zong family. All right. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he exchanged a meaningful look with Yu Kulian. Then, He led the people of the Chunyang school to meet up with the people of the Machi family under Yu Kilian's lead. This time, there were nearly 100 people from the Chunyang school who had come. As for the Machi family's side, there were also close to 100 people who had come. It was a majestic sight. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and his group approaching, the people of the opposite group who had just set off stopped when they saw the elder of the Seven Kills Valley. Elder Machi. After Yu Kilian took the initiative to greet the burly old man who was the leader of the Machi family, Jinping Fan also greeted the burly old man. Senior Uncle Machi, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. The burly old man was dressed in a loose dark golden robe. His expression was firm and dignified. When he greeted Yu Kilian and Jinping Fan, he merely glanced at Yu Kilian indifferently. When he looked at Jinping Fan, a faint smile appeared on his stiff but firm face. Junior nephew Jinping Fan. Junior nephew Jinping Fan is leading the group from the Chunyang school this time? The burly old man was none other than Machi family's golden seat elder, Machi Ju. Machi Ju. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the crowd. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes when he looked at Machi Ju. Is this the person whom Elder Yu Kilian has hated for more than 30,000 years? Yes. Jinping Fan replied with a smile. At the same time, his eyes lit up when he looked at the silver-robed young man who was walking side by side with a few other old men behind Machi Ju. This must be Senior Uncle Machi's genius great-great-grandson, right? The silver-robed young man had a cold and handsome face. He had a cold temperament. When Jinping Fan looked at him, he also stared at Jinping Fan. Hong this is your junior Uncle Jin. He's the strongest person below the intermediate God Emperor in Chunyang school. Although Machi Ju did not turn his head, it was obvious that he was talking to the young man. When the young man heard this, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. He cupped his hands slightly and said, "Greetings, Junior Uncle Jin. I'm Machi Hong." "Not bad." Jinping Fan nodded and said with a smile, "He's indeed a man of striking appearance. However, he's still a little lacking compared to our Chunyang school's Duan Lingtian." No one had expected Jinping Fan to suddenly say this. His words came out of nowhere, and it was obviously not at the right time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Yu Kilian, everyone present was stunned. Jinping Fan, what do you mean by that? Machi Hong's expression changed, and the faint smile on Machi Ju's face disappeared instantly. When he looked at Jinping Fan again, his eyes were burning with anger. Chapter 3981. At this moment, not only were the people from the Chunyang school stunned, but even the people from the Machi clan were stunned. Even the elder from the Seven Kills Valley, who was about to bring the people from the Machi clan to the trade fair, was stunned. No one had expected Jinping Fan, who had been polite to Machi Ju a moment ago, to suddenly belittle Machi Hong. Moreover, he had done it in front of Machi Ju. Everyone knew that Machi Hong was Machi Ju's proudest descendant. All this while, Machi Ju had treated him as the face of the younger generation. Whenever he encountered a middle-level god emperor in the Eastern Mountain Ridge Prefecture who he wasn't a match for, he would say, "Although my strength is slightly inferior to yours, it would be difficult to find someone who is slightly inferior to my great-grandson, Machi Hongi, among your juniors." As for Machi Ju, he viewed Machi Hong as the face of his sect. Furthermore, he valued Machi Hong the most among the younger generation. Among the 5 great peak god emperor-level powerhouses of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, there were probably very few who didn't know about this. As an elder from the Chunyang school, it was impossible for Jinping Fan not to know about this. Because of this, everyone was stunned by Jinping Fan's sudden change in attitude. Although Duan Lingtian and Yu Chanlian were not as stunned as the others, they were still caught off guard. Although they knew that Jinping Fan would provoke Machi Ju and take the opportunity to challenge him to a duel, they did not expect that Jinping Fan would be so impatient. "I thought that he would only make things difficult for Machi Ju after he arrived at the trade fair." Yu Chanlian inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian, as he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Me too, Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile. At this moment, apart from Jin Pingfan himself, he and Yu Chanlian were probably the only ones who knew why Jin Pingfan had suddenly changed his attitude. Is Jin Pingfan crazy? As for the other members of the Machi family, they returned to their senses and stared at Jin Pingfan with unfriendly gazes. Although they weren't a match for Jin Pingfan, the leader of the Machi family this time was Machi Ju, a medial celestial the arch who was stronger than Jin Pingfan. Jin Pingfan was nothing in front of this golden seat elder of the Machi family. Elder Zhan, the people of Chunyang School, led by Elder Jingshu of the Hidden Sword Branch, all looked at Jin Pingfan's back with either confusion or worry in their eyes. Was Elder Jin not afraid of infuriating Machi Ju? Jin Pingfan, what do you mean by that? Jin Pingfan's expression didn't change in the face of Machi Ju's question. At the same time, he didn't respond to Machi Ju immediately. Instead, he called out to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, come here. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. However, he stepped forward and stood beside Jin Pingfan. Martial Uncle Machi? Do you know what I mean now? Jin Pingfan pointed at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Our Chunyang School's Duan Lingtian should be better than your great-great-grandson, Machi Hong, in terms of appearance and temperament, right? There are so many people here. They should be discerning people. Jin Pingfan smiled brilliantly, as if he didn't see the anger that was gradually rising in Machi Ju's eyes. Machi Ju glanced at Duan Lingtian and sneered. So what if he's good-looking? Don't tell me he's going to live off a woman? If he can't make it into the top 10 in the upcoming 7 prefectures feast, I'm afraid he won't be able to answer to Chunyang School, right? As far as I know, Chunyang School has invested a lot of resources on him. Machi Ju's sneer deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 3982. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, Jin Pingfan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. At the same time, his aura fluctuated as he stared at Machi Ju. He was afraid that Machi Ju would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian. In my eyes, you're just like them. You're trash. These were Duan Lingtian's words. As soon as these words left his mouth, not only did Machi Hong's expression change, but even Machi Ju's expression also changed. A terrifying aura swept out from his body. Brat, do you want to die? Machi Ju's expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Martial Uncle Machi. At this moment, Jin Pingfan spoke. He felt that if he did not step forward, Duan Lingtian might really provoke Machi Ju to attack. Duan Lingtian is used to being a genius. Whenever he sees someone who's not as good as him, he thinks they're trash. Actually, he doesn't have any ill intentions. As soon as Jin Pingfan's words left his mouth, the people from Chunyang School who were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety were speechless. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Are you trying to say that Duan Lingtian isn't dying fast enough? Elder Machi Ju. At this moment, the Hidden Sword faction's Elder Jingshu stepped forward and stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian. He looked at Machi Ju calmly and said, My master owes Duan Lingtian a huge favor. Although I don't know what kind of favor it is, my master once said that he can kill a mid-level god emperor for Duan Lingtian to return the favor. As soon as these words left his mouth, Machi Ju's expression changed drastically. He stared at the Elder Jingshu and said, Yitong, are you threatening me? Yitong was the Hidden Sword faction's Elder Jingshu. He was also the disciple of the Hidden Sword faction's old ancestor, Yi Chenfeng. Naturally, Machi Ju knew him. I wouldn't dare. Yitong smiled faintly. I'm just reminding Elder Machi Ju to avoid unimportant conflicts. Humph! Machi Ju snorted coldly. Although his gaze was still cold when he looked at Yitong, he did not continue on this topic. Yi Chenfeng. In Chunyang School, he was even more terrifying than Jin Yunfeng. So much so that the other 2 gold seat elders of the Machi clan, as well as the clan leader, unanimously believed that Yi Chenfeng was definitely one of the two strongest people in Chunyang School. Zhen Yunfeng was at most in the top 3. He was even afraid of Zhen Yunfeng, let alone Yi Chenfeng. Of course, he knew Yi Tong. He was Yi Chenfeng's disciple. Although he was older than Yi Chenfeng, Yi Tong's respect for Yi Chenfeng was well known even in the top circle of Tongling province. Since it was related to Yi Chenfeng, he would not lie. When Ma Qiju looked at Duan Lingtian again, the haze on his face became heavier. His tone was extremely cold. Today, for the sake of Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chenfeng, I won't bicker with a junior like you. Otherwise, even if I can't do anything to you, I'll let my great-grandson teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. There was no doubt that Ma Qiju's words meant one thing. If I, Ma Qiju, bullied you, Duan Lingtian, I'm bullying the weak. However, if my great-grandson attacks you, it won't be considered bullying the weak. Even Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chenfeng won't be able to say anything. Duan Lingtian, are you saying that I'm trash? Ma Qihong's expression was extremely ugly when he saw that his great ancestor was at a disadvantage. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Duan Lingtian did not back down. Instead, he retorted, I, Duan Lingtian, am not even 3,000 years old, but I'm already a mid-level godly emperor. I'm confident that I'll become a high-level godly emperor before I'm 4,000 years old. You're almost 10,000 years old, but you're only a high-level godly emperor. Do you think you're not trash? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian's words caused Ma Qihong's face to turn red. If that's the case, do you dare to fight with me? I don't think so, right? You said in front of so many people that you think I'm weaker than you now. Unless you want to refute your own words now, Ma Qihong said as he took a step forward. The moment Ma Qihong's words left his mouth, he took a step forward. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he said, I, Ma Qihong, a disciple of the Machi clan, challenge the pure Sun sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, in front of all the seniors. Ma Qihong challenged Duan Lingtian directly. He was at a disadvantage when it came to words. However, when Ma Qihong heard Duan Lingtian said he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, he knew he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if he seized this opportunity. At that time, not only would his great ancestor not be humiliated, but he would not be humiliated as well. Otherwise, if news of them doing nothing despite Duan Lingtian provoking them today spread out, they would definitely lose face. Duan Lingtian, accept the challenge. The young disciples of the Machi clan could no longer sit still when they heard Ma Qihong's words. They began to mock Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say you're stronger than big brother Ma Qihong? Why don't you prove it now? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you're only good at talking? We clearly heard what you said earlier. You said that big brother Ma Qihong's current strength is inferior to yours. That's right. Now that big brother Ma Qihong is challenging you, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't, you'll be slapping your own face. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is only good at talking. The group of young disciples from the Machi clan had been suppressing their anger because of Duan Lingtian's provocation. Now that they had a chance to vent, they would not miss it. On the other hand, the people from the Chunyang school were silent. It was not that they were unwilling to help Duan Lingtian, but they did not know how to help him. Were they supposed to cheer for Duan Lingtian and ask him to defeat Ma Qihong? In their opinion, that was impossible. It was no different from a fantasy story. Even the hidden sword faction's elder Jingshu, Yi Tong, frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke. Ma Qihong, do you want to challenge me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, but the faint smile remained on his face. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Ma Qihong sneered. At this moment, Ma Qiju, who was standing beside Ma Qihong, no longer looked angry. He glanced at his great-grandson beside him with a satisfied smile on his face. Earlier, he had realized that it was inappropriate for him to interfere in the fight between the younger generation. Therefore, he had given his great-grandson some advice. And now, his great-great-grandson didn't disappoint him. What's there to be afraid of? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and yawned lazily. However, Duan Lingtian will fight with trash. If there's no prize, I won't agree to it. I won't even make a move. If I have the time, I might as well go back and take an afternoon nap. The sneer on Machi Hong's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What kind of prize do you want? In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's proposal was equivalent to giving him something. Since that was the case, why should he refuse? It's coming. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan's heart was in turmoil. However, he tried his best to remain calm on the surface. Zhen Pingfan, calm down, calm down. Isn't it just a half-soul prominent divine artifact? It's nothing. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Duan Lingtian, let's forget about it. Zhen Pingfan, who tried his best to maintain a natural expression, shook his head and sighed at this moment. And then he said to Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be impatient to have a battle with him. It won't be too late to find an opportunity after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ends. Although limited king-grade divine pills were rare, even the best divine alchemists in Tungling province could not refine them often. However, it was possible to refine some limited king-grade divine pills with some time. In fact, the value of 100 limited king-grade divine pills in Tungling province was far less than a half-soul high-grade god artifact. In a place like Tungling province, a half-soul high-grade god artifact could be said to be a priceless treasure. Under normal circumstances, a god emperor would only be able to make a high-grade god artifact develop a soul after becoming a god emperor. Moreover, this was a long process. If a lower god emperor wanted a half-soul high-grade god artifact, they could only obtain it through other means. For example, Elder Hong Yunxiao of the 7 Kills Valley, whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan and Tai Sek's emperor battle plane. Although he was only a lower god emperor, he was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact through other means. Duan Lingtian, after talking for so long, do you still not dare to accept it? Machi Hong sneered when he saw that Duan Lingtian had stopped in his tracks but did not turn around. If you really don't dare to accept it, just admit it. So this is the so-called genius that Chunyang School purposely looked for outside? You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to boast. Fortunately, the Machi clan didn't accept you. Machi Hong's mocking smile was still on his face, but the disdain and contempt in his eyes were growing. Humph! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation as he turned around and looked at Machi Hong coldly. Machi Hong, you said you're willing to accept my bet. You even said you can lend me half of your profound ancestor's soul. Did he agree to this? If you lose and he says he didn't agree to it, who am I supposed to look for? At that time, it'll be useless even if I kill you. Duan Lingtian said disdainfully. In my opinion, you should discuss this with your profound ancestor for a few days. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you now. I agree to it. At this moment, Machi Ju looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Duan Lingtian, sometimes there's a price to pay for being so bold. Of course, if you kneel down and kowtow to both of us today, we'll forgive you. Machi Ju said. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian might not have the courage to continue the bet now that his great-great-grandson had taken out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. That was why he had made such a harsh request. He wanted to force Duan Lingtian to continue the bet with his great-great-grandson. No matter what kind of divine elixir it was, even the Machi family wouldn't be able to gather 100 pinnacle king-grade divine elixirs without decades or even centuries. In his opinion, there was no reason for him to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Impossible. Duan Lingtian rejected Machi Hong's suggestion without any hesitation. His voice was cold as he said, so be it. At most, I'll give you 100 limited king-grade divine pills if I lose. To me, Duan Lingtian refining limited king-grade divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be running out of breath. The people from the Machi clan laughed when they saw Duan Lingtian's desperate reaction. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian had been forced into the bet by the Machi clan. 100 limited king-grade divine pills will definitely win. This was what they thought. Elder Zhen. While the people from the Machi clan were feeling smug, the people from the Chunyang school had ugly expressions on their faces. They thought Duan Lingtian would embarrass Chunyang school. At this moment, Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. That's right. Stop when it's appropriate, regardless of life or death. As soon as Wei Chundao opened his mouth, Zhen Pingfan was the first to speak. It was as if he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Machi Hong. When everyone's eyes swept over, he immediately said awkwardly, "I agree with Marshal Uncle Wei. The Chunyang school and the Machi family can't afford the loss of either of them. Stop when it's appropriate." Duan Lingtian also said, "Haha." Machi Hong laughed. Machi Hong laughed. Duan Lingtian, I thought you're not afraid of anything, but I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "I'm afraid that if you die, Elder Machi Ju won't be able to bear the double blow of losing you and the half-soul prominent divine artifact." This would not only be a loss to the Golden Seed Elder, but it would also be a loss to the Machi clan. When Machi Ju heard the advice, he stopped moving. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "That's right, Elder Machi Ju. Why don't we just forget about it? Today I'll definitely win against Machi Hong. I'm afraid it's not easy for your half-soul high-grade divine artifact to reach this stage. There's really no need to use it on a good-for-nothing great-grandson like you. Elder Machi Ju, if you want to go back on your word, I, Duan Lingtian, won't have any objections. I'm sure your great-grandson, Machi Hong, won't dare to have any objections as well." Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly. "However, I'll say this first. If you don't have half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, I won't even bother to fight with Machi Hong. Let's just forget about this wager." At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer anxious. It was as though he was a completely different person. He was much more excited now. Machi Hong's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. Even if he felt that he would definitely win, he could not force the great ancestor to do anything. He could only let the great ancestor make the decision. Naturally, if he could, he wanted to promise that he would not lose. If he lost, he would do whatever he wanted. At the same time, two other high-ranking officials from the Machi clan spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. They felt that there was no need for him to risk his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for the sake of a junior. "That's right, Senior Uncle Machi. Why don't we just forget about it?" At this moment, Zhen Pingfan also spoke up. In the beginning, he did not want to speak up. After all, if Duan Lingtian lost his half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he would be the one to take it. However, when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he understood Duan Lingtian's intention. For this reason, he quickly spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he prayed in his heart, "Duan Lingtian, you'd better not admit defeat. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your great-grandson? Your great-grandson had entered the high-level divine emperor realm 100 years ago. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian from our Chunyang school had only entered the Zhongwei divine emperor realm 2 years ago. Elder Machi, let's just forget about it. At this moment, Elder Yi Tong from the Chunyang School's hidden sword faction also spoke up. Duan Lingtian did not send him a voice transmission. Instead, he spoke according to his own thoughts. This was because he felt that Duan Lingtian would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Instead of embarrassing himself by giving up 100 king-grade divine pills, he might as well just forget about it. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan, the old ancestor of the Yunfeng progeny on Yunfeng Island in Chunyang School, was stunned when he learned about the wager Duan Lingtian had taken out from his son, Zhen Pingfan. After a while, he could not help but mutter, "Is Wan Qiju crazy? He's betting his half-soul prominent divine artifact for 100 peak king-grade divine pills? He won't go back on his word, right? This won't do. I have to make a trip there myself." When they return from the Seven Kills Valley, Wan Qiju might shamelessly make a move to snatch back his half-soul prominent divine artifact. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate. He took out a God Emperor grade flying ship and left Chunyang School at his fastest speed to head to the Seven Kills Valley. In fact, if he did not use his doppelganger, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Machi Hong even if he used the fledgling form of Sword Principle. It was precisely because of the doppelganger's existence that he was able to suppress Machi Hong when he joined forces with his original body. Their comprehension of the laws was similar, so Duan Lingtian did not have an advantage in this aspect. In terms of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was slightly inferior. It was precisely because of the advantage of the law doppelganger and the fledgling form of Sword Principle that he was able to catch up to Machi Hong in terms of cultivation and even slightly suppress Machi Hong. However, after Machi Hong activated his bloodline power, the situation of the battle reversed in an instant. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was barely able to fight Machi Hong to a draw. However, after a few moments, the same thing happened again. This time, the one who was at a disadvantage was not Machi Hong, but Duan Lingtian. Machi Hong has activated his bloodline power. His bloodline power is a bloodline battle soul. It's called the Battle Soul Bloodline. This Battle Soul Bloodline is an inherited bloodline unique to the direct descendants of the Machi clan. The Battle Soul Bloodline, when the power of one's bloodline is fused with one's divine energy and laws, it'll form a battle soul to assist in battle. Its strength is not inferior to the law clones formed by the laws of the Devata realms. When Machi Hong activated his bloodline power and revealed his Battle Soul Bloodline, many people in the surroundings recognized it as the Battle Soul Bloodline of the Machi clan. Initially, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand because Machi Hong did not activate his bloodline power. However, now that the Battle Soul Bloodline has appeared, Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Although Duan Lingtian is going to lose this battle, it's still an honorable loss. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. Indeed, in terms of age, Duan Lingtian is several times more outstanding than Machi Hong. However, it's a pity that he lost those 100 Supreme King-grade divine pills. If you didn't mention the Supreme King-grade divine pills, I would have forgotten about them. I really don't understand why Duan Lingtian would spend so much effort on the divine pill Dao. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, if he didn't study the divine pill Dao and focused on his cultivation instead, he might be able to defeat Machi Hong today. It's him, his path has gone astray. However, even if his path has gone astray, looking at the history of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, from ancient times till now, I'm afraid no one has been more outstanding than him in terms of achievements at his age. Although most people thought Duan Lingtian was going to lose, They were still shocked by the strength he had displayed. What made them even more shocked was that Duan Lingtian was a genius. Such a young man was also an expert in the Tao of divine pellets, capable of concocting the Limit King grade divine pellet, the kind of divine pellet that only the best of the best in the East Mountain Prefecture could concoct. In terms of divine pill Tao, this young man had already caught up with the divine pill masters who stood at the top of Tungling province. He's a genius. If I knew he's so monstrous, I would have personally invited him to join the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. That fellow, Zhen Pingfan, has taken advantage of him. While the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect were sighing, Yitong, the hidden sword progeny's elder from Chunyang School, could not help but look at Zhen Pingfan through voice transmission when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to lose. Junior brother Zhen, look at you. Why do I feel like you're not worried that Duan Lingtian will be defeated by Machi Hong? You're the one who started the conflict with the Machi clan. He took out a God Emperor grade flying ship and rushed to the Seven Kills Valley at his fastest speed. Although the other three forces with God Emperor grade flying ship in Tungling province were not as overjoyed as the Chunyang School and the Machi family, they were still shocked when the news spread. There's a second person in Tungling province who has mastered the four Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. He has also mastered the sword Tao. Moreover, he's also from the Chunyang School. Before Duan Lingtian displayed the sword Tao, the only person in the entire Tungling province who had truly mastered the four Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven was Yi Chunfeng from the Chunyang School. Other than him, there was no one else. However, there were other people who had mastered the embryonic form of the four Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. However, the embryonic form of the four Tao of heaven and earth was completely different from the four Tao of heaven and earth. It was like the difference between an infant and an adult. Duan Lingtian. It was also on this day that Duan Lingtian had truly stepped onto the stage of Tungling province. No one looked down on him because of his young age and low cultivation base. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Moreover, he did not think too much about it. Currently, he was purchasing some items at the Seven Kills Valley's trading meet. Because he had helped Zhen Pingfan obtain a high-grade half-soul god weapon, Zhen Pingfan had directly announced that he would pay for all the transactions Duan Lingtian would make in the coming days. As long as it was within his means, he would buy everything for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian originally wanted to decline, but he had underestimated Zhen Pingfan's persistence. In the end, when he saw that Zhen Pingfan was about to turn hostile, Duan Lingtian did not know what to say. However, even with Zhen Pingfan's promise, even though the young disciples from the Chunyang School were envious of him, he did not buy or exchange things recklessly. Whether it was the things he bought or exchanged, they were all things that he needed. Of course, during this process, Duan Lingtian not only bought some things that he needed, but also some things that his family could use. However, he did not let Zhen Pingfan pay for this part. No matter how Zhen Pingfan insisted, Duan Lingtian did not budge. In the end, Zhen Pingfan could only take a step back. The people from the Machi family won't be coming to the trade fair, right? After a day, Duan Lingtian had basically gotten all the things that he needed from the other three forces. Before the trade fair ended that day, Duan Lingtian asked Zhen Pingfan. I wanted to see if they had the things that I needed, so I could do some business with them and comfort them. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan rolled his eyes at him. You rascal, are you tired of living? I have to remind you that Machi Ju is currently in a fit of anger. It's best that you don't say such words in front of him. Otherwise, even if he doesn't dare to kill you, it's still possible that he'll injure you and compensate you with something. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was immediately jolted awake. He could not be too arrogant. Right now, he could only bully a kid like Machi Hong. An old man like Machi Ju could crush him with one finger. They'll be here tomorrow. Zhen Pingfan continued to say, many of them are in a bad mood today. They'll be fine after resting for a while. They'll definitely be here tomorrow. The trade fair this time is in preparation for the 7 prefectures' grand banquet 10 years later. The 5 major forces have their own advantages and disadvantages. If the Machi family doesn't come, it'll be their loss. Even if Machi Ju feels embarrassed and doesn't want to come, he has no choice but to come. If he doesn't come, perhaps no one from the Machi family can do anything to him. Chapter 3992. Zhen Pingfan's God Emperor grade spaceship was actually very spacious. Even though all the people from Chunyang School who came to the 7 Kills Valley to participate in the trading meet were in the spaceship, it was not crowded at all. Inside the spaceship, Zhen Yunfeng nodded at Duan Lingtian and smiled faintly. Then, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he scanned the mirror image of the surroundings. The mirror image showed the situation outside the spaceship. Now that the spaceship had just accelerated, even Duan Lingtian could clearly see the situation outside the spaceship through the mirror image of the surroundings. However, when the spaceship accelerated to a certain extent, it was difficult for him to clearly see the situation outside. After a while, it was completely white. All he could see was white fog that kept retreating. The white fog seemed to have a life of its own as it kept moving backward. Due to Zhen Yunfeng's arrival, the other people from Chunyang School were no longer worried. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted in low voices. Father, now that my God Emperor grade spaceship has accelerated to the speed of a high-level God Emperor, Machi Ju won't be able to catch up to us even if he wants to. Zhen Pingfan stood beside Zhen Yunfeng and said to him with a smile, don't celebrate too early. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head and said, don't forget that the Machi clan also has an array disk that can interfere with the operation of a God Emperor grade spaceship. As long as the speed-limiting divine array in the array disk is activated, your spaceship won't be able to escape. I know that. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he did not seem to care. However, as far as I know, the speed-limiting array disk is not in Machi Ju's hands. It's in the hands of the clan leader of the Machi clan. As for Machi Ju, it's impossible for him to have brought the speed-limiting array disk without knowing beforehand, right? Zhen Pingfan did not seem to care. Humph! Zhen Pingfan snorted when he heard this. If I can come, why can't the Machi clan send someone? Are you sure no one from the Machi clan will send the speed-limiting array disk to Machi Ju? When Zhen Pingfan heard this, his expression froze for a moment. Then, he forced a smile and said, even if you send the speed limit array disk here, so what? With you around, not to mention that Machi Ju doesn't have half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Even if he does, he won't dare to act wildly. From his words, it was clear that he was very confident in his father, Zhen Yunfeng. This time, Zhen Yunfeng did not respond to Zhen Pingfan, but his brows were slightly knitted together. No one knew what he was thinking. Duan Lingtian was standing not far away, so he heard the conversation between the father and son of the Zhen family. Speed limit array disk? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Zhen Pingfan. When Zhen Pingfan saw that his father was ignoring him, he began to feel bored. Facing Duan Lingtian's question, he began to patiently explain. As the name suggests, the speed restriction disk array is a disk array that contains the speed restriction divine array. Once the speed restriction divine array is activated, it can slow down everything moving at high speed, including cultivators like us. However, a disk array that contains the speed restriction divine array is extremely precious. In the entire Tungling province, I'm afraid that only the top 5 Emperor God forces have one. For example, the Machi clan only has one speed restriction disk array. Our Chunyang school, on the other hand, has 2. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian also learned what the speed restriction disk array was. It was a disk array that contained the speed restriction divine array. Duan Lingtian had heard of the speed restriction divine array before. However, if a conflict really breaks out, some losses will be inevitable. I admit that we might not be able to take down the people from Chunyang School. However, don't forget that there are still many young people here. If a fight really breaks out, you have to protect the young people, right? If we're distracted, who do you think will have the upper hand, you or us? Machi Ju's words clearly showed that he had nothing to fear. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian had a frown on his face. The people from the Machi clan were too domineering. This time, it seemed like they really intended to take back the half-soul prominent god artifact. Moreover, based on the current situation, compromise was the best choice. It was just as Machi Ju had said. The experts from the older generation were not afraid of the people from the Machi clan. However, if a conflict broke out, the people from Chunyang School would definitely have to take care of the young disciples. If they were distracted, the people from Chunyang School would definitely be the ones to suffer. Jin Yunfeng. Machi Wuming spoke again. It's better to take a step back. Today, as long as you return Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him, both sides will be at peace. What I promised before is still valid. Either you return the 200 Peak King grade divine pills or exchange them for divine crystals. Naturally, the former will take time, but the latter won't. We'll return all the divine crystals to you before the 7 prefectures banquet begins. Although Machi Wuming's words were vague, it was clear he agreed with Machi Ju's words. If the people from Chunyang School did not hand over the half-soul prominent god artifact, they would start a war. Elder Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Ju stared at Zhen Yunfeng and said in a deep voice, "Your strength is indeed above mine. However, Brother Wuming, I'm afraid you don't have the confidence to defeat him, right? It won't be hard for him to restrain you. It won't be hard for me to restrain your son, Zhen Pingfan, either. Once the other people from the Machi clan join the battle, we won't be able to guarantee that the little flowers from Chunyang School who haven't stepped out of the greenhouse will not be affected." As Machi Ju spoke, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Lan Shilin, and the other young disciples from Chunyang School. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Just as Zhen Yunfeng's expression turned ugly, Machi Wuming spoke again. "Zhen Yunfeng, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Today, if you return Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him, the Machi clan will publicly apologize to Chunyang School. We're even willing to provide Chunyang School with additional cultivation resources." As soon as Machi Wuming finished speaking, Zhen Yunfeng took a deep breath and looked at him deeply. "Machi Wuming, is this the Machi clan's idea or just your and Machi Ju's idea?" When Machi Wuming heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he said indifferently, "The Machi clan's patriarch gave me the speed-limiting disk array before I left. What do you think?" Although Machi Wuming did not reply directly, his words were enough to tell the answer. Good, very good. Zhang Yunfeng nodded. He was so angry that he smiled. This is the first time in my life that I, Zhang Yunfeng, have suffered such a loss. In other words, this is also the first time our Chunyang school has suffered such a loss in Tongling province. Machi Ju, Machi clan, very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yunfeng took a deep breath again. He looked at Zhen Pingfan and said, lend Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him for a few days. Lend it for a while? When they heard Zhang Yunfeng's words, not only was Zhen Pingfan stunned, but even Machi Wuming and Machi Ju from the Machi clan were stunned. However, after a while, the people from the Machi clan laughed in their hearts.